Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2021. Today's ICoSI brings the theme Maximizing Opportunities and Research for a Better Life.
This year, ICoSI committee received more than 1,030 abstracts from 15 countries, including Australia, China, India, Iraq, Malaysia, Paraguay, Philippines, Qatar, Russia, Spain, Taiwan, Thailand, Japan, and Germany. 26 co-hosts. We also received 802 papers and 800 video presentations.
As the global situation still horrifying with COVID-19, ICoSI running virtually from AR Fahrudin Building, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and stream on YouTube channel Yogya. For your information, all speakers and crews involved in this event has been tested and perform health protocol standard prior to the event.
And we have keynote speakers, Professor Naren Siti AM, Macquarie University's Soft Power Analysis and Resource Control, Dr. Yuko Harayama, University of Geneva, former executive member of the Council for Science and Technology Policy, Cabinet Office of Japan, Professor Sukamta, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Amar Abdul Aziz, Senior Lecturer in Agribusiness School of Agriculture and Food Science, Australia.
This year, ICoSI, there are 11 focus conference which is divided into 4 disciplines. The first discipline is Health and Nursing Studies, consists of the 5th International Conference of Medical and Health Science, and the 3rd International Conference on Nursing Studies.
Second, Agriculture, Technology and Engineering, ICoSA, 4th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture, ICONART, 2nd International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development, ICTEMI, 2nd International Conference on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanical and Electrical Engineering.
The 3rd, Economics, Business and Accounting areas, consists of ICAF, the 7th International Conference on Accounting and Finance, ICOMS, the 7th International Conference on Management Science, ICEV, the 5th International Conference on Islamic Economic and Financial Inclusion.
4th, Social Science, Religion Studies and Humanities, ICERS, 3rd International Symposium on Social, Humanities, Education and Religious Studies, ICSD, 2nd International Conference on Islamic Studies in Digital Era, ICOLTICS, 2nd International Conference on English Language, Education and Linguistics. There are several focals that already start their event. Please enjoy ICoSI 2021.
Analysis, we use descriptive interpretive method in TPEC framework by Mishra and Kohler in 2006. The result and discussion, before we come to the result and discussion, I would like to describe about LEA first. Learning English Easy is a free online course which start on May 2020, and there are more than 25,000 members who have joined this program. Even though it is free, there are several requirements to join LEA. We have to to upload the flyer or the poster of LAE in our WhatsApp status, and we have to share to WhatsApp group about the flyer or the poster of LAE. And then we took the screenshot of it and sent to the admin. We have a limitation in this research. We observe only on the page 4 about adverb and adverb of frequency material, and this event was held on 25th and 26th of August 2020, and the total participant in this batch is 2,401. Next, here is the answer of the students from the SI questionnaire. We asked them what is your opinion about teaching learning process in LAA, and what is the contribution of the successful of its teaching learning process. And they said that 13.4% said technology, 23% said that the material, and then 63% said that it's teaching learning process. And we have separated, or we have divided into technology, pedagogy, and content knowledge based on the Mishra-Kohler framework. And here I'm going to present about the technology. As stated by Archambault, the technology, knowledge, and education means integrating technology into their instruction to the students and the teacher experience. In here, the technology used by LAE is WhatsApp, instant messaging application. And then here is the perception of one of the students. She said that she enjoyed the study. Yes, because the teaching learning process has 2 hours duration, and the student enjoy the class because they can relax, they can study in relaxed time at home, and the class is started by introducing about the topic, and there is a setting in WhatsApp group which cannot allow the members send messages into group, only admin who can do it. It made the class is under control and very conducive because the possibility of members sending any message while teaching learning process is blocked. Not only the features of setting which can engage the teaching learning process, but also the features of voice note and pictures in WhatsApp. Like this, the pictures. Yep. In here, the pictures and the voice note features provided by WhatsApp help the instructor to handle 11 groups in one time. The instructor just need one picture and one voice note, and it delivered into 11 WhatsApp group by looking at the material which is presented in picture, and at the same time the student played the voice note. It makes the student confident like studying in offline class. And then in the material content, in duration 2 hours, there are 2 pictures. Yep. And then actually 2 pictures in one note has a long explanation. There are 5 until 6 voice note, but because of the simple visual or picture which given by the instructor, success in making the student to think simply and easy. Thus they said that the material is so brief and clear, even though the explanation can reach more than 13 minutes. And then this is one of the opinion of the members. And here's the teaching learning process. The point plus of using those features, it can be played, viewed, and learned in many times freely as the student want, and no limit time. It is automatically in the members gallery, which can cause storage limitation, but need a less signal or data usage in downloading them comparing to the other application. Now in here, based on the pedagogy knowledge, that the instructor explaining adverb in mixing approach deductive and inductive from the formula, but also sometimes it started from the example and then see the formula and then find the formula, I mean like that. And then using multi-language, bahasa English and also slang language. And one thing in here that the instructor always give is the motivation from the sentence in here. Yep, the instructor in here gives a full of energy and give the motivation such as from zero to be hero, from nothing to be something. And she said that it's okay to make a mistake in English, so the student really enjoy the study. So we come to the conclusion that the content knowledge combined with the technology knowledge and pedagogical knowledge makes the student enjoy the class and give a good outcome based on their trial test result and their opinion. And then the great thing of combining the three elements of TPEC in LA online course can manage 1,000 participants in one time, and it gives satisfying responses, which is bloody significant for education in this pandemic situation, which we can count on everything in online. I think that's all for my presentation. I'm sorry if I have many mistakes, and I hope we are in a good health and you can understand about my presentation. Thank you so much. Akhirul salam. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is the references. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Nida Dusturia, a PhD student at the University of Bremen, Germany. In this good opportunity, I would like to share my research topic entitled The Use of Connectors in Indonesian Learners, Argumentative Essay, a Corpus-Based Study. This is the overview of my talk today. So I would like to give you a clear picture on how Indonesian learner use connector in the corpus-based perspective. Probably as you see why connectors matters and why connectors is important, because connectors are used to join ideas between two separate sentences or paragraphs. Also, the connectors functions to create a textual cohesion, and an appropriate use of connectors can contribute to the clarity and the comprehensibility of the text. Thus, why the connectors are important. According to the Biber et al. In 1999, mentioned that connectors can express a variety of relationships, as you can see here in the table. Those functions including addition, enumeration, summation, apposition, and etc. And I would like you to draw attention on this slide, because this will be the base of my study. Do you know that, however, the use of connectors is often problematic for non-native speakers of English, as they often overuse, underuse, or even misuse them in their writing. As you can see here in this table, there are so many research conducted deal with connectors used by the Asian EAVA learners. And what about the Indonesian learner? We did show similar result with, as you can see here in the table. So let's see until the end of the talk. Talking about the connector usage by Indonesian EAVA learners, yes, there are some research observed for Indonesian EAVA learners. However, there's a general lack of corpus study on Indonesian EAVA learners. Therefore, the aim of this study is to fill this research gap and to examine the Indonesian EAVA learners' argumentative writing from a learner's corpus perspective. The aim of this research is to investigate connector usage by Indonesian CFL learners at different proficiency level, in this case A2 and B1 level, and to see the development in their use of connectors in their argumentative essay. I have three research questions here. The first one, I would like to see the types of connectors that used in the argumentative essay by Indonesian CFL learners. And the second one, I would like to compare between Indonesian's level in A2 and B1 level. How do they differ in connector usage in terms of frequency and the semantic types. And the third one is I would like to compare between Indonesian learners in A2 and B1 level compared to the native speakers data. The hypothesis of this study is English foreign language learners tend to over or even misuse of connectors. So I would like to test whether or not these conditions is also happen to Indonesian students. The methodology I use in this study is a contrastive interlanguage analysis as proposed by Granger in 2015. It consists of two comparisons. The first one I compare A2 and B1 level, and the second one I compare between those level A2 and B1 into English native speakers data. The data compilation I took from the ICNL, the International Corpus Network of Asian Learners of English. It is one of the larger learner corpora focusing on EFL learners from Asian countries. It currently includes 1,000,3 million tokens of argumentative essay produced by 2,600 college students in Asian countries, including Indonesia. One interesting feature in ICNL is that it has comparable writing from more than 200 English native speakers. And during the students write their essay, it has a strict control condition, which are the topics is already chosen. It's based on two topics, whether or not the students agree. It is important for college students to have a part-time jobs, and the second one, whether or not the students are agree or not on smoking should be completely banned at all restaurants in the country. And it has also writing time condition, which is no more than 40 minutes, and the text length should be between 200 until 300 words. And the students do not allow in using a dictionary, but they can use the spell checker. This is the data or the participant of my study. The A2 consists of 64 tags, and B1 consists of 166 tags, and native speaker consists of 200 tags. The annotations process was carried out by means of UIM corpus tool, and the data analysis I combine between quantitative and qualitative approach, and I also applied minor Whitney test to see the differences of connectors usage by those three groups. In annotating process, the first time I made an annotation scheme based on the Briber et al. Categorization that I previously showed you in the previous slide. So in this case, I differentiate which connectors belongs to enumeration, which connectors belong to addition, which connectors belong to summation, and etc. And these are the sample or the example of how I annotated the data. For example, therefore, I agree that it's important, blah, 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 as you can see here in this slide. So I annotated, therefore, as a resultive connectors. And the result, this is the result from the normalized frequency of semantic categories. It shows that the A2 and native speaker use more contrastive devices. As for the B1 level, use more additional connectors. And This is the chart that will give you a clear picture on how those three groups differ. It shows that we want to use more connectors in most of semantic categories compared to A2 and native speaker. As for the A2, only overuse in the contrastive devices, and the native speakers only overuse. As for the native speakers, is less use of connectors in their argumentative essay. And what about the proficiency level? As you can see here, is there any differences between proficiency level? So as you can see here, this is the Mann-Whitney test show. So there is no differences between A2 and B1 level, and there are highly significant difference in A2 compared to native speaker and B1 compared to native speakers data. And whether or not there is a difference between topics, the Mann-Whitney test show that there is no difference between those two topics. And what about whether or not there is a difference between types of connectors? There are some difference in types of connectors, as you can see here in this slide. And the qualitative results show that the Indonesian learners' misuse of connectors. For example, here the concession, even though connectors that show concession connectors, it shows that the learner misused the connectors even though by using it without the showing a concessive relation, as you can see here in the sentence example. And however also becomes problematic for Indonesian learner, as you can see here in the sentence, that the use of...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, organizers, fellow researchers, and also panels. I'm very honored to be able to join this second international conference on English language education and linguistics. My name is Siti Nur Badra binti Muhammad Tahir, and today I will be the oral presenter for my paper entitled Vocabulary Learning Strategies Used Among Malaysian ESL Elementary Teachers During Teaching and Learning at Home, which in Malaysia we call as PDPR. Without further ado, let's dive into the background of this study. So in Malaysia, the syllabus is based on communicative language teaching. It is reflected in the Standard-Based English Language Curriculum, SBELC, which is used in schools. In it, it is stated that by the end of year 6, which means by the end of the elementary school, pupils should be able to communicate with peers and adults confidently and appropriately in formal and informal situations. Thus, the role of the syllabus in Malaysia is to achieve communicative competence among the students so that they become proficient communicators of English. And it is no doubt that in achieving communicative competence, vocabulary plays a very, very important role, because progress students made in their vocabulary acquisition will determine their overall ability in learning a language. And it is found that more vocabulary equals more improved comprehension. We couldn't agree with this more because, to put simply, if students do not have adequate vocabulary, how can they be good communicator of the language? However, despite of its importance, students always deem vocabulary as challenging. Some of the factors include English is not supplemented at home. They only learn English at school. So they have lack motivation to do self-learning for their vocabulary development. They are unable to retain their words learned due to this. And there is also teacher factor, in which how teachers perceive vocabulary teaching impacts student vocabulary development. However, for us to improve this situation, it is said that vocabulary development can be facilitated by teaching the students vocabulary learning strategies. And effective vocabulary learning means that it should involve incidental learning as well as intentional learning, meaning vocabulary shouldn't just be learned subconsciously, but it is also needed to be learned with conscious efforts. So these are from Muhammad Tahi et al. 2020, Butler 2019, also Malmir and Yusuf 2019. So when we look at the situation in Malaysian ESL classroom, particularly in the pre-pandemic era, in the pre-pandemic time, the teaching of vocabulary in the classroom has been largely incidental, means teachers did not put emphasis in vocabulary learning. Vocabulary learning is learned when they learned other skills. So some of the common strategies used in the incidental learning of vocabulary included asking teacher directly and translating meaning to the mother tongue, also the use of bilingual dictionary. However, since the COVID-19 pandemic hit us, the teaching and learning in Malaysia has also shifted, just like other countries. So during this pandemic, we don't have physical classroom settings anymore. So all the teaching and learning has become pengajaran dan pembelajaran di rumah, PDPR, which translates to teaching and learning at home. When teaching and learning at home has been implemented, we have seen more creativity by the teachers in terms of how they deliver their lessons. So when they produce their lessons, they tend to use more videos. They also use sources like TV as well as even social media. So this creativity in delivering lessons had, in a way, shifted the way lessons were typically delivered in the classroom, especially during the pre-pandemic, where there was a high reliance of the use of textbooks. So the way teachers are delivering their lessons during this pandemic has actually led to the development of this study. So previously, we have learned that the teaching of vocabulary in classrooms was largely incidental. But however, as there's no more physical classrooms now, I'm interested to find out whether there is also shift in the way vocabulary is taught and learned during the PDPR. So that is the focus of my research. This led to my research objectives. The first one is I aim to identify the types of vocabulary learning strategies used by Malaysian ESL elementary school teachers during PDPR. And I also aim to investigate whether what is a Malaysian ESL teachers' perception on vocabulary teaching and learning in PDPR setting, because we already knew that they had this perception that vocabulary is not something that is important in the classroom, and they were also molded by their past beliefs, past experience, in which the learning of vocabulary had always been incidental. So my research questions, I have 3 research questions. The first one is, what are the VLS commonly used during PDPR? The VLS least used during PDPR, as well as how do the Malaysian ESL elementary school teachers perceive vocabulary teaching and learning in PDPR setting. So this is more to the importance of vocabulary teaching and learning in PDPR setting. Before we go on to the conceptual framework of this study, I would like to say that this study is anchored on the Schmidt's taxonomy of vocabulary learning strategies 1997. So for the purpose of explaining the framework, I would like to explain the items that are in the taxonomy, Schmidt's taxonomy. Schmidt divided vocabulary learning strategies into two: discovery strategies, also as well as consolidation strategies. Discovery strategies are the strategies used when the students first encounter an unknown word, when they want to discover the meaning of an unknown word. So discovery strategies include determination strategies, which means they find the meaning on their own, for example, through the use of dictionary, as well as social strategies like asking their teacher, asking their friends. And the other is consolidation strategies, which mean the strategies that are used to reinforce the meaning of words learned. In here, there are social strategies, memory strategies, which is the use of mnemonics, cognitive strategies such as note-taking and repetition, and also metacognitive strategies where students plan, think about learning, monitor, and evaluate themselves, such as taking a test on their own to test their vocabulary. So based on this Schmidt's taxonomy of VLS 1997, I came up with this conceptual framework for this study. So Schmidt's discovery strategies, I equate Schmidt's discovery strategies as incidental learning because those strategies are used when you first encounter a word that you don't know. So these typically involve incidental learning, and Schmidt's consolidation strategies are equated with intentional learning because these are the conscious efforts taken to reinforce the meaning of the words learned by combining incidental and intentional. In here it's by combining discovery and consolidation strategies. It can lead to vocabulary mastery of the students. So this is the framework of.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. I'm Nur Fatina from University Technology Umara, Sugamat campus, representing all my friends here. We'd like to present our paper entitled Analyzing Rhetorical Problems in Writing. Alright, so first thing first, the background of the study as well as the research questions that the study aims to answer. Background of study. As we all know, the teaching and learning of writing can sometimes be quite challenging. Students normally face problems or challenges when they want to start writing academic texts. When this happens, a lot of alternatives will be taken to help solve the problems. Some would turn to available resources, while others would depend on the teachers, peers, and even worse, some might turn to plagiarism. As it is almost impossible that the writers, regardless of their competency levels, to not experience any difficulties when writing, the only difference that distinguishes one from the other is
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen,
historical situation, and number two is the writer's own goals, in which through this study we will be able to learn how writers of different categories react to or solve the rhetorical writing problems. Research questions. So these are the two research questions that this study aims to answer. Number one is, how do writers attend to rhetorical situation in their writing? And number two is, how are writers' goals used to solve writing difficulties? Next is the literature review. As we now know that the rhetorical problems in writing are rooted from both rhetorical situation and the writer's own goals, this diagram offers a clearer explanation on what constructs or elements that fall under each category. For rhetorical situation, writers normally face problems with number one, the assignment, which explains the way writers perceive the title of the essay that they will have to write. Do they find it easy or otherwise? And number two is the audience, which explains the plans that the writers use to make sure that the audience can understand the essay. Alright, so for writers' goals, the problem faced are, number one is the reader, the effect that writers want the readers to have. Number two is creating persona or voice. So this one explains the relationship between writers and also the readers, in which what kind of relationships that the writers wish to establish with the readers. Also, it refers to the voice and the tone used by the writers in writing. Number three is building meaning. So this one refers to the writer's effort to create meaning for the sentences they write. And the last one is, of course, producing formal text. So this again refers to both the formal and conventional text that the writers write. We also have here past studies conducted on the problems faced by students in writing. The first one is by Father 2012, who explored the difficulties that King Saud University students encounter when learning to write academic English. So the findings of this study revealed that ESL students face many difficulties and stresses in their academic writing, such as difficulty in distinguishing between spoken and written English, making an outline before writing a draft, identifying the skills needed for successful writing, and avoiding blank words and phrases. The second study is by Stapa Tengku Muhammad Masum and Abdul Aziz 2014, in which they investigated the problems in writing, research proposal introductions by novice ESL academic writers in a local university in Malaysia. So again, the data of this study revealed that the problems faced by the students in writing research proposals introduction were minimized, and by using the three approaches mentioned in this study, A, B, and C, the students were able to write clearer and effective introductions. Next is conceptual framework of the study. This framework helps to explain how different types of writers, the undergraduate students as well as the postgraduate students, both masters and doctoral writers, solve their rhetorical problems following the categories proposed by Flower and Hayes. Methodology. This study employs a qualitative design method in which open-ended questionnaire is used as the instrument to reveal students' problems in writing. The different types of writers in this study are undergraduate students as well as postgraduate students, both masters and doctoral writers. So the responses obtained in this study are categorized into 6 different themes that mirror the constructs proposed by Flower and Hayes: assignment, audience, reader, persona, meaning, as well as text. So all the responses in this study are also explained according to the 3 different types of writers. The findings. So to answer the first research question, we can see that the way students react to assignment vary from one another. The undergraduate students are found to focus more on the topic, while the postgraduate students would approach the assignment from a bird's eye view. Besides, both undergraduates and postgraduate doctoral students used creativity to grab the audience attention, while postgraduate master's students would opt for a simple language. To answer the second research question of this study, the responses obtained from the participants in this study suggest that they would normally focus on communicating with the readers, improving a personal voice, as well as focusing on creating meaning to improve their written text. Some examples here include the use of less complicated words, as well as the use of synonyms by undergraduate students. Unlike the undergraduate writers, postgraduate writers agree on the need for a proper plan to help ease the writing process. They too would focus more on the language aspects when writing, such as the sentence structure, the arrangement of ideas, the expansion of ideas, and etc. Discussion of findings. This is explained based on the research questions of this study. First is rhetorical situation. Postgraduate doctoral writers chose to approach the assignment from a bird's eye view, but not the undergraduate writers. They too prefer the simple use of language in writing. Secondly is the writer's own goals. So all the 3 types of writers agree if their main problem is to find for relevant words, which result them to use the synonyms instead. Besides, it is also found that group work is favored among undergraduate writers, while postgraduate writers prefer to refer to relevant references to help them in writing. And lastly, its pedagogical implications. As we all know, the teaching of writing needs to be done at many different levels. There are times when writing teachers need to focus more on expanding ideas. Other times, the focus should be on sentencing skills and the choice of words. There are also times when the focus is more on the content organization and less on language. Also, the teaching of writing needs to cater for the how as much as the what to write. The teaching of writing should also include problem-solving skills to equip writers to solve their own writing problem in the future. Therefore, it is recommended that future research to look into how different types of writing instruction can influence writers in different ways. So these are all the related references used in this study. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Eko Purwanti. I'm from English Language Education Department of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And
in Multimedia 1 Majoring in Multimedia 1 SMK Negeri 1 Cilacap. Result and discussion. The following are the basic steps that must be taken so that teachers are able to apply hypnotic taking. A. Attention and self-motivation. B. Pacing. C. Leading. D. Use positive word. E. Give prize. F. Modeling. Those consisted of 1. Observation and 3. Treatment. The treatment in this study uses the hypnotic teaching method, and in this method there is a stage of giving suggestion. The suggestion given must be positive and there are no negative words. The suggestion given by the teacher to children are simple. 1. When we feel happy, we should be grateful and say good word. 2. When we feel sad, we can cry and tell our parents or teacher. 3. When we are angry, talk nicely to the other person why we are angry. 4. When we feel afraid, then talk someone who is more mature about our fear. 5. When we make mistake intentionally or unintentionally, we must apologize to that person. Barriers that affect the implementation of hypnotic teaching technique in the learning process during the COVID-19 is barrier to the implementation of hypnotic teaching technique often occur during observation activities. At first, students seem not familiar with what we call relaxation or calming. Then during relaxation, there are still some students who joke and do not carry out the duties of the teacher properly. So the relaxation process to reduce the frequency of brain wave so that the subconscious mind open is not perfect, because there are still some students who are joking. The impact of the successful implementation of hypnotic teaching, the success of hypnotic teaching technique for children does not really contribute ideally, because it requires the participant of parents in the process and the limit time given by school. But through several sessions that are implemented, the impact on many clients has found a significant change. Client problems that hinder the learning process, such as lazy in learning, difficult to memorize, fear or lack of confidence, and other psychological problems. Even the client student show good attitude and character in class and association with his friend. This show that the use of this technique makes a very significant contribution to the formation of student character in school. Conclusion. Based on the result of the research that the author did about hypnoteaching as an alternative to increasing interest in learning during the COVID-19 pandemic, the following conclusion can be drawn. 1. Hypnoteaching is an alternative learning method that uses hypnosis techniques. During a pandemic, many students' psyches have decreased. In this case, the child will be conditioned to focus on the class teacher and learning. The implementation of online hypnoteaching for vocational high school students must be directed at positive constructive goal, namely by incorporating positive impression in the student subconscious.
Yes, that. Okay, thanks Pak Bahtiar. Because of the time, we will invite the next presenter, Ibu Sri Maria Zuniatin. Are you there?
Yes, yes.
Okay. It is time for your presentation, Mbak Operator. There is no sound. Can you load the sound? What is problem?
Any shortcomings and weakness of Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Sri Maria Zuniatin, postgraduate student MPGV UAD. Today, I will present my journal entitled Blended Learning Model Development for Internship Student at SMK Negeri 1 Binangun. Intro.
So forth and so forth. Okay. Another shift is that we favor actions that would save resources, such as what? Like save energy, save labor, save material. So through all this, we enable us to sustain more resources in the economy, and that's what leads to a sustainable economy. Another view, another components of this under the circular economic model is to avoid the use of non-renewable resources, because it is, in a way, will preserve or enhance renewable ones. If we use more or all renewable ones, it would, give a better sustainable, economy and innovations into the markets. All right, so after all, the circular model, circular economy model explains, how we can minimize systematic leakage and negative externalities in the economy that bring about better productivity and efficiency into the markets. So we have two components. biological materials on the left sides of the diagrams are those materials that can be safely re-enter the natural world once they have gone through one or more use cycles, where they will biodegrade over time, returning to the embedded nutrition to the environment. This brings back to the utility, sustainability of this material, biological material. Another components in the circular model, we have this technical material. Technical material represents in a blue right-hand side of the diagrams, all right, which explains this material such as metal, plastic, synthesis, chemical, must be continuously recycled through systems so that their value can be captured and recaptured, used and reused over times, which will preserve and prevail sustainability elements in the economy and management. All right. So what is more important here is if we look at creativity and innovation in Islam, all right, it is a very much available, was made available from Islamic perspective. Okay, and we can refer to from Islamic point of view that Islam prohibits any innovation within religions as it will create fitnah and bid'ah. All right. However, Islam encourages any creativity or inventions in business and other spheres of life that is beneficial, as long as it's beneficial for human and does not go against the Sharia. Okay, and of course in Holy Quran, Surah 13, Ayat 11, more or less we can translate that as we don't change the circumstances of people unless they don't change what is within themselves. What does it mean here is that, all right, we as human beings need to change ourselves. And the change is only made available or largely made available through creativity and innovations. All right. In Arabic, we have this brightry, or like Al-Numudum defines the words of creativity as to create, as to bring some things into beings in a way that was not before available. All right. So another scholar say like Al-Mazedi, all right, way back in 1993, defines, all right, the ability of designing new forms that are beneficial for humanity in accordance to what the Islamic Sharia principles. So innovations and creativity, all right, should be in conformity of the Islamic principles. That is for the use and benefits of the human being. Alright, now the objective of creativity and innovation from Islamic perspective, we may want to derive at 5 major ones. All right, the first one being to achieve supreme goals. All right, which is to realize Allah satisfactions. Right, so innovation and creativity is to achieve Allah satisfactions. The second objective is to find the truth and strong relationships with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay? The second is innovation and creativity, or creativity innovation is to serve the society, contributes to the society. And of course, the fourth one is to be compliant with Sharia and through ethical and moral systems in accordance to Islamic principles. Okay. Last but not least, the objective of creativity and innovation in Islam is to utilize resources given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, endorsed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then be thankful to Him for whatever been given to us. So these are the major objectives which we can find from Islamic perspective of this. All right, one of the major contribution, I believe, especially in the context of today, is halal toward sustainable economy. All right, why halal entrepreneurship? Because we move toward, all right, Islamic Sharia, principle of the Sharia, to create and innovate products in ways that allowable from Islamic perspective into the activities of economy as a whole and management as a whole. So therefore, it refers to business developments in the global halal industry through offering products and services, all right, innovated by these halal-preneurs, okay, so-called, that follow and comply with Maqasid Sharia, Islamic principles. So we can say that both, be it Muslim, be it non-Muslims, can be halal-preneurs, so long as that, all right, based on maslahah public interest, so long as that they comply with the Sharia laws, all right, and Sharia laws and the products and services provided. All right, now, why is sustainable for halal business or halal industry? First, because it adopts halal. What does mean halal? It refers to permissible and according to Sharia, of course. And plus, all right, tayyib. What is tayyib? Tayyib is pure, sustainable, and good quality. So plus halal. So there's two dimensions of halal and tayyibs will enable, all right, halal-preneur earlier to realize the 5 pillars in the Maqasid Sharia principle. What are those? Of course, protections of life, protection of religions, protections of intellect, protection of wealth, and protections of lineage. So this is the importance of promoting halal entrepreneurship in the business and economy today. All right, and if we want to extend it and compare that or those elements with the United Nations in the Sustainable Development Goals, it can relate to a number of goals out of the 7 goals provided in the United Nations of SDGs. Right? What are those? In particular, they are all related, but let me pick up only 5. The and 111. 1. What are those? Those are including no poverty. All right. Through creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, no poverty. Why? Because people are being given great jobs, offer jobs opportunities. All right, through innovations of halal-preneurs. Zero hunger when they're given job, no more. All right, hungers available in the markets and the society. Good health and well-being because halal and tayyib just now. Decent works and economic growth through contributions of sustainable innovations, and of course responsible consumption and actions. Responsible consumption and production. All right, now today, if we look at the potential innovative sectors of halal industry. Why I'm emphasizing halal industry in creativity innovation? Because global halal industry today at glance, you see that right from the year.
Masih, tapi masih nggak ngerti artinya sih Pak.
Projected to grow
Karena
to about 2 trillion. All right.
Iya.
Iya.
Mesti dari sekolahnya Pak.
24 The
kecuali yang ASEAN.
industry comes to about 6.2%. This is one of the highest sector of the economy in the markets today. All right, so if you look at productive, potential, innovative sector of the halal industry, okay, we can see that starts from food and beverage. Over those years, right from the year 2016 to the year 2024, all right, it increased to about 29% in F&B. This is based on data of Global Islamic Economic Reports recently, okay? So the market size alone, all right, comes from 1.17 trillions, all right, to 1.38 trillions. Okay, modest fashions, media and recreations, Muslim-friendly tourisms, halal pharmaceuticals, as well as halal cosmetics. So all this reflects the increase in the market share and cumulative annual growth rate. Okay, so it is evidently that potential innovative sectors today, one of them is in the halal industry. And in the past, of course, if we moving along the lines with Islamic point of view, innovation by Muslim in the past, there are numbers of them, all right, like Hassani in terms of rooftop from meswak tree, all right, the rooftops that make from outside the tree. And we have the first university in the world, all right, whereby the university in Fez, Morocco, by Sister Fatima Al-Firhi, who founded this way back in the year 1859, long ago. Okay, and of course in surgery, in fine medicines. So innovation in the, by Muslims in the past has not been very quiet. All right, but perhaps does not be seen that much today because of the attentions of the media. And if you look at the recent halapreneurs, all right, we can see halal trips in Singapore, all right, where packages and tour. We have a November culture by the Malaysian pop star that is growing popularity in the US. We have these hijabs by Indonesians, all right, and we have, of course, Kifika, all right, Kifika based in KL. So all this is the recent innovation by the halapreneurs. All right. So another point of being sustainable, we can come from all sorts of creativity and innovations. I just showed up two examples. One of which is we have this small and sustainable. Yeah, can be a practical. Right, so we what we call recycle usable material. All right. Having said all this, the potential of the market, so on, we cannot avoid from touching or coming across to the COVID-19 impact of projections. Despite the fact that the global halal industry has been a tremendous growth and projections wise is very high, we should anticipate some consolations if you want, as a result of COVID-19 pandemic today. All right, so you can see, all right, in the year 2020 and 21, the sharp drops, all right, in terms of Muslim spendings on the halal products and lifestyle. Okay, and we see that supposedly pre-COVID products and lifestyles is about 6.2% over the years, right from the year 2018 to 2024, but may reduce this growth rate a little bit to 3.1%, okay, because of the situations. And the worst hit sector we can see is indeed tourism and hospitality. You see, it's minus at 70% or 80% in some countries. All right, so this is because of the COVID. Okay, and because of the COVID also, some certain innovation should be in the markets or should be play around a lot, right? Because it is a normal, new normal, okay, the new normal, okay, of the COVID-19. It is not only to create sustainable innovations, it will be meaningless if innovation do not reach the consumers, all right, during this time around. A lot of innovation, especially goods and services, all right, could not reach customers. That's not, and that kind of innovation, that kind of creativity will be meaningless, because in fact we have new normals, all right, which to be pondered in this regard, and therefore this is why creativity and innovation is very, very, very important. So I think it's very much is related to what is the themes of the conference ICOM 2021 today, as what Secretariat has posted. All right, so in the case of creativity and innovation here, all right, in the case of this, there are, in the case of confronting, overcoming COVID-19 pandemic, what should we do from business and management perspective of it? Okay, and here I gather about 7 ways forward for sustainable creative innovations. First is we should think virtual to sell your innovations. How to sell your innovation virtually. All right. Second is to pay attention to sunrise industry, because some sunset and sunrise industry. So what are those sunrise industries? Let me look at later. The third way is adopt industrial revolutions 4.5, 4.0, not yet 4.5. I'm ahead of the market here. I'm sorry if you heard that. Adopts industrial revolutions 4.0 technology, right? And of course, the fourth one is to explore app-based business innovations. All right, what are those app-based business innovation? One of which that is very, very important these days, we have what we call augmented reality, AR. All right, based application. What are those? We will look at later. All right. The fifth one is to adopt artificial intelligence technology. Okay. The second last, we have to enhance the cyber presence in the business, online presence in the business through all walks of social medias, be it Instagram, be it Facebook, be it Twitter, be it e-commerce platforms, you name it, okay, and also taps e-commerce platforms. So all this, what I say as a very important for business to be sustainably innovative, all right, in the business, okay, through which your market can be very sustainable. All right, let me look at some little bits of details. All right, sunrise industry is a new business often characterized by high degrees of innovation. Okay, slow potential for sustainable and rapid growth because sunset industry, or no growth of sunset industry. Okay, so sunrise industry is also having a lot of startup and venture capital fundings. Okay, and sunset industry is also emerging rapidly and pose a threat to decline in industry. Okay, what are those? All right, there are numbers of examples in the sunrise industries which can take up, all right, these steps to be more sustainable. Okay, what are those? Artificial intelligence and open systems. All right, if our artificial intelligence business, be it from procurements or process, distributions, retailings, and front counters. All these AI are integrated in the systems and can be very effective, can be very efficient, can be very productive through MX. Okay. Second is financial regulatory services technology, right? Which is we use a financial regulatory services technology impact or RegTech, okay? Or this day we have all fund that shows a continuous growth. Okay. The third one is digital infrastructure activity. This comprises of the technology and structure insurance, widespread internet connectivity in a particular region. Okay. The fourth one is through personal and aging. All right. Be it in Indonesia, in Malaysia, all right, be in the Asians and in the Japan, China, or Taiwan, name it, all right. We are having a rapidly aging population. All right. In turn, this will create demands for products and services related to personal health and aging. Therefore, these are we call sunrise industries as well. All right. Last but not least, number 5 is cyber physical system. This is a
akan presentasi langsung. Jadi nanti setelah di sesi
fleet startups are expected to be the main driving agents in the growth of this sector, of course. Okay, if you're talking about Industrial 4.0 technology, these are some of the options for those includes cloud computing, cyber security, cloud computing, mobile technology, machines to machines, 3D printing, advanced robotics, big data analytics, Internet of Things, RFID technology, we call it, as well as cognitive competence. So all this is the rise of the technology which the business should, to some extent, adapt accordingly, to suit their business operations. Another dimensions in this era of innovation, creativity in the business is applications idea. The idea to use certain apps, especially augmented reality-based applications, or those like printing apps, floor planner app, glasses try-on app. We have interior designer app. We have landscaping app, as well as virtual clothes shopping app. So all these are very good for business to think of to be more efficient in the markets. All right, and also AR apps, can be in the retail, can be in the patient care, it can be in travel guide, can be in magazines, home management, as well as wellness. So all this will help business to confront with new normal as a result of COVID-19 pandemic today, which we are not sure when will be ending. People say toward the end of the year. People say, stay in the year 2022. The situation has been very uncertain. Therefore, we need all these apps, to be sustainable in the markets through creativity and innovations. Before I end my thoughts of this, I wish all the best for the organizing committee. Thank you very much for having me here, and I wish the best of luck and as well as paper presenters, outstanding speakers, all participants in this very auspicious and special events of the International Conference of Management Sciences 2021. All right, you may have a very fruitful ideas, informations, and knowledge through which we can share in the coming years, if not coming months. So with that, let me thank you for your times. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi wasallam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
We have tried why such the natural products as diverse and very important activities. So the four molecule is almost all molecules come from the marine vertebrates. The left two molecule, aprilonin A and Aplysia secosteros, this is come from the sea here, Aplysia species. We have identified from this Aplysia species itself and recently identified the mode of action of this aprilonin anti-tumor agent. The light compounds, this is a cyclic peptide from the the marine sponge. And the microlide D is also come from marine sponge. This is a cytotoxic macrolide. We recently completed the synthesis of the microlide B. So today my talk focus on the two molecules, cystatin A and the aprilonin A. So to proceed our study on the cystatin A, the cyclic peptides, I now focus on the inflammations. As we all know, the COVID problem has very related to the inflammation. Okay, and this inflammation is a very important physiological responses, but the chronic long-time inflammation causes the very severe diseases, and this is the very problematic for the various global health issues. The long-time inflammation includes pain, heat, and redness, cause the very severe sickness, including the cancer, hay fever, or rheumatoid arthritis. So to prevent such chronic terrible inflammations, it's very important to develop the anti-inflammatory substances. From the viewpoint, we have a study on the marine natural products that cause the anti-inflammatory activities. And this is come from the Papua New Guinea marine sponge. My previous master course and doctoral course student, name is Dr. Gise, find the Stryza species by scuba by himself. And he collected this marine sponge and isolated the cystatin A cyclic compound by himself. And the doctoral study, he accomplished the total synthesis of the marine, the cyclic heptapeptides. So the cyclic heptapeptide is very simple, and there is a very the normal molecule. Okay, this is all of the amino acid has L configurations, and only 4 kinds of the amino acids is contained in this structure. Only this one hydroxy group, tyrosine phenol hydroxy group, is active, the functional groups. So initially we identified this compound based on the NO production inhibitory activity against the lipopolysaccharide stimulated murine macrophage cells. So this is come from the cellular-based assay. And during the study on the structure-activity relationship studies, and also we have tried the identification of the target molecules using the functional molecules This is called as the chemical process. Also, recently, we evaluated this cyclic peptide 313A and their derivatives has the very potent anti-adipogenesis activities. Still, we could not explain only looking at these molecules why this molecule has such interesting activities. That means this detailed mechanism of natural products is unknown because we have tried the activity-based isolation of these molecules. The drug discovery company mainly target the specific targets and have tried identify the specific binding molecules. But our study, so natural products chemistry study, result in find the interesting molecule, but this molecule target is still unknown. So after the synthesis of the natural product C13A, we have tried the more effective molecule that is a more potent anti-inflammation activity with little cytotoxicity. So initial C13A molecule has a weak activity, but during the derivatization of the protection of hydroxy group or introduction of this D amino acid in this tyrosine molecule residues. And then finally the compound GIS2A, this only the two kinds of modification result in the very efficient, potent anti-inflammatory activity. This is a 6 times more potent than this original molecule and no cytotoxicity in these high concentrations. Why this cyclic peptide is so effective? Why is only the introduction of one D amino acid causes such different activities? So this is because the specific configuration or conformation of this cyclic peptides. So this is a conformational analysis based on the two-dimensional NMR or molecular modeling studies. The initial molecule, tertiary T-butylcysteine, this has all of the L amino acid residues. So this all of the side chain moiety in each amino acid residue has almost the pseudo equatorial conformation, and this fixed structure is almost a dominant structure. Actually, the NMR data suggests only one conformation is dominant structure. Meanwhile, when we introduce one D amino acid is introduced to here, the conformation is highly flexible and the two dominant conformer. So lowest and second lowest conformer has the different conformer, especially around these D-tyrosine residues. And the NMR spectra suggests the presence of the two major conformations. The conformational diversity and the flexibility result in the highly different interactions with the target molecules. Next, we examine how this anti-inflammation activity of the cyclic peptides induced. So generally, this is a summary of the expression mechanism of inflammations. After the stimulation by lipopolysaccharide LPS, the inflammatory cytokine is secreted and the NF-kappa B system is activated. Finally, the induced NO and nitric oxide is synthesized. This is the enzyme is expressed to produce NO. This NO is very important substances in the living systems, but the excessive production of NO results in the veritable inflammations. So during the ELISA analysis, we demonstrated that this LPS treatment surely increase both the two inflammatory cytokines, IL-6 and TNF-alpha. And this is is a positive control. However, when we treat with the tertiary butylcysteine 2A, this is the most potent compound, both the production of IL-6 and TNF-alpha surely reduce. So this inflammatory cytokine secretion will be inhibited. And as a result, the enzyme expression of the inos. This inos is also surely inhibited by the treatment with the same compound. So this means that this the expression mechanism of inflammation can surely inhibited. So next, we now examine how and what is the real target molecule in the macrophage cells. To clarify this study, we now use the chemical probe. This is a very simple derivatized molecule. This is a biogenerated 3-13A. Using the alkyne azide, the cyclization, 2+3 cyclization, name is the cyclic reaction. We have introduced this biotin probe. And this is using the biotin tag. We now try this targeted protein identification from the low cell lysate. Initially, we identify the target molecules by the elution of the specific molecules. Okay, by using this biotin derivative probe, the plus the 45 kilodalton protein and 85 or around 90 kilodalton protein was detected. So it is difficult to clarify which is the real target. However, during the elution, because the target molecule strongly binds to the ligand, but some the unspecific molecule, it could be also interacted with different parts. So to the efficiently and specifically elute from the binding protein from this target, this biotin probe, we tried the competitive elution using the original natural product or their derivatives. So this is active substances, and all of the 4 molecules successfully eluted the 44 kilodalton this protein, not eluted this 80 kilodalton proteins. This means that this 44 kilodalton is surely the bound protein of this biotin probes. After the mass sequence analysis, we demonstrated that this protein is the target protein was ACADL, acyl-CoA dehydrogenase long chain, an enzyme. How we could establish this is surely the ACADL. This is very easy because we can get the ACADL antibody. Western blot analysis of the ACADL demonstrated that the eluted protein 1A or 2A highly increase this ACADL elution. The comparison with the original molecules 3-13A. This relationship is correlated to the activity of these probes. So we estimated that the real target of this 3-13A is ACADL. So this enzyme is highly important for the secretion of the fatty acid biosynthesis. So this enzyme catalyzes the beta oxidation of fatty acids. And this is related to the metabolic pathway of fatty acids in mitochondria. So this is acyl-CoA, the substances, and the enzyme ACADL convert to this the enoyl-CoA. So you can find that this is the double bond is introduced. The consumption of the FAD plus, the coenzyme, can clearly demonstrate how the ACADL acts and contributed to this activity. In fact, during the treatment, we examined how much the FAD has changed by the treatment of the 3-13 or its derivative. Without this compound, FAD was detected under a very small amount, and in the LPS treated the low cells. However, by the treatment of the 2 molecules, surely this the FAD amount has been increased. Why this FAD plus is increased? Because this ACADL activity is inhibited. So this means that this process, enzymatic conversion, would be inhibited by the treatment of the C13 derivatives. This is a proposed mechanism, and we could explain how this anti-inflammatory activity can be surely inhibited. This is the metabolisms. So we have studied on this C13 derivative from the viewpoint of anti-inflammatory activities. But now we demonstrated that this is highly related to the fatty acid synthesis. So we expected that this C13 derivative could inhibit or affect the fatty acid production or the fatty acid as a fat cell the development. So we now examine the adipogenesis inhibitory activity and of this C13 its derivatives. This is a very simple assay. So murin pre-adipocyte. This pre-adipocyte CD3L1 cells is a myelin fibroblast. Okay, and after the differentiation using the dexamethasone and insulin, and this cells has changed to the mature adipocyte. Then this mature adipocyte accumulates the fats, and this fat is easily detected by the oil-red O stain. So the triglyceride TG can be detected as these droplets, and this is the control. And after the differentiations, the CD3L1 cells has highly changed, and we could calculate the amount of this triglycerides. So by the treatment of the C13 derivatives, we clearly demonstrated that this C13 derivative surely inhibit the differentiations of the adipogenesis. And especially the treatment of this tyrosine TP2 derivatives strongly inhibited the production accumulation of the triglycerides. And this was at this concentration, there is a little cytotoxicity. So this C13 derivative is very interesting, promising candidate for the inhibition of the inhibition of the inflammatory or adipogenesis. Okay, next one, I now change the topic. Target identification with the actin targeting marine anti-tumor agents. So this is one of the most famous and fundamental cytoskeletal protein. Name is actin. This is a crystal structure of actin with a 43 kilodalton molecule. And this actin is called as globular G-actin because this globular actin can associate to form the fibrous F-actins. The dynamism of the actin fiber is strongly regulated by the many kinds of the actin binding proteins in eukaryotic cells. And this dynamics is very important for the modulation or dynamics of the living cell cytoskeletal dynamics. And not only this intrinsic actin binding proteins, several marine natural products are known to regulate this F and G actin dynamics. Now I share with you the interesting molecule Aprilonin A, isolated from Aprilia species. So this C here has no shellfish and no shells. So to protect from the enemies, they accumulate some very potent toxins. The toxic substance is isolated in 1993. Its name is Aprilonin A, marine macrolide. This causes a very, very strong cytotoxicity against the tumor cells. And also shows the anti-tumor effect for the xenophract mice. Also, the target is actin, and the binding of actin is very strong. However, this Aprilonin do not interfere any dynamics or regulation system of the DNA microtubule or cell cycle regulating proteins, well known the anti-tumor agents. So based on after the isolation and total synthesis of the aprionian studies, the synthetic chemists tried to clarify the structure-activity relation studies. The left part, this is called as macrolacton moiety because it has this lacton, the cyclic ester moieties. The left part has no cytotoxicity or no actin binding properties. Right half, this is the side chain or called as tail part. This tail part also do not show any cytotoxicity. And but this is an actin depolymerizing effect has been established. This is a synthetic molecules. Also, the natural products or nature can provide us very interesting structure activity studies. The bottom compound, name is aprionium C, was a very minute congener isolated from the same animal with aprionium A. The difference of the structure is only the presence of this amino acid ester. This is called the trimethylserine ester moieties. So this is aprionium A structure has ester moiety, but aprionium C structure lack this trimethylserine ester. And only the difference on this amino acid ester moiety, their activity is highly different. This cytotoxicity difference can be clearly demonstrated by the MTT assay cell number, increasing activity assay, and the cell viability assays. You can easily find that these compounds 1 and 2 has highly difference in these activities. So also this based on the structure activity relationships, we have tried how this aprionium A affects and inhibits the tumor cell growth. So this is a very simple assay to observe the actin cytoskeletal dynamics inhibition. Both these aprionium A and C completely depolymerize and decompose actin cytoskeleton at submicromolar. Okay, this concentration is almost similar to this activities concentration of the actin targeting agents. However, the inhibition concentration of aprionium A is less than micromolar. So we can't explain why the molecules surely inhibit the tumor cell growth, only looking at these actions. Based on these findings, so we now tried how to find the target molecules. The crystal structure of actin aprionium complex has been established in 2006. So this is a 1-to-1 complex, and this aprionium A molecule insert the hydrophobic cleft of the subdomains 1 and 3 of actins. So this is a front view, and the right part is side view. So this is a tail part, side chain part insert to this inside of the actin molecule. Meanwhile, the C7 trimethylserine ester moiety is protruded from the surface of actins. So we expected that any secondary target molecules could bind to these actin aprionium A complexes to inhibit these very interesting activities. To demonstrate this hypothesis, we launched the study on the aprionium project. As mentioned in the researching studies, we have tried to purify the target molecules using biotin derivatives. Here is the conversion from aprionium A and hydrolysis of enamide moiety to get this aldehyde, and condensation with hydrazide to get this peg linker from the very, very tiny amount of the natural product. And very hopefully, this derivative still has a very strong activities. Using this biotin derivative, we tried the affinity purified from the tumor cell lysate. The HeLa cell lysate has treated with this biotin derivative that is loaded on the neutral apisine agarose resins. So after the binding this to this target molecules, the elution by apriline, this is a competitive elution to get this targeted proteins. So this is the result. Very fortunately, this actin was highly effectively purified from the tumor cell lysate. However, no targets or except for these related actin binding proteins, no targets was detected by using this method. As a result, we found that this secondary target molecule was very, very unstable, and it is not effective to use this lysate. So to overcome this very different and difficult situations, we examined photoaffinity biotin probe derivatization. So this is the the semantic liberalization of the conversion from allyl diagenins to the covalent bond formation to the proteins. You can find that this is a trifluoromethyl allyl diagenin. This is a highly reactive, and by the treatment with UV light, this nitrogen gas is removed to form the carbon intermediate. This carbon intermediate easily bind to the any covalent binds to these target molecules. So in this case, we chemically derivatized from apriline to this convergent to get this photoreacting biotin derivatives. Still, this photoaffinity biotin derivative shows a very potent activities. So then next we examine the labeling using this photoaffinity derivatives. The target identification was conducted in cells. So we call this in situ labeling. After the photoreaction in cells, we affinity purified using the biotin tag and try to detect what is the specific band in the presence of the this photoaffinity biotin probe. And finally, the 45 kilodalton actin. This is our primary target. And also the bands is highly increased by the treatment with photoaffinity biotin probe. These two, around the 50 and 55 kilodalton, these two protein was surely detected by the Western blotting analysis. This is a specific binding detection using the biotin tags. So this means that photoreaction is occurred on the targeted proteins. By the analysis of the mass and the peptide mass fingerprint analysis of this isolated proteins cut from the gel, so we identify the peptide mass fingerprint analysis, and finally we detected that the secondary targeted protein with the 53 and 55 kilodalton was tubulin. Tubulin is very fortunately, this is commercially available, and we have examined the in vitro labeling using the apriline photoaffinity biotin probes. So it means that on the treatment with actin and photoaffinity probe, surely the actin was photo-labeled, the covalent bond was formed, and very strongly detected. However, on the presence of only the tubulin, no photo labeling was observed. When the treatment with the both actin and tubulin, like this, the both actin and tubulin was surely labeled. This labeling pattern is highly similar to the in situ cellular labeling. This means that the both actin and tubulin interacted with the one apriline molecule. The tubulin forms a microtubule, and this is another cytoskeletal protein and very important for the mitosis. This tubulin heterodimers gathers to this microtubule nucleus to form the microtubule, and this dynamics to the monomer to polymer. This is very important to maintain the microtubule and the systems. As you well know, several anti-tumor agents, paclitaxel, vinblastine, or avelin, all of them inhibit the microtubule dynamics. So, but the tubulin is a common target for the anti-tumor agent in many cases. However, no example that only the presence of actin, the small molecule, could regulate the dynamics of the tubulin. So to demonstrate this, we examined the biochemical experiments using the purified actin, tubulin, and natural product apellidonin A. So first experiment is in vitro tubulin polymerization. So the concentration and the assembly of the tubulin can be easily monitored by the treatment with this microtubule in vitro systems. Only the presence of the dimsol or the actin apellidonin A each do not interfere with the tubulin assembly. However, treatment with the apellidonin A and actin at the both concentration surely inhibit the tubulin polymerization in the vitro systems. This kind of the protein-protein interaction was also clearly demonstrated by gel permeation HPLC analysis. So the actin is as the apellidonin complex. This was eluted as this here at 45 kilodalton. And the microtubule contains the tubulin alpha and beta heterodimer has 100 kilodalton. When they are mixed, so the new single peak, the 150 kilodalton, this is clearly detected by the so the actin, tubulin, and apellidonin ternary complex formations. So this is obtained by the sketch and plotter analysis. Finally, this direct interaction between the tubulin and the actin in the presence of apellidonin was established by surface plasmon resonance analysis. This is SPR, a fundamental and very important protein-protein interaction analysis. It is very interestingly only the presence of apellidonin A, the two cytoskeletal protein can interact with each other. So to demonstrate how this microtubule system is interfered by the treatment with apellidonin A. So this is the interface and the metaphase anti-tumor cells. And the green color is alpha tubulin, and the red color is beta actin. In the case of the normal conditions, this is a mitotic spindle, and the DNA chromosome is clearly separated to form the cell divisions. But in the case of the apellidonin treatment at very low concentrations, this is a metaphase. This the mitosis. So this mitotic spindle formation is clearly inhibited by the very low concentration of apellidonin A. And this low concentration do not interfere with the red color actin filament. Meanwhile, the weaker derivative, natural apellidonin C, this do not interfere attack to this tubulin. So this is not affected. Mitotic spindle was observed at very high concentration. At this concentration, this is cytotoxic, and the actin cytoskeleton is degraded. So both to this apellidonin A and apellidonin C derivative, we established this surely apellidonin A is inhibits the mitotic spindle formation by the interaction between the both actin and the tubulin systems. This is a first example to inhibit the mitosis system during relating these actin targeting agents. So this is a proposed mechanism and inhibition mechanism of microtubule assembly by actin apellidonin complex. So here is the actin. At the lower concentration, apellidonin A surely binds to this F-actin to form this one-to-one complex. However, because this actin concentration is very, very high, almost all F-actin system is not damaged. And this microtubule has also the interaction and equilibrium between the This is a microtubule and tubulin heterodimer freeform. We expect is that this this actin apolyne complex might bind to this alpha beta heterotubulin dimer to form this ternary complex at a very low concentration. This ternary complex would bind to this surface of the microtubule placenta or incorporated into this microtubules inside to inhibit the microtubule dynamics. This means the destabilization of the microtubule result in the formation, to the inhibition of the formation of the mitotic spindle. So finally, I summarize that today's my talk. The two interesting marine natural products, 313A and apolyone A. So it is very difficult to expect how and what is the true target molecules by only looking at the chemical structures. And very brief chemical modifications such as the LD modification or the amino acid esterification or some. So this kind of the modification result in the dramatical change in the activity and the target molecules. So both two compounds are highly interesting from the viewpoint of the drug discovery studies coming from the marine invertebrates. So finally, I thank all of the collaborators, professors Wemra, ICoSI, or USI for their kind support and the collaborative study on the to develop the interesting marine natural product studies. Also, I acknowledge many laboratory students at the University of Tsukuba and Nagoya University. So this is current my group member and two international students, Mr. Didik Utomo is now doctoral course student from Indonesia, Malang, and another Indonesian student, bachelor student, Fina. She is also studying on the marine natural products isolation studies. So finally, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, currently you are still in the 5th ICoSI 2021, and we will have live report to give you the current situation from several focal. Now we are connected with ICE to report how's the ICAF or International Conference on Accounting and Finance going right now. And now she is with Miss Fitri Wahyuni SAMSJ. Good morning, ICE. How's the focal right now? And you are pleased to give your report.
Good morning, Tita, and thank you. And dear participant, right now I am reporting from the International Conference on Accounting and Finance. And right now I am with the chairperson of the focal, Miss Fitri.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Miss. Okay, Miss, can you tell how is the conference going so far?
Okay, the conference, I think it's very good conference so far because from this morning we start our opening ceremonies and also and right now we starting plenary session and we don't have any hard obstacle for this conference. So I think it's good so far. And maybe can you come in?
Yeah, we will have a look around.
Yeah. There are many staff in here. There are many committee in here. This is a super admin. See, he still made some take care of the IT and something like that. And that's for the part is the master ceremonies.
Okay.
And in the
other room?
Yeah, in the other room there's still plenary session. And in here we will find moderator for the plenary session. And right now we're still in plenary session with the Mrs. Diah Sekar Ekasari. And we will finish at 10 and continue with the Prof. Nur from Malaysia.
Okay, so how many participants the ICAF got?
Actually, we have around 90 papers.
Okay.
90 papers, but we make two participants. The first participant is authors, and the second is students. So we got around 120 maybe.
Quite a lot.
Yeah, quite a lot.
Number. Okay. So can you tell like a little story about this focal?
Okay. ICAP, or International Conference on Accounting and Finance, is based on accounting. It will help us. It will help the researchers on accounting to show the research results, and it started from 2000, I think 2000, at 2000, and we started from first ICAP until right now.
Okay, the 7th.
Yeah, the 7th.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fitri. I hope the conference is going well.
Yeah.
And that's all I can report from the A7 building. Back to the studio.
Well, thank you, Ms. Fitri Wahyuni SAMSJ, and thank you, Ais, for the report. And that's all for the report for right now. We will give you another report from another focal. So please stay tuned and enjoy the 5th ICoSI 2021.
Timely and accurate communication of government has been identified as a major element that has caused the decline of trust in both the communication systems and the political systems as well. In this presentation, I'm going to focus on two dimensions of this crisis: communication dimension and political dimension. This does not deny the fact that it is merely a health crisis, a multifaceted crisis, a social, economic. Okay. But let us explain how it is a communication crisis. Vaccination is a must. Yes, nobody can deny this fact. But it is only through behavior change that the spread of COVID-19 can be controlled. Behavioral change. And as you know, behavioral changes needs attitudinal changes. And attitudinal changes are in bad need of cognitive changes. Cognitive changes require valid information. This is the issue. And therefore, it is a communication crisis. Due to its high contagiousness and the lags in the development of vaccine, containment of the COVID-19 pandemic is highly dependent on public behavior and communication trust. For the people to follow the instruction, for the people to abide by the majority of procedures, they have to trust communication. Otherwise, they will be alienated, and this is in fact what has been happened. Analysis of communication messages. Of course, I visited a lot of publications, and I thank all authors that have made this presentation possible. Analysis of communication messages during the pandemic reveals that they are characterized by distortion sensationalism, particularly in the absence of clear, consistent, accurate information from leaders and health specialists, conflicting ideas and recommendation information. Infodemic, yes, it includes both the accurate and inaccurate content. However, it is the inaccurate one that has been shared and that has caused the negative consequences. To show you to what extent it is a communication crisis, we have to know that the acceptability and willingness for people to respond to expert opinions is due to the variation and risk perception, which is a communication dimension as well. Most messages were heard by people who lack credibility. Look around you. You will find them, most of them are not subject matter experts, which adds much to the confusion of the people. Citizens need to use the communication outlets to empower certainty, to empower predictability. In fact, in normal times, but in crisis, in critical times, during challenges, people need certainty. People need expert opinions, physicians. But instead, communication systems, online and offline, became an outlet for contagion of fear and unpredictability. Again, pandemic is not only communication, it is a political crisis. Why? Simply because the government in Muslim majority countries have taken measures violating human rights. All of you are familiar with this. Violating privacy, individual and collective freedoms. I'm not saying that this has not been happened in Western democratic countries, but it differs. Democratic governments, in fact, give priority for freedom of the people. Do not suppress information. At least consult the people on the ways through which they can control the pandemic. It is a crisis that requires a collective and a governmental action. It bears a conflict between those who seek to protect lives and those who seek to protect livelihoods. It's a public opinion, debatable issue that requires interventions from different competing political institutions. This is why it is a political crisis, in fact. Okay. Authoritarian public health measures coming from authoritarian political systems of the Muslim majority countries, such as physical distancing, temporary economic shutdowns, etc. All of such measures depend on societal compliance. And societal compliance, in fact, requires not just things like good communication and trust, though they are not available, but they require a political economy that permits people stay at home without starving. I know some leaders in some Muslim and Arab countries who promised to give regular salaries for the workers and labor forces in different places. And they already gave them the first month. Later on, they stopped giving them this. How can people trust their governments? Why they promise to do something and then stop doing it for nothing, without any logical justification for this. This is the deficit. This is the trust deficit. and also the pre-existing social policies of the most Muslim majority countries have negative consequences on the extent peoples will comply to suggested policy measures. You know, the history is affecting the present and the future. Unlike the democratic countries, Muslim majority countries, governments rely on coercive measures to force citizens to comply to the policy measure. In fact, coercion is not the good way to do. It's through persuasion, through the cognitive, attitude, and behavioral changes that you can get your policies implemented in a proper way. Unlike democratic countries, peoples in majority Muslim countries lack predictability, and their tendency to believe conspiracy beliefs intensify vaccination hesitancy. Many Muslim majority countries view the pandemic as an opportunity, unfortunately. Opportunity for what? Opportunity to distract the attention far from their corruption by framing it as, national security threat that requires unity of internal front. And this is, in fact, the conspiracy. Many Muslim majority countries have banned journalists from accessing data on the number of infected and dead people. They also banned doctors and other medical staff from giving information to journalists, and from contacting the media in any way, to create walls between the medical staff and the journalists who are qualified to provide information to the end users is another problem. It's a political one. It is done outside the law. All of them proclaim free access to information, but have set up barriers in the chain of communication system that resulted in discouragement of medical professionals from cooperating with journalists and the media. This is in fact another disaster. Given the nature of the health services and given the nature of the different communication behavior and actual behavior, physical behavior, and the measures, given the nature of this crisis, I can say that fighting the pandemic is a co-production services. Co-production in the sense that the two partners, the people and the organization, the government, all people have to share the same beliefs. They have to cooperate to produce the services. The patients are deeply involved in the activities which concern the protection and the promotion of their well-being. Hence, the healthcare system should be conceived as a co-producing service system. Providers and the patients are thoroughly engaged in a co-creating partnership. The critical mix of activities in which public organizations, citizens work together to provide public goods and services. And this is the only way for the success of fighting the pandemic. It's impossible to fight the pandemic and to win this fight without the co-production strategies. Unfortunately, co-production is in bad need of mutual trust between all partners, governments, organizations, citizens, without which no cooperation exists. And if you lack cooperation, do not expect that you can inform the people to abide by your suggestions and procedures. You see, failure of co-production in pandemic services. This is another, in fact, conclusion. Prominent indicator in Muslim majority countries is vaccine hesitancy, where people are hesitant to accept or refuse vaccines despite its availability. We need to study this. What are the reasons? They are not also following the instruction of social distances, self-isolation, and other measures endorsed by the governments in Muslim majority countries. Due to the dominance of trust deficits from alternative sources of information through informal channels, social media, online, citizen journalism, trust deficit trickled down from political systems to traditional communication systems to social media to online journalism, to result in marginalizing the social capital of the society. If we search for the roots, we will find that all forms of communication systems are not free. Yes, believe me. At least are not completely free, are not partially free. They are not independent. They are not diversified. They are not transparent. They are not ethical. They are not responsible. How come? This is the dilemma facing communication system in Muslim majority countries. And this is why I also characterize them as failed system, fragile system. What are the indicators of this failed communication systems? 5 evils. Confusion, where people are not confident about what is the true, what's true, and who to believe. We can't differentiate the right from the wrong. All have been mixed together. How can I decide on while I'm confused? Cynicism, where individuals are losing trust in the social and political environment. Lack of or social capital deficits. Fragmentation. We are bombarded with unlimited flow of information, communications from different angles, but facts are very rare. Irresponsibility, where people who are eligible to create sense-making are not, in fact, in reality, they are not qualified. They are not working according to code of ethics. They are not professionals by definition. Apathy, where citizens disengage from structure of the society. They have been alienated. Muslim majority countries throughout history suffer from democracy deficit, freedom deficit, and press freedom deficit. All of these deficits are interrelated. You cannot separate one from the other. It's a matter of dilemma. It's the most critical dilemma facing the majority Muslim countries. Mainstream media are nearly absolute monopolies under direct governance and supervision. They are owned, supervised, funded, censored, everything by the governments. They do not allow private media to be truly independent. even private media are affiliated to some people who render it to be also another spokesperson of the official policies. Most governments use their traditional media to manipulate the public minds. As a result, people escape to social media searching for credible information. You see, it is supposed theoretically that the new media watch the traditional watchdog, checking its legitimacy, credibility, questioning its accuracy and standards, forcing new transparency. But unfortunately, governments have extended its hegemony to control and censor social media as well. As a result, they have become a platform for misinformation, disinformation, and fake news. Yes, after this picture, which is not a good one, but I have to be frank, what lessons we can offer for the future and for the current pandemic? The key issue we can get from this failure is to how to reconstruct the communication systems in a way to restore the trust of public opinion, to restore the social capital, to create the mutual trust between the different partners of the society. This is the ultimate purpose, ultimate lesson. In this, I can offer the following. Number one, the independence of communication systems from political and economic systems. Journalists should be autonomous, should be free, should be able to decide on which stories that should be published and how. Should have the right to access information. Information access laws should be available, should be implemented. People have the right to access it. Not only journalists should not be banned from accessing information resources. Journalists should be free from both politics and markets. Independence of the regulatory organs for the purpose of self-regulation systems. Those who should regulate the media, organizations that should organize the media should be independent, should not be affiliated to the market or the politics. They should represent the civil society. Freedom of communication system, both the traditional and the digital, is a must, including the freedom to access information and the right to hold public authorities accountable. All desired outcomes of the fight against the pandemic require the development of the social capital and co-production of health services, which are in bad need of free, responsible, and ethical communication systems. The only way that helps terminate sharing of fake news is to free the public sphere. Free the public sphere to refute the intended conspiracy of fabrication and falsification. Finally, I thank all authors writers, academicians, whose publications have made this presentation possible. Citation of the original sources on which this presentation is made will appear in the final paper, which is in progress. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Bashuni, for your speech, even though we only have his recording. Hopefully, Professor Bashuni could join us today because he could not assure about the connection, and since it's still very early morning in Doha, it's 4 hours behind Indonesia time. Now we start to our second speaker, this Dr. Jan Ali. We can see him already among us. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Jan Ali. How are you? You haven't unmute your microphone.
Alhamdulillah, assalamu alaikum to everyone and to you.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. How is Sydney today? Hey.
Sydney is in a serious lockdown, so we can't go outside our homes unless we have got a very valid reason
to stay at home. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, okay. I hope you are in a very good health today, Dr. Jan Ali.
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, before you start your speech, I will introduce you. I will read your short CV. Dr. Jan Ali is a religious sociologist specializing in Islam. He holds a joint appointment as a senior lecturer in Islam and Modernity in the School of Humanities and Communication Arts, and as the community and research analyst in the Religion and Society Research Center at the Western Sydney University. Dr. Ali will explain his paper today is about varieties of Muslim response to COVID-19 pandemic, finding opportunities in time of difficulties. Dr. Jan Ali, your time is yours, please.
Thank you very much. You've got my slides?
Dr. Jan Ali slides, okay.
Okay, yeah, it's there, I can see it. Okay. Thank you very much for the University Muhammadiyah and for those involved in this international conference on Islamic Studies at Digital Era. I very much appreciate your invitation, and so thank you very much. My paper is entitled The Impact of COVID-19 on Islamic Studies at Western Sydney University, where I teach. This paper is in its early stage formation, so it's not fully developed yet, and I've got a bit of work to do. And although the title makes a big promise, this idea of the impact of COVID on Islamic studies, I want to warn you that I think I will not keep up with that promise, because the paper is not really up to scratch, so to speak, and still it's in a draft form. In any case, I will do my best to make my presentation a bit relevant and valid to today's conference. And to start with, I just want to provide a brief background to Islamic studies at Western Sydney University and its significance. Western Sydney University is located in Greater Western Sydney region, which is a region with the most densely populated area in all of Australia. And also within this region, Muslims constitute a large Muslims constitute a large population, largest in Australia, if you like, in the sense the numbers in Greater Western Sydney is the largest, then other areas within Sydney, and of course Melbourne, where second largest Muslim population live. And so Western Sydney University itself is a very important university, strategically speaking, particularly for Muslims, and it is a university where surrounded by a lot of Muslims. Unfortunately, the university has not capitalized on this resource, if you like, student resource. We don't have established center, and we don't have a full blown Islamic studies program in terms of diploma, bachelor's and master's degree. And that is something that university needs to look at closely. So Islamic Studies is a specialization in the Bachelor of Arts degree at Western Sydney University. It is developed to enable students to engage in interdisciplinary study, basically to gain a rich understanding of Islam, both in terms of Islam's past history, as well as its contemporary situation. One of the key focuses of study balances historical and modern studies of Islam and employs modern research methods. One of the key focuses of Islamic studies is to focus basically is to establish one of the key focuses of Islamic studies is this idea of establishing Islam as a relevant religion or a relevant lifestyle, not only in Australia, but in other parts of the world, including in the Muslim societies. So in light of this, present traditions in scholarship and their socio-historical context and contemporary analysis are very critical and are pursued by our students at Western Sydney University. And another focus which is very important is that Islamic studies is developed to facilitate students in developing critical and interdisciplinary research skills through a combination of approaches. And therefore, the idea of Islamic studies at Western Sydney University is to allow students to understand Islam in the context, in its historical context, as well as in its contemporary context, and also make it a relevant religion that people can better understand in contemporary period. So in terms of what it's involved, is that at Western Sydney University, Islamic studies is offered as major or minor in Bachelor of Arts degree, and I'm going to focus on the major structure, basically because vast majority of students who do study Islamic studies at Western Sydney do take Islamic studies as a major program rather than simply elective units. And so what we have in the major structure, like all other majors, philosophy, for example, history, cultural studies. Each major has got four main compulsory units or subjects. We call it units at Western Sydney. So, they need to be level 1 and level 1 and level 3 units. And so we have got Islam, past and present and future. At a level 1 unit, we have, which is offered in the first semester, which is called autumn semester. And in the spring semester, level 1 unit is offered, and that is Hadith, the prophetic tradition. On top of this, we offer level 3 units, which is compulsory, and that's Quran, an introduction, and Islamic law in a changing world. So you can see that we have got the 2 scriptural units, Hadith and Quran, and we also cover law, and we also provide an introduction to Islam, and that constitutes the compulsory 4 units. Then students can choose other units from the following unit pool, and they need to choose at least 4 more from this pool that you can see on the screen, and make up their major, which needs to be, which requires a total of 8 subjects. Now, at Western Sydney University, we have established Islamic studies in 2007, and when it was initially established, it didn't have all these programs or units that I've just put on the slide here that you can see, and that is because of lack of expertise in the field. So when I joined the university in 2008, I developed all these units that you can see on the screen, with the exception of the last last 4. And therefore became the convener of Islamic Studies program. I started developing and designing and developing these units and also teaching them. And I did that for many years, and then we recruit someone to supplement the teaching load. So that is the list of units that we offer at Western Sydney. Now, in terms of teaching, and this is a rather interesting point to mention here, is that I actually been teaching Islamic studies since 2008, and around 2014 or 15, I started teaching the units that I normally teach online as well. So when coronavirus pandemic hit in last year, 2020, I had already designed my units in such a way that could be offered online. And so the impact of coronavirus on Islamic studies, if you like, at Western Sydney was minimal, in that I was able to teach straight away online, because I had the lectures pre-recorded, which was easy to upload on the Blackboard, and also the tutorial program was pre-designed, given that I was teaching it online before, and so the impact of COVID on Islamic studies was minimal. You could say even negligible. A vast majority of the subjects are taught with 1 hour lecture, which is divided into lecture pods, and each lecture pod, so the lecture is divided into lecture pods, and there are 4 lecture pods in each lecture, and each lecture pod is about 15 minutes long. And we have done that because the research demonstrates that students' attention span is rather limited, and after about 10 minutes, their attention actually diminishes quite substantially, and they stop concentrating. And so we have lecture pods, and each lecture pod is approximately 15 minutes, and it involves not only me talking or delivering a lecture, but it also involves showing videos and giving students some exercise to do. And this was incorporated into the lecture pods, thus the lecture, to enable students to be able to concentrate and commit themselves to the study of the program, and be able to do that with much ease. And so materials provided to them was easily accessible, thus the pre-recorded lectures were available to them 24/7 during the semester in which they were enrolled. And that lecture was followed by 1 hour of tutorial, which again involved basically looking at the lecture, reading, and engaging in a more open discussion. The tutorial is offered in face-to-face mode as well as online, and there are some subjects offered in what we call lectorial mode, which is lecture and tutorial combined in a single time slot. I'm not really sure if the audience are aware of lectorial mode of teaching, but in Australia, many universities are experimenting with this, and the usefulness of lectorial or even online teaching is quite great, especially in times of pandemic as we are going through now, especially in Sydney now, which is actually under serious lockdown, where people are not able to go out from their homes unless it is for shopping or for work or for medical attention. They definitely can't go to schools and universities. So online lectures and tutorials are very beneficial for students. And you could say that that this is becoming a product of COVID pandemic, in the sense that when in the past academics were teaching face-to-face, pandemic has forced academics to develop new ways of offering their tuition to the students. And you can see that it is quite involved when you're going online with your teaching. In my case, I was very lucky, but if I was to actually do this last year, which was 2020, when we actually went into lockdown, given that I've got such a huge load to do the lectures and then follow that up with tutorials would be hugely problematic, and that would have an impact on students' learning, and that would be a very serious outcome of pandemic on students. But fortunately, I was able to avoid that. So moving on to my presentation, let me talk a little bit about student demography. A vast majority of students taking Islamic studies are Muslims, around 98% to 100% depending on the subject. This might come to you as a surprise, especially my Indonesian friends and colleagues, because Australia is a secular nation state, and as you know, religion is not a part of a public life. But you can see that a lot of students are taking Islamic studies, and they are Muslims. And as I mentioned in the beginning of my paper, that Western Sydney is located in the most densely Muslim population area, and you can see in my presentation why that is the case, why we have a lot of Muslim students. That is because Western Sydney is located in the middle of this hugely densely populated Muslim people. So, for example, the Quran and introduction subject that I normally teach as a compulsory unit attracts often 100% Muslim students. Usually around 95% of the students are female, many of who come from Lebanese background, from migrant working class families living in Australia's most densely populated area, known as Greater Western Sydney. A number of things we can say about this. One is that a vast majority of the students who take Islamic studies are females, and I think that is not necessarily a Western Sydney phenomenon. It is a global phenomenon. We do know from research or statistics that the world population is actually predominantly females, in that we have got more females than males. And also females are now able to actually engage in public sphere more than ever before, and so their participation in studying and work has increased radically. And so that's demonstrated in their participation in taking up university programs, including in this case Islamic studies. Australia's largest Muslim population is from Lebanese background, but that is slowly changing, and that is why we have got a lot of Lebanese Muslim students from Lebanese background. But we do have students who come from other ethnic backgrounds, such as from other Arab countries, such as Kuwait, Egypt, Syria. But we also have students coming from subcontinent, such as India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, and we have students coming from, Bosnia and other places like that. And of course, most importantly, we have got a lot of students who might have Lebanese or other ethnic backgrounds, but are Australian born, and therefore they are regarded as Australians. Student performance, and I think this is where it gets a bit interesting, and gets the connection is now becoming a bit more close with the issue of impact of COVID-19. Student performance is usually good to great, with occasionally some students performing at an excellent level. Many students work either part-time or full-time, and this impacts, obviously, on their academic performance. Two issues relating to students are often noted by academics, and that is, one is a poor attendance rate, and the other is student avoidance of reading, which my colleagues will, I guess, empathize and sympathize with me, which affects class participation. Now, this probably doesn't have any direct correlation with COVID-19 or its impact on students, but I would like to make some connections, and I think it's important to note that. So now, the question is that what is the impact of COVID-19 on Islamic studies at Western Sydney University? So the impact of COVID-19 is being felt across the entire society in Australia, and not just in the education sector, which is very important to note. So all students in all faculties and in all disciplines are facing the same challenges. That is, how to cope with the pandemic and continue with the studies. Whilst many are coping well, there are some who are struggling in terms of meeting family obligations, fulfilling their commitment, and keeping up with their studies. There are, as I mentioned earlier, and the information I provided are very relevant. I have mentioned that vast majority of my students are female, and also they come from ethnic background, which is important to note because they make important contribution to family running and family upbringing as well. They have commitment beyond commitment to study at university level, and so they have to ensure that they have done their domestic chores on a regular basis, as well as keep up with the studies. And one thing that is important to note is that some of them are young mothers, and some might have older children, and they have to look after them. And given the lockdown, the impact on the female students is quite huge, because they have to homeschool their children and at the same time do their own studies. And to juggle these two commitments is not easy. And that can actually then translate into poor performance at an academic level for the students themselves. So the impact of pandemic can have that important ramification. Now, we need to do more studies to establish the correlation and that impact, but anecdotal evidence indicates that that is happening, and I can mention a number of examples where students have requested extensions or have not done well because of these kind of family commitments. So it's important to note that. So some students were already, it's important to note that in terms of how students have managed the COVID is interesting, because some students were already taking tuition via online platforms, pre-recorded lectures and online tutorials, as I mentioned earlier, but many did not, and therefore they had to adapt to a very different style of learning with the entire tuition offered online. As I mentioned, especially for female students who have children to do homeschooling, there's a lot of impact and pressure on them. These remote learning schemes that started in Australia in March 2020 in response to national restrictions on physical interactions due to the COVID-19 pandemic have largely continued into 2021, particularly in Sydney and Melbourne, and Sydney in the last 3 months, if you like, which we would say in the second semester of teaching. And the tertiary sector is yet to properly evaluate the impact and success or failure of this transition in delivery mode, which is online. Some of the direct impacts and risk associated with campus shutdowns that present difficulties for students learning, including digital exclusion, poor technology management, an increase in socio-psychological transformation and disengagement with education. And it's this engagement with education I want to actually focus on. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this needs to be explored a bit more. And hopefully by the time I finish my paper, I will have a more concrete evidence and a more solid argument. But at the moment, it is a little bit weak. In any case, disengagement with education is most baffling because the lockdowns should give students more time to concentrate on their studies, including attending lectures and tutorials regularly online and keeping up with the readings. They don't have to literally travel to campus, and therefore there is saving in travel time and also saving in cost associated with travel. However, class experience reveals that despite the convenience of studying from home, students are still not doing any better than when there was no pandemic. This begs the question why academic performance hasn't increased sharply. Is this because pandemic has brought about new challenges with which students are still learning to deal, or that despite new dynamics introduced to life by the pandemic, students' attitudes towards studies remain unchanged, that is, one of indifference and laxity? What about Islamic teachings and values that students of Islamic studies from Muslim background have acquired from parents and usual channels of socialization? Have these not prepared them to be diligent and pursue life's goals by exerting effort and making serious commitment to learning? Why their academic performance, given that they are studying their own religion, only range from good to great performance and not excellent performance? Have they learned any lessons from the pandemic, and if so, what are they? It seems that despite the pandemic, for many students, university education is all about credentialism. Muslim students, like students in general, are very much vulnerable to neoliberal imperatives. Universities operate under a capitalist corporate model, and students attend university as customers to purchase a service and not attend to acquire knowledge with various critical transferable skills. Whilst Muslim students might take up Islamic studies to broaden their Islamic knowledge, their new liberal tendencies and attitudes often preclude them from achieving this. The COVID-19 pandemic hasn't changed much of this, but perhaps it is early days to draw serious conclusions. We might gain more substantial and useful insights in the future as we exit pandemic era into post-pandemic era. So hopefully that will give us a more concrete and clearer insight into the situation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Jan Ali.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, currently you are still with me in the 5th ICoSI 2021. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we just watch a live presentation from one of the speakers in 2nd ICISDE, International Conference on Islamic Studies in the Digital Era. And right now, we are going to give you a live report from the ICSDE rooms together with Sister Aisyah and Mr. Cahyo Setiadi Ramadan, SPSI, MPSI Psychology. Okay, right now we have connected to Sister Aisyah. Hello, Sister Aisyah, can you hear me?
Canggih. Udah biasa kerja sama
Hello, Sister Aisyah.
Kan Pak, udah biasa kerjasama sama UII, UAD.
Sister Aisyah, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Okay, Sister Aisyah. Can you give us a condition in the focus room right now?
Okay, Agus. Thank you. And dear participants, right now I am at the room of ICSD, or the Second International Conference on Islamic Studies in the Digital Era. And I will bring you to have a look around at the ICSD room. This is the room of the ICSD, and we will meet Mr. Syahil, the Secretary of the Commerce.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Syahil.
Yeah, hello.
Can you
stand up or just sit down here?
stand up?
Okay. Oh. Yeah.
Mr. Syahil, can you tell a little story about this vocal?
Okay. This vocal, we say it ICISD, is about Islamic studies in digital era. So this conference is about Islamic studies in digital era, and we held it twice biannually. So every 2 years we will hold it, and the committee usually from Faculty of Islamic Studies of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And in this year, we get 54 participants, and here at the moment we do the parallel session with 3 speakers. Yeah, one from Malaysia, and one from Australia, and the other one from Qatar. Yeah.
How is the conference going so far? Is it going well?
Yes, Alhamdulillah, it's going well, and we can do it smoothly.
Okay, so I hope the conference will going well until the end.
Amin, amin. Thank you.
Okay, Agus, that's all I can report from ICSD room. Thank you. Back to the studio.
Okay, thank you so much, Sister Aisyah and Mr. Cahyo Setiadi Ramadan. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for the report right now. And we will give you another report from another focus in a few moments. So please stay tuned and enjoy the 5th ICoSI 2021.
Demand because of the aging population that we have. So when you look into the specializations to offer, you have to decide what area or which niche would you like to be known for in your graduate program. Another perspective is on the regional needs. What are the needs of the region? So for example, in the Philippines, some regions, like in our case in Central Visayas, we are also known to have experienced more cases of disasters. So there was a plan already to open graduate programs in nursing, which will focus on emergency and disaster management. Then we have pool of expert human resource, depending on the availability of the faculty that you have, especially for your research track, because we need faculty members who have certain expertise in research and publication related to the specializations that you're offering. Then we also have to look into facilities and laboratories. For example, in the professional track, where will the students go in terms of their practice-based capstone project? Then learning resources, the availability of the learning resources. Although at this point in time, it's easier to have access of the learning resources through online journals, online books. We can access this anytime, any day nowadays. Okay. Then I would just like to show to you, when we talk about the curriculum development from the alignment of the institution to the graduate attributes to the program outcomes of the master's program in Cebu Normal University. Allow me to share this one. So our institutional vision or mission is to become a leading multidisciplinary research university of education committed to build a strong nation. And what are our relevant graduate attributes, our graduate outcomes? So we want our master's graduate to be relevant and globally competitive professional nurse graduate that guarantees care using advanced knowledge and compassion. So from the institutional vision mission to the graduate attributes, we created our program outcomes for the Masters in Nursing and the Masters of Science in Nursing. So I would just like to show to you at least two program outcomes. So we have the program outcome number 1, engage in advanced nursing practice based on the integration of nursing science, clinical experiences, and ethical principles through testing theory. Because we want to have graduate nurses using advanced knowledge and compassion. So there is an ethical component in every program outcome that we have, because we want our graduates not to be only expert in terms of knowledge, but also has the compassion to care for our clients in the future. And then another program outcome, which is actually the program outcome, which will delineate between the thesis and the non-thesis, would be becoming advanced professional researchers in the Master of Science in Nursing and the researching professionals in the Master in Nursing based on the field of specializations. So in all this is part of the curriculum mapping that we do in our graduate program. So from institutional vision mission to graduate attributes to program outcomes, we have our respective performance indicators per outcome. So from the performance indicator, we identify now our course outcome, which will be distributed along the different programs or courses that we have in the master's program in nursing. So in Cebu Normal University and in most of the colleges or universities offering graduate programs in the Philippines, we have our curriculum competency mapping. So in here, we have our program outcomes, we have our course outcomes. And as I have mentioned, we have identified different clusters of courses. So we have the foundation courses, we have the major courses, the cognate or elective courses, a part of which is the requirement for the comprehensive exam, and the thesis or the clinical paper or capstone project. So the foundation courses are those courses which lend more relevance to philosophical, theoretical, and ethical principles of a certain program, for example, in the master's program in nursing. Then the major courses are the ones that introduce the specializations that requires the expertise of our graduates or our masters in nursing students. Then the cognate or elective courses are courses which are actually identified by the student as relevant additional information or learning that they want to take up, because this can help in their expertise or in the specialization that they are currently enrolling. So in Cebu Normal University, we have our forced cognates, meaning you have to really take these two courses. And we also have options for other cognates from other programs. So in this particular perspective of curriculum competency mapping, we have to take note that in the pedagogy that we are going to integrate into our curriculum, we have to take note of the learner-centered curriculum delivery. Okay. In CNU, we have our master's program offered. We have the Master of Science in Nursing, which is the thesis program, and the Master in Nursing, which is the non-thesis program. And we have our specializations, the medical surgical nursing or the adult health nursing. We have the mental health and psychiatric nursing. We have gerontology nursing, maternal and child health nursing, leadership and management in nursing, and then community health nursing. So in terms of administration and faculty, when are we allowed to offer a master's program in the Philippines? So these are the requirements that we have to comply aside from the curricular requirement. We have to have our dean. So the dean should have certain qualifications. So if you're offering academic or research track program in the master's in nursing, the dean should be a holder of a doctorate degree in the discipline and then has published works in refereed journals in the discipline. For professional track, if the program you're offering for nursing in master's in nursing is a professional track, the dean could be a holder of a doctorate degree in the discipline or at least a master's degree with the relevant experience outside the academe. So it's not only the degree, master's degree, but you should have experiences which are relevant to the program, the professional track that you are offering. Now, what about the faculty? So the faculty also have certain qualifications for thesis and non-thesis track. So for thesis program, you should have at least 4 full-time faculty with doctorate degree in the discipline and with published works or publicly recognized technology outputs. Whereas if you're offering non-thesis program in the master's, you should have at least 4 full-time faculty with doctorate degree in the discipline with published works or publicly recognized technology outputs. But the difference with that of the thesis track is that the non-thesis program, you should have faculty members who have extensive industry experience. So you might be hiring chief nurses, head nurses who have been in the field for 10 years or 5 years. That would be very, very relevant to the program, especially for the non-thesis program. So aside from the curricular program, aside from the administration and faculty, we also have to look into scholarship and continuous appraisal mechanisms of our graduate program. So when we talk about scholarship parameters, one of the things that we need to look into is the extent of the research works that has been conducted by the faculty and the students within the program. So it's really very important that our faculty members have published research works in the field, because they say that the expertise or the specialization can best be taught if you have the not only the experience but also the related research publications that you have. Then the scholarship requirement could also be on the publication requirement that is expected of the graduates before they are going to fully graduate from the program that they are enrolled in the master's program. And then in CNU, we also have research assistantship. So there are some faculty members who have research projects and they hire students in that particular field to be the research assistant, so that the student will not only learn theoretically but can also learn through the research works that they have as research assistants. So you might ask, are the RAs or the research assistants paid? Yes, they are paid while they are enrolled in the university. Then we also have our continuous appraisal. Before we can offer the degree program or any degree program in the Philippines, the Commission on Higher Education has to evaluate the program from the curricular work to the facilities, to the qualification of the institution offering the graduate program. So we have to have the program recognition from the Commission on Higher Education before we can offer the program in the graduate school. Then we have to have the accreditation requirement. Now you might ask, accreditation requirement of the graduate program when we don't have, when we're still starting to offer it. The BS program, which is the preliminary or the prerequisite requirement prior to the master's program, should have at least a level 3 accreditation requirement, which I think I will discuss in a little while. So, and along this line is our graduate program should also be subjected to external accreditation. So in Cebu Normal University, our master's program in nursing is accredited level 4, which is the highest level of accreditation in the Philippines in terms of program accreditation requirement. And then we also have regular quality assurance mechanism. So we have to continue with our quality assurance mechanism. So in the experience of Cebu Normal University, our quality assurance mechanism starts from the conceptualization of the curriculum in itself. So when the technical working committee or the curriculum committee starts to develop the new curriculum, the new program, part of the team would be the quality assurance. So the quality assurance is the one that looks into the alignment of the curricular program offered based on the policies and standards and guidelines prescribed by the Commission on Higher Education. And before it can be presented to the councils or the academic body and the board of regents in Cebu Normal University, it has to have the recommendation of the quality assurance representative. So that's how we work together hand in hand with quality assurance, because the quality assurance team of the university are the ones who are doing course curriculum audit and program audits in the university regularly, so that we will be able to determine whether we are following the minimum requirements and the regulations prescribed for in the master's program in nursing. So who are the higher education institution allowed to offer graduate education in the Philippines? So we have those higher education institutions with programs designated as centers of excellence or centers of development in the field. So like CMU, our nursing program is a COE or a center of excellence. So we are allowed to offer masters in nursing and doctor in nursing. And also those whose undergraduate programs at least level 3 accreditation by CHED recognized accrediting body. So in our case, our Bachelor of Science in Nursing, which is the undergraduate counterpart of the Master in Nursing program, is level 4 accredited. So we qualify as well to offer a graduate program. Then those whose undergraduate programs are accredited by international accrediting bodies recognized by the Commission on Higher Education like AUN or ABIT. So these are some of the eligibility criteria of the institution before they can offer graduate education or master's program in the Philippines. So the major key takeaways in the development of the master's program in the Philippines, or based on the experience of Cebu Normal University, is that advanced education requires the synergy of scholarly, outcomes-based, and quality-assured curricular program, because this is an advanced program that will develop the specialized expertise of our graduates in nursing. So we have to have a very good combination of the works of the scholarly and OBE as well as the quality assurance mechanisms in the university. And in our experience in the Philippines, we are in a pandemic and we are expected to transition from the old PSG, the policies and standards and guidelines, to the new policies, standards and guidelines. We believe that the transition that we have to continue working on is worth taking, because it is towards a better outcome. So thank you very much, everyone. You can email me through palumpondi@cnu.edu.ph if there are things that you would like to be clarified. Thank you and stay safe, everyone.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Daisy. There is an interesting presentation. She already talks about the core process curriculum work in curriculum development, curriculum implementation, and
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. You're still in the 5th ICoSI 2021. Another live report from another focals will be given right now to show how the focal is going right now. And we've connected with Ais. She is in ICFE, the 5th International Conference, Islamic Economics and Financial Inclusion. So, Ais, you are pleased with your report.
Sorry?
Yes, Ais, you are pleased with your report right now? How's the condition?
Okay, so I am right now in front of the room of ICFE, the 5th International Conference on Islamic Economic and Financial Inclusion. And now I will bring you to look around at the room of the ICFE. Okay, so this is the room of the ICFE. As we can see, that's the moderator of the conference.
So what is the session right now?
Okay, we will see the second room of the ICFE.
Okay.
This is the second room of the ICFE.
Okay.
Okay, and
what are they doing?
They are
okay.
Okay.
Okay. What about the atmosphere?
Sorry.
Is it good?
Is it good? The situation is going well.
Going
and
very
I
well.
think they are now preparing to welcome Mr. Sandiaga Uno.
Okay, so we have a great speaker right now.
Yes.
Okay.
They will have a speaker session with Mr. Sandiaga Uno.
Okay, okay. So that's all?
That's all I can report.
Okay, thank you, Ais, for your report.
Yes.
Okay, that's all for the report from ICFE, the 5th International Conference, Islamic Economic and Financial Inclusion. So we'll be right back with another live report. But ladies and gentlemen, let us join in ICFE with the great speakers, Minister of Tourism and Economic Creative, Mr. Sandiaga Uno.
Dari berbagai industri agar kamu bisa percaya diri raih mimpi, akan mampu membuatmu semakin percaya diri sehingga karir impianmu bisa segera kamu raih. Career Preparation Program Rumah Siap Kerja, tempat kamu menggali potensi diri, tempat kamu dapat belajar langsung bersama para inspirator dari berbagai industri agar kamu bisa percaya diri raih mimpi.
Menjawab tantangan global dalam dunia pendidikan, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta diinisiasi sejak 2009. Memiliki sistem pembelajaran daring yang akrab dikenal dengan MyClass. Sistem pembelajaran daring tersebut setiap tahunnya terus dikembangkan seiring dengan kemajuan teknologi. Proses produksinya pun mengacu pada
Thank you very much for Mr. Zaini Muklis and Ms. Diah Titis Kusamawardani.
The next event is our keynote speaker, namely the Minister, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Uno, BBA MBA, as Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic Indonesia, who will be guided by the researcher, Mrs. Sisi Aspasia. But before that, let me read the curriculum vitae. Nur Aspasia, Bogor Agricultural University Bachelor of Science, 2009 till 2013. School Government and Public Policy Indonesia since February 2021 until now. To Miss Sisi Aspasia, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for talking to me. So good morning, everyone. It's very good to see you, and I hope everyone in this room having a good situation and hope all of you is doing well. My name is Nora Spasia, but you can call me Sisi, and I'm really excited to be a host event today, which entitled 5th International Conference on Islamic Economic and Financial. So today we are going to elaborate about optimizing the challenge of environmental innovation. So before we go to our keynote speaker, we also would like to give a warm welcome to some people in this room. The first of all, Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto. Good morning, Pak. And then Vice Rector for Academic Affairs as well as Steering Committee of the International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, Professor Dr. Insinyur Sukamta. And then Chairperson of 5th IC Lawati. Good morning, Ibu. And then Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business Indonesia, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Rizal Yaya. SAMSC PhD AK SACEP. And then the fifth head of economic study program, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Imamuddin Wilyadi. Good morning, sir. And then the last but not least, chairman of the fifth International Conference on Islamic Economic and Financial Inclusion, ICEFE 2021, Dr. Desi Rahmawati, MSc. Good morning, Ibu. So we are going to have a speaker, and then from our distinguished speaker for sure, Minister Indonesia, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno. Please give warm welcome for him. We already have Pak Sandi in this room. Okay. Okay, before Pak Sandi, may we have from Rector University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, to give his welcome remarks to our event today. Please, Pak.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly, Pak.
Okay, thank you very much for my turn. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Respected Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economic, Republic of Indonesia. Respected Dean, Faculty of Economic and Business, Head Department of Economic and, of course, Chairwoman of 5th International Conference on Islamic Economic and Financial Inclusion. Firstly, the gratitude only to Allah who has given us mercy and blessing. Secondly, my salawat and salam always be delivered toward Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, thirdly, on behalf of the Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, I express deep thanks and appreciation for your willingness to attend as the keynote speech at the 5th International Conference on Islamic Economic and Finance Inclusion. This year, the 5th International Conference arranged the term of optimizing the challenges of environment, resources, and socio-economics for sustainable innovation. This topic is highly relevant in the midst of pandemic outbreak that severely affects all sectors. Without exception, tourism sector, which is one of important sectors, is significantly affected. Therefore, a creative and innovative effort need to be promoted so that the economic remains sustainable and resilient. We believe that your presence today would enlighten us on how the strategies to handle existing challenges in tourism sector, particularly, as well as the future policies, so that sustainability in the economy is maintained and leveraged. Before I end this speech, I warmly welcome to more than 600 registered participants and more than 60 presenters of call paper. Have a fruitful discussion. Again, on this great occasion, let me represent all Civitas Academica and the Committee of 5th ICIV. Welcome Dr. Sandiaga Uno and wish we would have more collaboration ahead. Thank you very much. nasrun minallah wa fathun qarib wa basyiril mu'minin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your welcoming remarks, Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto. As in, we also noticed that Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno already entered the room. So therefore, here we go. Please give warm welcome to our Indonesia Minister Tourism and Creative Economy, Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mbak Sisi, and thank you very much for the invitations, Pak Rektor, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umurid dunya waddin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain, amma ba'd. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua, and I'd like to acknowledge the very important persons who are attending this conference on Islamic economics and financial inclusion, the fifth ICIEFE. Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, UMY, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM. Thank you, Pak Rektor. I also would like to acknowledge Vice Rector 1 for Academic Affairs, as well as Steering Committee for the International Conference on Sustainable Innovations, ICoSI, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Sukamta, MT IPM, Chairperson of the 5th ICoSI 2021, Dr. Yeni Rosilawati, SIP, SEMM, also Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Rizal Yahya, SE, MSc, PhD, AKCA, CRP, Head of Economic Study Program, University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Imamuddin Yuliadi, MSE, and Chairman of the 5th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Financial Inclusions, 2021, Dr. Desi Rahmawati, MSE. Together with me here from the Ministry, Pak Wisnu, Deputy of Resources and Institutions, Pak Iman, Director of Institutional Relations, Ibu Indah Juanita, President Director of the Borobudur Tourism Authority Board, and Mrs. Devitri Anggraini, Sub-Coordinator for Sharia Banking. Let me start, with your permission, Pak Rektor, with a few poetry. We call them pantun. Atta Halilintar is one of the famous Indonesian YouTuber. He likes to get around Jakarta on rush hour. Let's synergize and collaborate together. With UMY, the future is yours. Bapia Patu adalah jajanan khas dari Yogyakarta. Jajanan favorit yang bisa ditemukan di Malioboro dan sekitarnya. Mari generasi muda, kita gali potensi yang ada. Bersama Mbak Sisi, cari peluang sebesar-besarnya. Thank you very much, Pak Rektor. And let me give a very quick pointers on some of the issues on Islamic economic and financial inclusions on the subject of optimizing the challenges, social economic for sustainable innovations for creative economy. As you know, the pandemic has hurt the sectors very badly. Number of international tourists have gone down significantly, close to 75%. And also the foreign exchange number dropped by 81% to $3.2 billion. But behind the numbers, there are the people. There are close to 2 million of Indonesians living from the sector of tourism and creative economy that have the risk of losing their job. And we need to fight every single job there is. And I think the transitions from jobs that focus on the old way of tourism have moved into the creative economy. And we are seeing the increasing contributions of creative economy to the Indonesian economy. And right now we're number 3 after US with Hollywood, Korea with K-pop. Indonesia has come number 3rd with around 1,100 trillion rupiah worth of contributions to our economy. And it's actually also produced around 20 million jobs. And these are quality jobs that would be very suitable for the young Indonesians. We have set the quick win for 2021 post-pandemic recovery acceleration. As you know, President Jokowi has announced that we are living together with the virus and we need to increase health protocol. We also need to create a much better creative economy landscape, and tourism focus on special interest tourism like wellness tourism, culinary tourism, sports tourism, and edu-tourism with a different type of marketing which focus on data that is segmented and big data that is targeted for a much more sustainable and good quality tourism. In terms of digital economic system, we are working very hard to reinforce that in the midst of COVID-19, we continue to provide digitalizations, upskilling and reskilling, and also making sure that ecosystems will be able to create jobs. And one way to do this is through collaborations. As you know, there are 17 subsectors within the creative economy. The majority of the jobs are focused on culinary, handicrafts, and fashion. And we're seeing actually there are some pandemic winners, which is applications, gaming, and also television. Collaborations would be the key for digital economic ecosystems, and we call it pentahelix. Government, academics like UMY, business actors, media, or CC, and the people. We need to continue to synergize the tourism and creative economy sectors to achieve a more robust and resilient post-pandemic sectors in the tourism and creative economy. And how we do it through innovations, adaptations, and collaborations. Because we have innovations in digital technology and also creations that have not been limited or constrained by the pandemic. We actually have more creativity and imaginations. And we have won several awards, such as the Locarno Film Festival. This is the first time Indonesian film, which with the title, Vengeance is Mine, Everything Else Pay Cash. It just won the Golden Leopard as best film in the Locarno Film Festival. Adaptations, because we have the pandemic, so we need to adopt a very strict health protocol, and collaboration. We need to collaborate better because gotong royong is the national value that we need to boost in the form of collaboration. And then the platform that we push, we call the platform 3G. These platform, the first G is gercep, gerak cepat, quick action. We move fast. But we move fast is not enough. We need to geber, gerak bersama, or we move together. We need to bring co-creators. And then finally, the third G is gaspol, garap semua potensi, meaning that work on all opportunities for job creations so that we will leave no stones unturned. Let me show you a good video on how we collaborate and we promote based on a post-pandemic scenario that we would be open in the 4th quarter of this year. Please play the video.
We're still here, waiting for you. We still remember the awe in your eyes. We can still hear your clapping for us. And we have prepared all of our beauty and richness until it's the time for you to come back. We will be waiting for you. See you in Indonesia.
So this is the type of promotions that we are preparing to receive international tourist arrival. Also, we have programs to strengthen the digital ecosystems, such as Baparekraf Developer Day, Baparekraf Digital Talent, Baparekraf Digital Entrepreneurship, also incentive programs supported by the government, Game Prime for those of you who play games, and this is one area that we also do with Go Startup Indonesia. So these are the programs that we think we have an opportunity to collaborate with Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Another program that we would like to offer for collaborations with UMY would be Bangga Buatan Indonesia. This is an onboarding program to push more SMEs to go digital, with a target of 30 million SMEs by 2023 and to be part of the digital economic system. We also are improving access to financing for the micro, small, medium enterprises, in particular in the area of culinary, fashion, craft applications, game development, film, animations and video, and also tourism. We also are expanding the CHSE certifications, we call it, and that is cleanliness, health, safety, and environmental sustainability. Right now, we are the ones certifying, but in the future, we would like to democratize. We would like to open the certifications process to financial institutions, to educational institutions, to private sectors, and also other collaborators, so that this new normal health protocol of cleanliness, health, safety, and environmental sustainability could be widely used. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present these presentations and thoughts, and hopefully God will grant us wisdom so that we could overcome and make sure that the pandemic will not dampen our growth to become developed country, finally meeting Indonesia Emas in 2045. Nasrun minallah wa fatun qarib, fastabiqul khairat. We make sure that we all work hand in hand in order to receive God's grants and ridho. Thank you very much, and success to UMY. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Sandiaga Uno. As also mentioned, this is a quite challenging era, yet many opportunities come. Therefore, we are going to have a Q&A session. Now we are going to invite Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Rizal Yaya, maybe to address a question. Okay, we already see you on the screen, Pak. So, yeah, please.
Thank you so much. It was still muted. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pak Menteri Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, for your presentation and for accepting our invitation for this conference. It's very nice, very insightful from your presentation. I go for a quick question because I believe lots of people want to ask question and want to share. Pak Menteri, Pak Sandi, we know that we have lots of potential in terms of sport, And also we have a lot of Muslim people in Indonesia. But however, in terms of halal tourism and halal economy, we are still lag behind, even compared to Thailand in terms of their for the ingredients that they sell, export, and also in Korea for the halal tourism, we are still lag behind. You mentioned before you have policy perspective on Gercep, Gerak Cepat, Gerak Bersama, and Gaspol.
I sit as vice chairman of the Universitas Muhammadiyah Bandung, and I've seen the potential of these collaborations. And hopefully by November we will outline our way forward in terms of making in the next few years that we will be focusing on halal tourism, and not only the food, the fashion, but the entire ecosystem, and not just certifications, but opening jobs, how we could have a halal logistics, how we could have a halal industrial part, how we could have a halal focused tourism that create memories as well as experience that would enable us to compete and collaborate with the places such as Malaysia, Turkey, and now Egypt is rising high on the Muslim travel index. So with that, I also would like to focus on revising the laws on tourism that currently doesn't have halal tourism part. So on the legislative nature, I would like also to work on that. So thank you for reminding us on Muslim and halal tourism or Muslim-friendly tourism. And we would like to work with you. I know Yogyakarta have a lot of halal restaurants and halal certified hotels, but we need more. And thank you for reminding me of this.
Thank you, Professor Rizal Yaya, and also Pak Sandi. We still have like 1 minute left. Therefore, I just wanna give one question to Pak Sandi. As in the Slido, we also can see that there is a question from Dimas, college student from Fakultas Economic. So, Pak Sandi, how strategic of tourism and economic creative sector to be survive during this pandemic era and to gain all the obstacle on it? Thank you.
Continue to innovate, continue to adapt, and please collaborate. That's how we would be able to survive this pandemic. Innovate because Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala has given us a lot of tools. Digitalization, artificial intelligence, big data, robotics, Internet of Things. Use that to innovate even a much better products and services. Second, adapt. Million years ago, dinosaurs, the big dinosaurs was extinct because they failed to adapt. Human beings are the best at adapting to changing environment. So continue to adapt, and we have a health protocol to abide. And fifth, or third, is collaborate. Use gotong royong as one way for us to be able to not only survive, but revive and thrive as pandemic winners. Thank you very much, Cici, and I would like to also send my heartful congratulations to Cici for always winning international award on journalism, and also to Pak Rector for arranging this great conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Sandi, for the inspirational yet motivational answer that you have to us. So have a great day, Pak Sandi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for attending this event. So, so this is our event today. So we are going to give the host to close or maybe to continue another session on the 5th International Conference on Islamic Economic and Financial Inclusion. My name is Isi Aspasia. It's very good to see you, everyone. So have a great day and take care and stay well. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Mbak Sis.
Problem. And in terms of addressing issues such as pandemic, becomes even more complicated because pandemic itself has been grossly politicized. All right, shutting down the entire society is a political action. I do agree and encourage and support the idea of quarantining the population so that pandemic can be, brought down or even eliminated. But the way political figures are approaching it is absolutely impractical or absolutely unfruitful, because you close this area but keep the other area open. You close this town and keep the other city open. It doesn't work like that, right? If you look at how quarantine operates in Islam, if you look at Ibn Sina's model, you will find that the quarantine needs to be absolute, total shutdown for 40 days. No movement in and no movement out. So the ulama needs to actually explain this to the leaders, the political leaders, and also academics and social scientists also need to actually, interact with the ulama, provide this advice. But largely our medical officers, whether that be in a Muslim majority country or in a secular country like Australia, their medical worldview is a secular worldview, not a Islamic worldview. So there is also that clash of worldviews. and that creates problem. So I think that there is this problem of politicization of the pandemic, first and foremost, and then politicization of Islamic knowledge, and the tug of war that who actually has got the power and the monopoly over the knowledge, ulama or academics and social scientists. And I think if we can solve this, we will have a very nice and very beautiful, harmonious world, right? The crisis of Islam is the crisis of modernity, right? So the ulama and academics like us, we need to get together and shake hands and make up and start building society, not breaking up into pieces. So that's one problem. The other thing is you're talking about the mosque. Because mosque, as you know, always from the time of Prophet Muhammad till now is a place where, is a pure place for spiritual elevation, where you go and seek, discover Allah and seek His mercy, etc., etc. But I can talk about Australia, which probably is a bit different from Malaysia and Indonesia, I don't know. But in Australia, mosques are not places of spiritual elevation and spiritualism. Mosques have become places of politicking. Okay, it's a place where you actually build mosques so that you can own it. Yeah, and you can chase others out and keep yourself and those who are with you in there. And when you have this attitude, and I think this goes back to Sister Kuliful's question of attitude. When you have this attitude, you have got Buckley's chance to make progress, right? So different mosques in Australia, for example, provide different advice. And so you have got proliferation of advice, proliferation of information that sometimes conflicts with one another. And so you need a concerted collective effort, as Professor Shukran said, that you need to bring sociologists, you need to bring public health officials, you need to bring policymakers, political leaders, and the ulama together to provide information to the community. But when you have people providing information and advice which are going in different directions and sometimes opposite directions, people are confused. And so I think this actually adds to the problem rather than resolves it. So we have got the pandemic as the actual problem, but it is creating more problems rather than solving for us. And so lockdown, for example, in Australia, is actually creating huge problems. So at the moment, Sydney, which has got about 7 million people, by the time this lockdown comes out, and in the next 5 years or so, there probably be more catastrophic outcomes from this lockdown than from the actual pandemic. And politicians are not visionary enough to see that far. Right. So this is what I mean by the politicization of pandemics, and then with that is the politics of ulama and the politics of academics, etc., etc. So I think we have got a long way to go. Don't think that we will be living in a peaceful, harmonious, prosperous society anytime soon. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sure. Your answer seems like more complicated, Jen. For our future, is still a long way to go, right? Okay, do you mind, this is still one more question from the chat. Is it okay, Prof. Sukron and Janali?
Yes, yep.
Yes. This one question is from Pak Nurwanto. He has almost similar, but regarding to the students, yeah. How Australian as well as Malaysian students especially those who engage with your lecturers, respond or even react to the Islamic teaching or religious perspective from university tradition on the one hand, and to social media platform, for instance, on the other hand. So now for the young, the teenagers, they tend to follow social media, the ulama from social media, rather than from the traditional ulama or something else. So that makes more complicated, I think. So I give who will discuss it first, Janali?
Yeah, I think, you know, social media is a good platform, but it can be abused and misused. And also it can add to the problem rather than solve it. And at the moment, what we have is, you know, Google Sheikhs and Google scholars and Google learned people, and people have got access to these different forms of advice, if you like, or different sources of advice. And often these sources don't interact with each other, and their information and advice sometimes takes those who seek that into different directions. This then in the end adds to the confusion and doesn't solve anything. So one scholar might say, yeah, take vaccination, that's not a problem, it's fine. Another might say, no, it's haram, don't take it. And so someone who is not that learned or educated, even students, might be more confused than be actually more clear on the issue. So for, you know, Malaysian and Indonesian students or overseas students in Australia, they have got the opportunity to consult with ulama and scholars from their own ethnic background here in Australia. We have got a large Malaysian and Indonesian communities, but to actually access them sometimes can be a problem, and so some students might then resort to social media, for example, for advice and support. But I think, generally speaking, whether Malaysian students or not, with the advent of social media, there has been an opening of whole new world which individuals can access, and this has made knowledge cheap and weak, in my opinion, because you get all sorts of advice from either qualified or non-qualified people, and it's hugely problematic. So I'm not sure if I've answered Nurwanto's question precisely or not, but I think it's a question that's not necessarily in the context of pandemic that is important, but I think in more broad sense it's a major problem, and yeah, it needs to be addressed, and I think the proper scholars and ulama need to actually take responsibility and take action to address this.
Thank you, Jen. Sukho, please.
Yeah, okay. Briefly, I might want to say this. This is on the acceptance of students, right, towards messages or values that we want them to take from us. Like I said just now, accessibility, availability is one thing, and now personality of the people who receive or who deal with information is something that we have to matter as well, right? So we want them to understand one thing, but they might take it, differently. So in this case, the personality is something that we have to, factor in. when we want to convey any message, right? Yes, there are many people among the youngsters who resort to social media when they want to know something. Some of their friends would refer to books. Some of their friends would refer to their lecturers, to their parents in order to know something, right? But I think a great majority of youngsters now would go to social media if they want to answer any question. So this necessitates us, scholars, behavioral scientists, Islamic scholars, to be present in the social media, right? We cannot say that this is not our playing field, right? If we do that, then we are leaving, social media with great vacuum, allowing our kids to refer to other sources, which is not desirable, something like that. Okay, so we want to create awareness on our part, right? We want to create awareness, but I think we have to also matter whether our effort to create awareness is followed by acceptance from their part, right? So talking from our experience as well, Budina, Prof. Jan, and Prof. Hilman, for one message that we want to convey, we convey it in various methods. We start by short article, like we will get one ustaz to write something on lockdown and mosque going, for example. Okay, some people want to go to the mosque regardless of any situation, but they are fatwa already, so they write a fatwa. They review fatwa on mosque going during pandemic time. Not all people want to read article. So what we did was we translate that article into posters, right? Easy to refer to material. And to some people, even posters is something not attractive to them. So our third platform is cartoon. We draw cartoon as well. So in our psychosocial support team, we also have an artist who would translate our message into cartoon. And I think recently we have started with the fourth one, the talk show on TV, right? So the message is still one, but the channel to communicate the message is diverse. Okay, is diversified because we believe that our audience are diverse as well, something like that.
Okay, give applause for all the speakers. Thank you very much. Before we conclude, we finish this meeting, this conference, we will take documentation. Please, all the participants, may you open your camera. We will take pictures. Please. Everybody, could you open your camera? Moderator can take the picture. Yeah, everyone. Merger preview. Okay. Sudah bisa diambil gambar?
Of the grapes, the use of the micronutrients, it can help us to increase the sugar and other quality conditions of grapes, so it can make it make it better quality, and it can help us to storage it for a long time. So we can storage it and then use and taste during the whole year. So it make a good commercial effect. And also the micronutrients, it helps to increase not on the quality, but the sugar content, acid content, and positive components such as vitamins and so on. So it makes not only better quality of grapes, but it can help us to taste sweet and good grapes.
Okay. 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 Thank you, Sophia, for the clear explanation. Okay. While we still wait for the question, I also have a question to Professor Zakaria. Professor Zakaria, do you?
Yes, I'm around.
Okay, Professor. I remember from your presentation regarding the communication as one of the key aspect of the sustainability. We know that right now we still during a pandemic, and you know that communication is disturbed, because we cannot communicate directly. We have to use an online platform. What do you think this kind of communication still as a key factor of the sustainability, and how we manage this communication style like this, for example, in online, to effectively support the sustainability?
Thank you very much. This is a very challenging parts of the collaborations now. So that is the new idea to be new innovation, thinking innovatively, and we understood that we are facing so many problems in communication, especially now, especially when agriculture, we're talking about culture, about the rural, and these are being faced by not only Malaysia, elsewhere in the world, and also at the school level, so we face the problem. So another thing is we need to bear in mind that we have to keep on improving, keep on communicate. We have to communicate, find means, not only through the digital, but we have to find a conventional way. Sometimes the conventional wisdom also can play an important role. So don't forget about the kebijakan tempatan, the local wisdom. Sometimes they have means, So don't underestimate the local people. So we need to go back to the fundamental or basic now. We need to go back. I can give you the right answer, but we have to think together. Don't forget about the basic. How primitive people communicate now, isn't it? Though we have all that so sophisticated, but sometimes the fundamental, the basic thing we have to address now. It's good thing pandemic came around as if we think positively. Sometimes we claim so much. Our system, we claim all perfection. But sometimes to become beautiful, there is no perfection actually. But we have to see the whole system. That's why they call for the whole ecosystem then. That's why I call for collaboration now. We might imagine, but at the other side of the world, we are kind of able to make, sometimes we are looking so for the perfection, we have forgotten about the ugly side of it. That's the signal or the message sent now. Okay? Don't forget about sometimes the good, the bad, and ugly. If we convert it, there is the chance now, the new way we have to think in this uncertainty. So, Wallahu alam. That's my response through that. I cannot give the right answer. Very challenging question you give me.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Zakaria. Yes, it's a challenging time, and also facing all sectors, including communication, that we have to modify how we communicate each other. Okay, thank you, Professor, ladies and gentlemen. I think all the questions are already answered by the presenter. We have still 7 minutes left. If you still have any question or comment, or maybe there is additional comment from the presenter, I will allow you to speak shortly.
Hello, Mr. Harry. Are you hear me now? Oh, okay. So I have a problem with my computer. I use my handphone now. Okay.
Okay.
I'm interested in what Asro mentioned about the supply chain with cattle in Malaysia. So is it possible maybe they have collaboration in Malaysia and Indonesia? In my province Tenggara. You know that East Tenggara supply cattle for Jakarta, for Indonesia, I think around 80,000 head a year. And my investigation showed that actually maybe more than half it's ended up export to East Kalimantan. And according to trade, probably this cattle ended up in Malaysia.
Oh.
So because they get better income, I think, from dollar or in dollar. So my understanding is that the population of cattle in Kedah is decreasing. Maybe it's not competitive anymore with the other products. So why just do like direct trade, maybe from East Nusa Tenggara province to Malaysia, to Kedah, like that. So if that's possible, I think just a suggestion. I think is Mr. Hasley have any opinions regarding cattle coming from the outside, especially from my province? Just thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Yohanes. This question is delivered to Pak Hasul or Dr. Ahmad Syabudin. You may answer.
Yes, thanks, Prof. Bapak, and for this suggestion. Actually, in Malaysia right now, we were interested to have animal or cattle from Indonesia from the early stage that we implement in Malaysia. But in Indonesia, you have in Indonesia good cattle such as Bali cattle.
Yes.
Good.
Beef, I think we produce the best beef because it's we feed them with leukemia. Leukemia.
Petai belalang we call in bahasa Leukemia leucosipala. Then the very high protein content, more than 14%. But that Bali cattle is not allowed to bring in Malaysia, Bapak. The Indonesia government still protect that cattle because we have a first batch around 1980s bring to Malaysia. But very good. But later on we will further again. But Indonesia protect that breed is not allowed to bring to Malaysia. But we find another way to have the semen by artificial insemination. We did it, artificial insemination. But the system in Indonesia much more efficient compared to Malaysia. So the model that implemented in Indonesia, we will replicate in future, which is the digital hub model just now, as I say. The function is to collect all smallholder cattle from rural area in order to what we call the all information will be spreaded among our smallholders. So they need just register for this digital hub. So we will collect. In Indonesia, you have a model cooperative which is very efficient, but fail implemented in Malaysia. We need to find another way to collaborate with Indonesia, which is very efficient in terms of pelihara sapi gitu Bapak sapi Bali. But in Malaysia we have origin Malaysian cattle we call KK, Kedah Kelantan, similar to this Bali cattle. But KK is compared to Bali cattle is more efficient, can protect very good protection to the calf and so on. But the farming is so very great and efficient. But this is a good idea, Baba. We will look into it in future because if we compare to the foreign breed, the temperate breed, such as drop masters, Charolais, and crossbreed cattle, which is not really good. They cannot acclimatize with the Malaysian's weather. So, but we need to look at this original cattle, such as Indonesia policy. These are among this. My professor, Dr. Zakaria Abbas, he has a lot of experience on the policy part. Maybe this is my response to the question, Bapak. Maybe Prof has any.
So can I interject? This is a very interesting topic now. That's why I pose my thoughts to introduce the art of collaboration at Mirror Cheng Ho. No, we don't fight anything actually. We expand. We don't cut the proportion. We don't cut the proportion is still the same, but we increase the pie of the economy now. So Indonesia is still serving that, getting the same proportion. Malaysia get the proportion. Let's say half, and the other half. We still have, but if we increase the pie there, the bigger pie, let's say the small thing, we do Pizza Hut from 9 inches to 12. So the proportion still they use the same, isn't it? They say when they use it, the same card, the same sector, isn't it? But you increase the pie. That is the policy that we need to look into it. This is the win and win. We are not fighting any, but we increase the pie. That is the spirit that I propose, that we sit together as the spirit of one ASEAN. This is the spirit. We have to work together now. Okay? We can share the same platform, but we need to see the policy level. Okay? Okay. So the negara satu rumpun, we still can move up. We are not competing.
It's better to improve from Timor.
Okay. Okay. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much.
Wallah Allah. But that's the spirit that I pose my idea in this forum to see how the community, academic community, and the practitioner respond to it. This is totally new because I read from Emre Cheng Ho. Emre Cheng Ho, he visited all over the world. There is no war, but Sangze, they start the war. Okay, that's the spirit, the beauty of it that I would like to study, to share my thoughts actually. Hopefully, getting good input later. I know this is a new idea, some crazy ideas to be taught. Okay, Wallahu alam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Professor and Zakaria and Dr. Ahmad Abbas and also Pak Yohanes Kongko. It's an interesting discussion. However, unfortunately, the time is, we have a restricted time. It's already 12 o'clock and we have to move to another schedule. So you might continue this discussion after this session. You can ask each other and discuss also in the group. Okay, thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally we have to close this parallel session. However, before we close this parallel session, I would like to give a short highlight about what we already discussed today. The key, maybe, the key of this, what we call it, like a finding of from all participants is the collaboration. And you know that during this pandemic, collaboration is maybe the main factor. We know that right now, if you see from the all the metadata, mostly in the top 10, there is a 4 nations who are very impacted by the COVID pandemic: Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Right now, because of the Delta variant, we altogether, and also Philippines suffer from the Delta variant of COVID-19. So collaboration is the key factor, as Professor Zakaria already said before. Okay, I I think that's all the highlight for me. And before I close this parallel session, as I get information from the committee, we will have a photo session together. And please just turn off your video, and the committee will take a photo, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, back again with me in the 5th ICoSI 2021. Well, we just watched the speech from Mr. Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Republic of Indonesia, in the 5th ICFE, International Conference on Islamic Economic and Financial Inclusion. Last, we just watched the Q&A session in the 2nd ICONARD, International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development. And right now, I would like to bring you all to see what is going on in the ICONARD rooms. And right now, we have connected to Sister Aisha in ICONARD room. Okay, Sister Aisha, can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, Sister Aisha, can you give us the picture what is going on in the ICONARD room right now? Sister Aisha, please, with your report.
Okay, thank you, Agus. Right now, I am at the 2nd International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development, or the ICONARD room. And right now, I am right beside me is Mr. Oki Wijaya, the event coordinator of this focal. Hello, Mr. Oki.
Hello.
Okay. So how is the conference going so far?
Okay. Thank you. I'm Oki Wijaya as a ICONARD committee. And yes, so you can look at this room, ICONARD committee. This is ICONARD room. So, and in this ICONARD, I have 10 committee in this room, and ICONARD, there are 111 papers, and there are from 7 countries, and from Indonesia, Malaysia, Russia, Thailand, Australia, Ukraine, and Philippines. Okay.
So, can you tell a story about the progress of the ICONARD? Maybe the committee have an obstacles or else?
I think there is no problem to prepare this ICONARD conference. Yes, I think it's going well.
So what session is happening right now?
This is a parallel session first. Yes, parallel session first. And after this, this afternoon, I will go to the 2nd parallel session. And the 2nd day, tomorrow, we will go to the 3rd parallel session and plenary session. And in this plenary session, there are 2 speakers. The first from Thailand, Dr. Associate Professor Porntipa from Thailand, and Associate Professor Zuhud Rozaki.
Okay, so that's all of the information that we can get, Agus. Thank you, Mr. Oki.
Okay, you're welcome.
That's all I can report. Back to the studio.
Okay, thank you, Aisha and Mr. Oki Wijaya, SPMP. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have in ICONARD. We will back again with another report from another focus in a few moments. So please stay tuned and enjoy the 5th ICoSI 2021.
Paradigma pendidikan kami adalah memberi peluang bagi yang ingin berusaha untuk maju dan meraih kemandirian dengan penguasaan ilmu dan teknologi secara kreatif, inovatif, dinamis, dan berakhlakul karimah. Kami menjadi sebuah universitas yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu dan teknologi dengan berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam untuk kemaslahatan umat.
Welcome to all participants of International Conference on Sustainable Innovation. It's me, Ulunuha from Communication Science University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Please enjoy the show. Ketika pertama ku jumpa denganmu, bukankah pernah ku tanyakan padamu, kasih takkan kecewa kau kepada diriku, takkan menyesalkan kau hidup denganku. Kasih, memang kau bukan yang
pertama bagiku. Pernah satu hati mengisi hidupku dulu, dan kini semua kau katakan padaku. Jangan ada dusta di antara kita, kasih. Semua terserah padamu, aku begini adanya. Ku hormati keputusanmu, apapun yang akan kau katakan. Sebelum terlanjur kita jauh melangkah, kau katakan saja. Memang kau bukan yang pertama bagiku. Pernah satu hati mengisi hidupku dulu, dan kini semua kau katakan padaku. Jangan ada dusta di antara kita, kasih. Semua terserah padamu, aku begini adanya. Ku hormati keputusanmu, apapun yang akan kau katakan. Sebelum terlanjur kita jauh melangkah, kau katakan saja. Kau katakan saja. Thank you. Oh, there you are, sitting still, such a surely. Had the ways of waiting, but here I am. I'm standing still, stare at you only. Everything gets blurry. All I want is just to stay. You can shake me, I will never dare. Let's go through the talking on the walking. I will give you all of my loving. Start counting on the day. Forever I will stay with you. With you and only you. I'm in love. What did I do to deserve you? You tell me, what did I do to me? With your love, to be the one you're running into. When the days do come through, all I want is just to stay. You can shake me, I would never dare let go. Through the talking, on the walking, I will give you all of my loving. Start counting all the days. Forever I will stay with you. With you, only you. Go far where I'm about. Come back, calling out to me. To me, and only we will like yes, be the one, to get you, to get you, to get you now. And love, yeah, to find to one, find to one, find to only you can do. Start counting all the days. Forever I will stay with you. With you, only you. Go far where I'm about. Come back and calling out to me. To me and only you. Start counting all the days. Forever I will stay with you. With you and only you. Go far where I'm about. Come back and calling out to me. To me and only me. Oh, I'm in love. What did I do to deserve you? You tell me, what did I do?
masuk itu.
Dr. Listi Hani, bisa mendengar saya?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Oki Wijaya, salah satu dosen tetap di program studi agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Selain bekerja sebagai dosen, saya juga sebagai founder dan CEO di Creafil Konsultan, sebuah konsultan yang bergerak dalam bidang pengembangan desa dan pengembangan sosial planner bagi masyarakat desa. Pengalaman unik dan menarik selama saya mengajar atau bergabung menjadi keluarga di agribisnis UMY, yaitu selain memberikan pengajaran bagaimana meningkatkan nilai bisnis pada komoditas pertanian, kita juga bersama-sama belajar untuk meningkatkan empati pada masyarakat. Sehingga bagi kalian yang ingin lulus menjadi seorang social planner atau lebih tepatnya agro social planner, maka agribisnis UMY adalah pilihan yang tepat. Terima kasih, selamat bergabung dengan UMY. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. UMY Muda Mendunia.
My research result and discussion. Let's talk about conceptual basis. What is hate speech? Hate speech is an act of communication carried out by an individual or group in the form of provocation, incitement, or insult to another individual or group in terms of various aspects such as race, color, disability, sexual orientation, nationality, religion, and others. This is based on, I quoted from Sahul 2018. Professor Cipta Lesmana also said that speech can be defined as speech and or writing made by someone in public for the purpose of spreading and inciting hatred of a group against other groups who are different, either because of race, religion, belief, gender, ethnicity, disability, and sexual orientation. What is intolerant? I quoted from Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia. Intolerance can be interpreted as a sense of intolerance, the opposite of the word tolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk about social media. What is social media? Andreas Kaplan and Michael Heinlein define social media as a group of internet-based applications that build on the ideological and technological foundation of Web 2.0 and enable the creation and exchange of user-generated content. Next, we go to theoretical basis. I use self-control theory based on my research on 2019. Self-control is one of the personal competencies that every individual needs to have. Good behavior, constructive, and harmony with others are influenced by the individual's ability to control himself. Okay, let's start with the discussion. Hate speech in social media. Based on my paper, problems regarding hate speech on social media are ethics and manners. Ethical problems can be solved by an educational approach to etiquette and manners, both in educational institution and in the social environment. Education and the role of parents are important in preventing the spread of hate speech on social media. The reason someone commits hate speech: first, want to express his thoughts on something that doesn't suit him. Disappointment, fanaticism of certain groups, distrust of policy, prejudice of a person or group. Feel free to express opinions and express without using empathy. Then feel that the perpetrator has the most correct life and moral values. The number of cases of hate speech today is due to, first, people lack of wisdom in using the internet. Two, the public doesn't select, filter news on the internet first. And the third, differences in political choices in general election or pemilu. Hate speech threatens the unity and integrity of the Indonesian nation. Why? Very threatening. Because of the current phenomenon and the result of research by several survey institutions in Indonesia. Out of 2,000 respondents, 80% met hate speech through the Facebook platform and 56% through WhatsApp. Hate speech content 90% of which is related to differences in political view. This all is presented available on my paper and my research. For the last, I will end my presentation with my conclusion. When hate speech appears, usually during the general election season, be it regional head election, legislative election, and presidential election. The practice of hate speech is used as a political communication tool to bring down the opposing party. Initially, this hate speech was used in the United States during Donald Trump's presidential election campaign. Many cases occurred in 2019 which were caused by criticisms that was too free to use incitement words that led to SARA, suku, agama, ras, dan antar golongan. This hate speech must be fought because it is dangerous and threatens the unity and integrity of the nation. That's all, ladies and gentlemen, my short presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
The abundance of pests found didn't differ. The structure and species composition found were also different. This result was in contrast to the research result of Lisma et al. 2018 report that the abundant structure and composition of Hymenoptera insect in complex landscape were different from those in simple landscape despite the same number of Hymenoptera insect species found. Hemiptera is an order of insect found the most in both Surgeon and Lembaran rice field. By figure 9, Hemiptera is the most abundant insect among other insect orders. Nurkomar 2021 also reported that Hemiptera was the most common insect found in the cassava ecosystem, like Nilopoperta lugens, Devotetic virescens, Apis gossypi, Cicadula, Resilia dorsalis, and Sogatella furcifera. By figure 10. Are species of Hemiptera most commonly found in Surgeon and Lembaran rice field. Nilopoperta lugens and Sogatella furcifera are phytophagus of cereal plants. They stuck in the sap of the rice plant stem. A higher number of Nilopaphata was found in Lembaran ricefield, while Sogatella versifera was found more in Surgeon ricefield. Both are the main pests of rice plant in Asia because they can cause severe damage and transmit virus such as the red stun virus, which can attack rice plants and cause production loss. Nephrotic virescence is also a major pest of rice plants. This pest attacks rice directly by sucking plant fluids and indirectly acts as a tungrovirus vector. The interaction between green leafhopper, tungrovirus, and rice plant will cause tungro disease, which is the most important disease in rice caused by virus. This pest is the most important vector because of its highest transmission efficiency, early colonization, and faster population development. In conclusion, Surgeon and Lembaran rice fields show the same abundance of pest species. However, Surgeon rice fields had a higher species richness. The structure and composition of pests between both farming systems were also different. The most common insect found were from the orders of Hemiptera as the main pest of rice plants. Thank you.
and also up to the university level. And then English language mastery. Indonesians have a problem with English language mastery because this one, English first, English proficiency index, saying that the mastery of Indonesian in terms of language mastery, especially English language mastery, is low one. And then because probably this one is connected by the medium of instruction used in the class. It is whether it is in the medium of instruction is first language or the second language, the one that will be learned. This one also influence become some issues in English language teaching in Indonesia. And then governmental policy. This is the thing that maybe like the one before I have told everybody. That if the government have a language policy, let's say we change the paradigm by making policy that English is not foreign language anymore in Indonesia, becoming lingua franca, I think will influence all of the way and everything. And in fact, this really influenced. Let's say, for instance, the fact that English previously was one of the subjects in elementary school, but after that, the government erased that one. That's become another issue. And then there are other things about material development. There are material that the research says that material used in Indonesia commonly just take from other country, from let's say from United States, from Europe, and so on. However, the context of Indonesian are different because we are multicultural, and also multilingual. So this kind of thing, the one that is made from foreign country is material for not multicultural, but in Indonesia become multicultural. So it has also become an issue. And moreover now about technological issues, I think this also become issues currently because moreover when we having the COVID-19 pandemic this time. The technology issues consist of the how the Indonesian teacher and others and other related parties relating to the teaching and learning English in Indonesia related to the
mastery of technological knowledge, and also issues of availability of the technology, and also the issues of the rapid development technology. This all are becoming issue in English language teaching in Indonesia. Then, specifically in this time, it is during COVID-19 pandemic. There are issues that that has been addressed in the literature. The first one is forced change on mode of learning. Actually, the teacher or lecturer do not want to be changed from offline, but the condition forced that one, and this abrupt change really affect the way how they change, they prepare and everything. And again, the same as the previous one, during pandemic, there was an issue on technology, but the mastery of the knowledge mastery, technological knowledge mastery, and also dealing with the availability, and also dealing with the fast changing technological development. Another thing about assessment issues, assessment also become issues during the COVID-19 pandemic, because usually teacher insistent in assessing, and there is a question about the validity and reliability of the result of the test, because many cases, let's say for instance, the elementary student think that if they study, and the one who will work in assessment is their parent. For university level student, I think there is a problem, because they'll be able to work with their friend, asking other while they're doing the assessment. So this is still an issue in Indonesia. And then there's also a question about the effectiveness of online learning, and then offline learning. So there's also a problem with offline learning during online learning. How to run offline learning while now, let's say for instance, up to this time, still there is a, let's say we call it a lockdown. When we are locked down, and then how will do offline learning? And this thing become issues. And also blended learning, how to combine between online and offline learning. Yeah, because we like to see the cultural context, Indonesian cultural context, then I think better for us to, for me to present about the idea about culture. The word culture derived from the Latin colere and culture, meaning that a process of harnessing or growing, of refinement. And culture possesses certain components, the symbol, sign, language, values, meaning, belief, norm, ritual, and material object. How cultural component work? Human organize and interpret symbol and sign in a systematic way, named as a language. By using the language, humans set values, become criteria and standard to determine what is good or bad in the world. In fact, humans possess ideas, statements that seem to be true about the world. This creates human belief that may shape their behavior toward the world. Whether human behavior are correct or not can be justified using implicit or explicit rule known as norm. And then in daily life, humans perform repeated activity that become their ritual that manifest their belief. And lastly, humans create material object to express their belief, values, and interpretation. So this one can be called artifact. When we come to the artifact, cultural artifact, it means that their belief, their system has been strong. Let's say, for instance, if we see a Borobudur temple in Indonesia, that represent the belief, the norm, and everything related to the culture in the past. It might be up to this time because Buddhism is still there. Teaching and learning English in Indonesian cultural context. And when we see the teaching and learning, then we have to see the character, the actor, and the actor are student and teacher as the main actor of teaching and learning. When we see that one, we can have a look. Some literature says that students in Indonesia are culturally passive, silent, and shy in the class. And maybe this one is connected with the norm. Let's say, for instance, Indonesia have as an Eastern culture. One of the norm or belief, a norm in Indonesia is called collectivism and saving face. Collectivism meaning they will tend to live together. This has become culture. And of course, there's a fact. While I try to observe the student in the context of the study, because of collectivism, although it is during the COVID pandemic, they still make gathering, cooking together. And finally, they was infected by the virus because of the collectivism. When they having an idea about collectivism, having they live in a collectivism norm, then they tend to maintain harmony. They do not want to embarrass others, so they will tend to save other face, not making other people embarrassed. If do not make other people feel embarrassed, it means that there should be silent. There should be silent when they, let's say, for instance, when people explain and the explanation is not actually is not proper, they tend to keep silent because they do not want to embarrass the teacher. So this is interconnected, and the cultural thing in Indonesia that may affect the process of teaching learning in Indonesia. Other than norm and also the factor of teacher and student characteristic, also a language aspect. Let's say, for instance, this is I give you example. Let's say the English structure. The English structure. Let's say I have given 3 examples. I ate rice. I have eaten rice. I had eaten rice. These three sentences are simply expressed by one sentence in Indonesia. Saya sudah makan nasi. And this represents these 3 sentences. It means that the mental structure, maybe let's say we can say mental lexicon, the mental structures of Indonesian is simple. So when a simple mental structure would like to learn a bit complex structure, it also become an issue. So this is the thing that the cultural thing. And then now let us talk about communication theories, and I have already jotted down some theories of communication. The first one, attention theory, and then social development theories and communication system approach. Laswell communication theory model, and also Delheim theoretical model. Delheim is called an ethnographic of communication. Okay, let us have a look first about the attachment theory. Attachment theory was developed by Bowlby. Attachment theory postulates that immature human beings are formed by their relationship with mature adult counterpart. It is exemplified in terms of the attachment bond between infant and mother. The infant who is detached from its mother may fear losing her, resulting in a separation process that may be expressed through aggressive behavior such as crying. And the closeness of the relationship between infant and mother can predict the infant's behavior outcome. As the infant possesses a secure base to discover its surrounding, through interaction, experience continuous secure discovery. And some studies mention that students who from diverse culture perceive differences in forming attachment in the relationship. But the idea here is that if, let's say, we contextualize it in process of teaching learning in the classroom, teaching learning English in the classroom. When students are close to the teacher, If we see we refer to the theory, and then the student will feel secure. If they feel secure, and then for sure the student will be able to express, because they feel secure and they can express idea. So if the student having problem, they will be able to communicate freely with the lecturer, and finally the problem can be solved. So this one, the idea of assessment theory and the teaching learning process in teaching learning English process. Besides that, there's also a social development theory. I think we indebted to Vygotsky the ideas. The social development may refer to Vygotsky's idea, who proposed that person cognitive abilities are developed through the process of social interaction. The teacher may find out that children's mental maturity is not the same through communication during instructional interaction. The zone proximal development comprises a dynamic interaction between children and teacher or other more knowledgeable person that potentially mature their child mental performance. And we have a look here, the figure, we can see here what I can do with help, and this is zone proximal development. So in the teaching and learning process, maybe it is can be applied in the process of learning. If a teacher would like to make a group discussion or something, or doing group work, then if we refer to this kind of development, the social development theory, then we have to choose, we have to combine between the high achiever and low achiever, because when the student interact to one to another, probably the low achiever can be impacted by achiever. But maybe a question is can be raised by, is it possible that the low achiever influence the high achiever becoming lower, not becoming higher? That may be another question. Then the next one about communication system approach. Communication process can be as a communication system, since communication component have function as whole unit. Then it's more than a sum of its component. The teacher, verbal and non-verbal behavior, send a message to the student in the form of communication. Since all behavior in interactional situation is a communication. So all the thing is communication. For instance, in Indonesian context, when students are noisy and the teacher stands silent and still, the teacher, even without saying a word, is communicating that he asked the student to keep silent. Therefore, according to Wolowitz, argued that in interactional situation, a person cannot not communicate. So everything what we do in the class, although it is a form of communication, because the student will interpret our behavior on the we keep silent and so on. So we cannot avoid to communicate to others if we see the communication system approach. And the theories, communication itself usually is defined as a process of communicator delivering message in a medium and receive to the receiver in order to have certain effect. That's the Laswell model of theory communication. Well, Delheim models, we name as ethnography of communication, can be understood using a mnemonic speaking. The first one is S is setting the scene of communication. P is participant of the communication. E is end of communication, or the result of the communication, the purpose and the result of the communication. A as act sequence, so the communication, and there is an act and there is a sequences. The sequences, the first speaker talk to the receiver then becoming a speaker talk to the continuously. There's some sequencing, and we would like to give some effect. And K is the key performance. There will be this one refer to the mode of the interaction. Let's say, for instance, when you interact and you would like to have a
different tone. It will represent the mode of the interaction. When you're saying with an anger, with a calm, and this one, there's a key. So they'll be understood in the situation of the communication. And the communication, there's instrumentalities. It means in communication, there must be media tool to be used. And also should form kind of, there'll be a norm of interaction. And it's norm of the interaction. And then the G is genre. Genre means there is a certain type of interaction. In the certain type, the interaction will be different from the interaction from other type. For example, when we like to speak English in a bank, it will be very different from speaking English in a hospital. And this one is genre. And so when we like to learn to communicate and to teach, I think we have to consider all that kind of thing. From the elaboration, embodies element of successful communication process, and this one to be the framework of the study. The framework to see the result, the finding of the study, we'd like to have a look from the in teaching learning English, who are where they talk, where's the contact of the talk. So where's the contact of teaching English, and then if we have a look at the communication, there is a communicator. Who are the participants? So we can refer to the participant of the communication in the teaching learning English. There is the teacher and managed teacher and student. And then what they are talk about, this is message. So how the student understand the content, how the lesson and so on. And in the ways of their talk, they use channel, they use media or instrumentalities if we follow the idea of HIME. And of course, what type of disturbance, whether it will be successful or not in the understanding of the content, there will be a certain type of disturbance that exists. So these ideas will be used to frame this study. Methodology of the study. It is method research, embodies combination both quantitative and qualitative component. And then the site of the study is at a private Islamic University in Yogyakarta. The participant are teacher and student. The teacher 10 for interview and 70 for questionnaire survey. And then student 15 for interview and then 1,027 for questionnaire survey. And conducting the interview, it is conducted online and offline. When online, it depends on the availability of the participant. And then for the survey, it was conducted online all. Data gathering method using interview and questionnaire, and then data analysis using descriptive statistics and thematic analysis for the qualitative one. And in finding the presentation, it uses a parallel method analysis. It means it's combined directly without differentiating the quantitative and qualitative data. Yeah, and then about the first finding, it's really the participant of the communication in the teaching learning or in the teaching learning process. It is teacher and student. And the finding mentioned that students in Indonesia are afraid of making mistakes. And they are heterogeneous in their English language mastery, meaning that between high achiever and low achiever, there are the distance are very, very high. Meaning that, let's say, for instance, in one class, there is students who are very good in English, but also some students who are really, maybe we can say, maybe poor or something like that. And then, about the motivation, it is varied motivation into English, but most of the case, the motivation is very practical. In this case, for example, in the context of the study, the students are required to pass a certain score of certain TOEFL score in order to be able to make a defend of his we call it final work or final writing, or we can call it scriptsy. And because of that, before the student cannot really learn the TOEFL, but when they would like to take the defense and then they prepare it, they learn this one. So this one very practical and in motivation and learning English, not really internal motivation, something like that. And then there's also a gender difference showing different performance, and the data gives some information about the mean of the student score, the student score mean. If we compare between student and female and male, it can be seen that the female are having better achievement, and when we see the standard deviation, meaning that the difference between one female student to another female student, the deviation is not high, meaning it is low. It means that most of the female students have a better performance. And then the finding related to the communicator is teacher. In the teacher, the data shows that teacher all are having good subject matter mastery. When I try to ask the student why they say so, because they give some reason, because whenever student ask question to the teacher are able to answer appropriately. However, when talking about the pedagogical performance or the method of teaching, student says that not the same. And to some extent, there is some teacher who teach monotonously, and it will produce a kind of boredom in learning. And because of Indonesian culture context, usually they just keep silent, do not want to talk to the teacher about that. So this may be because of the culture. And then one of the things about teacher educational background affecting their confidence. From the data collection, it is found out on the teacher that because of having a lower educational background, and when see other fellows having higher education background, this teacher feel inferior. It means that TBD, as the issues in the literature review I have talked before, teacher professional development should be paid attention here. And most of them, when their findings says that all teachers have a good personality. Then when talking about where do they perform online class, it is mentioned that 40% students learn at home outside Jogja, and then Yogyakarta is the place, the site of our conference. It is abbreviation of Yogyakarta, and we call it Jogja. And then the second one, the student at home in Jogja is 26%. And there's also a student who study at the boarding house. It is in Jogja, it is 32%. In university resident, 1%. And this one at home and boarding house, meaning that sometimes students go at home and then sometimes to boarding house, sometimes to university. It says 1%. Then the teaching mode. It is the finding revealed that the blended learning was used by most teacher and student in learning. So they sometimes doing online, sometimes offline. Having seen that 32%, and also we can have a look here. Before 32%, and in someone in Jogja, it is possible for the student to come to the place of the study. Then it seems reasonable that they are able to make a blended learning, online learning between offline and online one, and the amount is a big high. It is around 44%. Then there are 36% who are always online, and there are 10% always online. When I try to investigate deeper about why offline, because they do practical work. They do practical work. Then media, what the media use in the teaching learning, and mostly the student and teacher using smartphone and laptop, and other like desktop and tablet in a small number. While the media use for teacher, the same laptop and smartphone are dominant one. And this one can be seen that the dominant one is this one, and then the laptop and smartphone when compared between student and teacher. Language instruction or use English and Indonesia, and the first language use up to 50%, and there are several reasons why they use first language used in teaching a second language. Students argue that this help to understand the lesson. The student do not understand the vocabulary. Because of that, the student would like to ask the teacher to translate the vocabulary in Indonesia, and that's why. And some students mentioned that explanation in English is confusing. So to solve the confusion, it is the reason why the student asked the teacher to use the first language. And the other reason says that the student says to avoid miscommunication, and also saying that it is the preference of the student to use mixed language rather than just one medium of instruction. While teacher is almost the same, but teacher says why they use first language because to explain complex theory and procedure in learning. Sometimes the student do not understand if they would like the teacher use English when explaining a complex theory and procedure. And teacher usually uses instrumental to deal with silent student and to help the student to learn, and also to avoid complaint, because if the student talk all the time in English, the student complain to the teacher. And also because the vocabulary are limited. I think this is in line with what students say. Then finding, do students understand the lesson? It's about the content of the communication. It says that understand lesson well. I have a mistake to understand lesson adequately. And then the one fully understand, just 2%. Yeah, understand, okay, understand, just understand adequately. There are, teacher says that the student can understand 47%, while have less understanding, 46%. And there are students who say that do not understand at all. The lesson is around 3.5. But this one a bit different when compared to the student idea. Student idea says that they understand the lesson 76%, while having less understanding 17%, do not understand 3%, maybe 50%, and fully understand 4%. And then what is the problem? What hampers students following the lesson? What is the noise of the process of teaching learning English in the context of COVID-19 in Indonesia? And this is about the students admit that because of their low English mastery, and also the unstable internet connection, problem when use camera, there are problem in the connection, and when group discussion do not run well in the process of online learning. And
sorry to interrupt, Pak Sur. We still have 3 minutes more to finish the presentation.
Okay, yes. I think I almost finished my presentation. And the problem with internet quota, and also there are some things mentioning that students feel anxious, and also boredom, and the one is laziness, and another thing is physical distance. Physical distance, I think this influence, and when we have a look this one in depth, let's say physical distance, I think because Indonesian culture seems a collectivist, and then if they're distant, they do not really work. This may be also will having influenced the idea. Let's say, for instance, because the English is foreign language, it is distant, and a distant really a matter. So closeness better, because physical distance creates some problem to understand the lesson. When I ask further about the physical distance to the student, Because when they communicate using tool like online, using an LMS, they cannot discuss and express idea like what they do when they make face-to-face offline. I think that's all the noises that happen. So in conclusion, I think I have COVID pandemic. The student display in the process of teaching learning display certain characteristic, teacher also, and the mode of learning becoming the online one. Although the blended learning was one the most dominant in this place, and the tool that used for the student to present to run the online learning, mostly laptop and smartphone. It is used by both teacher and student. Medium of instruction are English and Indonesia, with very recent, and the outcome of the teaching learning, whether the student understand the message of the communication, sees that the student feel that they understand well the perception of the teacher, student do not really understand. And also some noises, problem in the hamper the student in learning, in understanding the message of the communication, like what I just know about the language mastery, and also internet connection, problem with the camera, and some individual characteristic like laziness and boredom. I think that's all what I can present. Thank you very much, Pak Roy, and I'd like to return the time to Pak Roy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Back again with me to give you information about the current situation of the 5th ICoSI 2021. And we already connected with ICE to report how's the ICoNurse, or International Conference on Nursing Studies. So ICE, how's there? How's the focal going right now?
Okay, thank you, Tita. Yes. And participant, right now I am at the ICoNurse, the 3rd International Conference on Nursing Studies, and I will bring you all to look around at the room of the ICoNurse to see how the committee work. And for the information, ICoNurse have 200 participants from around the world. And you can see the committee is working. Right now is the parallel session with 8 to 9 speakers, and one of it is from Cebu Normal University. Okay, that's all I can report.
Okay, thank you, Ayush, for the report. So that's all from Ayush from the ICoNurse International Conference on Nursing Studies. And ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned and enjoy the 5th ICoSI 2021.
Is from Ms. Elsa Maria Rosa with the title Mother of Autistic Children's Mental Health Effect of Parenting Styles on Autistic. Please kindly pay attention to the video.
I'm Elsia Maria Rosa from Hospital Administration Program, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Right now, I will to present about our research with the title is the effect of parenting style and mental health mother sibling of autistic children mental health. For this research, I will to introduce our researcher team. We have 4 researchers. They are I am Elsia, and then Prof. Dr. Johar Ismail, PhD, Rizkiana Putri, and Dr. Ekawati Lutfia Sari from Universitas Gajah Mada. Introduction from this research. As we know, mental and psychological well-being is considered as a good mental health. Globally, about 10 until 20% children and adolescents experience mental health problems. This is from WHO 2018. And then autism or autism spectrum disorder refer to a broad range of condition characteristics by challenge with social skill, repetitive behavior, speech, and non-verbal communication. And focus in this research, we want to know about sibling of autistic children is at a risk experience difficulty, tend to be less active, loss of interest, and withdrawal from the other. This is from Walton KM, Intersol 2015. And then parenting style and mental health of mother is considered as a risk factor of mental health problem on the sibling of autistic children. The authoritarian and permissive style affect externalization behavior, aggressive, hyperactive, and rebel of the children. This is from study Hosokawa and Katsura, 2019. Research purpose of this study, we will to analyze the effect of parenting style and mental health of mother on the sibling of autistic children mental health. Furthermore, we will to explore how mother acceptance and coping mechanism from having autism children. Conceptual framework from this research, we will to measure about parenting style and mental health mother with autism, and then we will to measure sibling of autistic children mental health with the indicator emotional, social, hyperactive or inattention, and then behavior, and they are have problem with their friend. And then the other measure, we will to know about mother acceptance and coping mechanism from having children. Research methodology for this study, we use mixed method with explanatory sequential research design. First, we conduct a quantitative research with design cross-sectional, and then continue with qualitative research with case study design. For sample size in this research, we consist 35 respondents for quantitative research, and then for case study, we use that secondary data. To conduct in this research, we have 2 stages. First stage with quantitative research. All participants, mother who has children with autistic, complete 3 questionnaires. First, questionnaire strength and difficulties questionnaire or SDQ, and then complete the parenting style and dimension questionnaire or PSDQ, and then 3 questionnaire, 3 about hospital anxiety and depression scale. This is quantitative stage. And continue in stage number 2, qualitative research. The participant, we use qualitative secondary data. We collect from other study, from mass media, newspaper, news article, and all information about acceptance, coping mechanism, and parenting style of mother with autistic children. Research finding from this research, we found about characteristic of the participant. Gender of sibling of autistic children almost dominate is a male. 24 is a male. And then how about the age of mother? Age of mother almost 85% range from 25 until 45 years old. And then age of sibling of autistic children almost 74.2% is 5 until 11 years old. And then dominant parenting style is authoritative, 65.7%. And then condition mental health of mother is normal for 40%. They have borderline and abnormal. This is the condition of mental health mother. And how about mental of sibling autistic children? 45.7% is normal, but they have borderline and abnormal still high, I think. And mental health of mother with sibling autistic children mental health, we analyzed with chi-square test. The chi-square test saw there was a significant relationship between the mental of mother and sibling of autistic children. Mental with p-value 0.032, and this is significant, very significant. And mothers suffering from mental health problem increased risk 2.5 times affected sibling autistic children mental health with RR relative risk 2.5 with alpha 0.05. Confidence interval 95%. And how about the analysis qualitative? We found parenting style and mental health of mother with sibling. We found 4 themes. Themes number 1 about mother reaction toward autism child, and then of factor the cause stress on mother, and then themes number 3 about acceptance and coping mechanism. 4 factor we will to explain that mother reaction. Tip number 1, mother reaction. We found coding about denial, confused, and sad. And then tips number 2 about factor cause stress on mother. They said lack of social support and autism children behavior, and they have stigma. This is a factor cause stress on mother. And then about acceptance. Acceptance, we divide it into 2 supporting factor, mother acceptance supporting factor, and then mother acceptance step of acceptance. Mother acceptance from supporting factor, this is they have supporting from professional support, and then support from family and autism family group. This is very good acceptance. And then mother acceptance from step acceptance, this is we found they're still looking for information and then accepting the reality. And then the things number 4, we divide it into 2 with coping mechanism, emotional focus and problem focus. Emotional focus, the condition is positive thinking, and problem focus, they are understanding with autism children behavior, and then they are share activity with children autism. We describe about the theme of qualitative analysis with 4 themes. And we found about the themes number 1 about mother reaction, denial and confused, factor cause stress mother, lack of support, autism behavior, and stigma. And then coping mechanism for a stress level mother. This is to fight about the factor. And then the mother acceptance. This is divided into support, social, family, and professional. And then mother acceptance because they're still looking for information to know about the children with autism. Conclusion of the research, we found 5. First, the parenting style of mother was not factor affecting sibling autistic children mental health condition. Mental health of mother was one of the factor affecting of mental health sibling autistic children. The mother with mental health problem increased the risk 2.5 times affected sibling autistic children mental health. Factors affecting mother acceptance were professional support, autism family group, and family support. The coping mechanism that the mother used was positive thinking, join with activity with child, and understanding the child. Acceptance and coping mechanism of the mother related to the stress level of mother. Finding from this study can be referenced that mother and sibling of autistic children are vulnerable to mental health problem. Teacher, research related to autistic family can be giving information to mother about autism and mental health. And the last, children with autism are colorful. They are often very beautiful and like the rainbow. They stand out. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next presentation, who else? Okay. With the fourth video is from Miss Kelly.
Agent. Due to the corrosion product emit stress, thus forming crack around spear reinforcement. The energy from the red agent took a longer time to reach to the electric sensors, causing lower elastic velocity. Based on the figure, so that the elastic velocity decreased when corrosion level increased, indicating the severe condition of concrete beam when corrosion level increased. Finally, for conclusion, first one, the mechanical bending test behavior was analyzed for 4 beam specimen. The load capacity of beam specimen decreased to 2 increase in corrosion level. The ductility of RC beam also decreased when corrosion level increased. For second one, tomography was carried out in 4 beam specimen after mechanical load testing. The elastic velocity of 4 beam ranged between 1,500 meter per second to 5,000 meter per second. The average elastic velocity depicted a decreased value when the corrosion level increased due to longer time needed for the signal to travel when concrete was in corroded condition or unsound condition. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for time.
Thank you very much for Dr. Ahmad Zaki from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta for his nice presentation. And we still have 2 more presenter here that we haven't got or we haven't received the video from the presenter. So I would like to call Lydia Sandra from Universitas Kristen Krida Wacana Indonesia to present her paper, which title is Analyzing Public Sentiment Toward Face-to-Face Learning Using Machine Learning-Based Approach Through Spark. Miss Lydia Sandra. Miss Lydia Sandra, you may present your paper. Is there any, Miss Lydia Sandra? Okay, I think she's not in our room here, so that we will skip her. So we will skip her for the next presentation will be delivered by Mr. Muharman Lubis from Universitas Telkom Indonesia or Mr. Arif Ridho Lubis from Politeknik Negeri Medan to deliver his presentation with the title of Information Management for Client Change Request on the Project Manage Operation in Outsourcing Company. Please, if you are ready, then you will have chance to present live for your paper. Mr. Muhammad Lubis or Mr. Arif Ridho Lubis. Mr. Muharman Lubis is not here. And also Mr. Arif Ridho Lubis also is not in our room. So we also will skip this. We'll also skip this paper. Then we'll go directly for the second part of our parallel session today. We'll have a question and answer session. Please, any one of you, all the participants, if you have any question to other participant related to the topic of the presentation that we already watched before, then please you can raise hand using your application, or you can type the question into the chat box.
Financial statement or annual report from the content in the Indonesia Stock Exchange for the period 2017 up to 2019. Sampling technique used is non-probability sampling using a purposive sampling approach following predetermined criteria, namely companies in the mining sector and the consumer goods sector industry. So, which lists on the undated IDX period, previously a competitive report, and there is a clear CSR disclosure report, which is three criteria. So the related result of the first hypothesis, the result of testing the first hypothesis in mining companies show that value is not significant and the positive beta direction. So it can be concluded the type of industry does not affect CSR disclosure. So and then besides the goods consumer industry is not significant. So and there is a negative beta direction and correlated industry does not affect the CSR disclosures. This happened because companies that are included the high profile category may not necessarily to be able to carry out more CSR disclosure, even though the impact on the environment and surrounding communities is also high. And then the result of second hypothesis mining companies significant value is not significant with a negative direction, so the profitability does not affect the CSR disclosure. It's also occur in let me see. Oh, and the second industry, consumer goods industry companies saw a significant value with a positive beta. So beta direction. So it can be concluded that profitability has positive effect on CSR. And the third hypothesis, there is a significant value with a positive beta direction. So it can be concluded the company size has a positive effect on CSR disclosure in the mining company. So we move to in the consumer industry, it also has a significant value and a positive beta direction. So it concluded that company size has a positive effect on CSR disclosure in consumer goods industry. We're moving to third hypothesis in the mining companies has not a significant value, so doesn't has significant value and with a positive beta direction. So it can be concluded the size of the board of commissioners in a mining industry does not affect CSR disclosures. And the goods industry also does not affect the CSR disclosure because the significant value is more than 0.05. So
the fourth hypothesis is rejected. So and then move to fifth hypothesis in a consumer good industry, so that significant value more than 0.05. And let's see, the consumer goods industry also more than 0.05. So the code of consumer in goods industry and the mining industry instead of doesn't affect the CSR disclosure. Okay, the last part is conclusion. And then the analysis that has been carried out so that type of industry and institutional already has no effect on CSR disclosure in companies in the mining sector and consumer goods industry. Profitability has a positive effect on the CSR disclosure in consumer goods industry companies, but profitability does not affect CSR disclosure in mining sector companies. Company size has a positive effect on the CSR disclosure and the company in the mining sector and the consumer goods industry sector. The good of consumer and mining have a positive effect. Company size have a positive effect in CSR. The size of the board of commissioners has a positive effect on CSR disclosure in the mining sector companies, but the size of the board of commissioners has no effect on CSR disclosure companies in the consumer goods industries. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you. Have a great time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nur Isnani Nayati. I'm from Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The influence of company size, leverage, and capsize on audit quality. Empirical study on manufacturing companies released under IDX in 2070 until 2019. Introduction. The obligation of every company is to publish financial reports, especially in the manufacturing sector. Financial statements are used as consideration in making decisions by investors. Financial statement issue must reflect the actual situation. To get the actual financial statement, it is necessary to process the audit financial statement carried out by an auditor. Nurbaiti et al. 2019. An audit of financial statement is carried out in order to reduce the risk of information combined and improve the quality of decision making in it. Arens et al. 20NH. The audit process is carried out to determine whether the financial statements are relatively fair and have used real data, so that audit quality becomes an important and main thing to increase the credibility of the financial statement. Based on the background that has been described, the formulation of the problem in this study are: 1. Does company size have a positive effect on audit quality? 2. Does leverage have a negative effect on audit quality? 3. Does the size of KAP have a positive effect on audit quality? Very basic. The influence of firm size on audit quality. Small companies tend to have big information and internal control system, resulting in higher quality audits. The larger the size of the company, the greater the agency cost. Thus, the product has audit quality. Large companies are more likely to choose professional and independent audit service. Andres Derrick et al. 2018. Based on the description above, the first hypothesis in this study is firm size has a positive effect on audit quality. Effect of leverage on audit quality. Leverage is a company's ability to use assets or does they have fixed cost assets or funds to increase the level of income return for company owners. Anas et al. 2018. Leverage is a ratio to show how much asset owned by the company to be financed with debt. Based on the description above, the first hypothesis in this study is leverage has a negative effect on audit quality. Effect of KAP search on audit quality. The search of KAP is an office that provides audit service for the company's financial statement. Paputungan and Kaluge 2018. The search of KAP affiliate with Big Four KAP is considered to have high independence and good audit quality when compared to non-Big Four KAP. Nurubtiati and Purwanto 2017. KAP search has a positive effect on audit quality. Research method. Type of research is quantitative. Sampling technique is purposive sampling. Variable independent is company search, leverage, and KAP search. Variable dependent is audit quality. Data search is secondary data obtained from the official BI website memory www.idx.co.id. Population and sample is empirical study on manufacturing companies released on the IDX in 2017 until 2019. Operational definition, variable, audit quality, company search, leverage, and KAP search. Result and discussion. Sampling description. 1. Research sample criteria. Manufacturing companies list on the Indonesia Stock Exchange sample 2017 until 2019. Number of companies is 179. To companies that do not provide data need in research, number of companies is 113. Companies use a sample, number of companies is 66, and the total sample data used during the 3 years research period is 198. Descriptive statistical analysis test result. From site, 198 and minimum 25.2, maximum 33.49, mean 28.68 and 78, and standard deviation is 1.637 and 11. Leverage 198 and minimum 0.10, maximum 1.95, mean 0.41 and 87, and standard deviation is 0.235 and 87. Frequency of audit quality test result. Valid KA low is frequency is 14. Valid KA high frequency is 184. And total frequency is 198. Frequency of KAP search test result. Valid non-Big Four, frequency is 109. Valid Big Four, frequency is 89. And total frequency is 198. Goodness of fit test. Goodness of fit test result, Hosmer and Lemsau test. So the statistical value of Hosmer and Lemsau goodness of fit test of 6.7 and 56 with a significance probability of 0.5 and 63 whose value is above 0.05. Thus, it can be concluded that the model is acceptable. is the model is applied to predict the variable is in the study, so that the model can be used for subsequent analysis. Overall test ratio model fit iteration history. The test is done by comparing the value between -2 log likelihood, -2 double L at the beginning block number is 0, with a value of -2 log likelihood, -2 double L at the end block number is 1. If there is a decrease, it indicates a good regression model or the hypothesis model fits the data. Table 5.6 and table 5.7 show the overall value of the model fit. The initial -2 double L value block 0 is 103.4 and 81, and the final -2 double L value block 1 is 78.9 and 89. This value has decreased, meaning that it saw a good regression model, or in other words, the hypothesis model fits the data. Value of Nagel-Kerke R-square. Table 5.8 show the result of the output SPSS, Church and Snell R-square values of 0.106 and Nagel-Kerke R-square values of 0.2 and 9 and 65, which means that the variability of the dependent variable can be explained by the variability of the independent variable of 26.5%, while the remaining 73.5% of the variability of the dependent variable is explained by other variables not examined in this study. Result. Effect of company size on audit quality. The first hypothesis analysis found that company size variable is significant at 0.012, which means it is smaller than 0.05 with a regression coefficient value of 0.5 and 34. Thus, the conclusion of the first hypothesis, which states the company size has a positive effect on audit quality, is accepted. Effect of leverage on audit quality. The analysis of the second hypothesis showed that the significant leverage variable is 0.081, which means it is greater than 0.05 with a regression coefficient of -1.708. Thus, the conclusion of the second hypothesis, which states the leverage has a negative effect on audit quality, is rejected. The effect of KAP size on audit quality. The third hypothesis analysis showed that the significant variable of KAP size is 0.034, which means it is smaller than 0.05 with a regression coefficient value of -3.376. Thus, the conclusion of the third hypothesis, which states that KAP size has a positive effect on audit quality, is rejected. Conclusion. This study aims to examine the effect of firm size, leverage, and KAP size on audit quality in manufacturing companies listed on the Indonesia Stock Exchange for the 2017 April 2019 period. Based on the result, can be concluded firm size has a positive effect on audit quality, KAP size has a negative effect on audit quality, and while leverage has no effect on audit quality. Wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today I would like to present about corporate governance mechanism, corporate cultures, and corporate risk disclosure. it starts with a background, how important is corporate risk disclosure that for Indonesian companies, and this is has been regulated based on BS Angka 60 about financial instruments. That this disclosure it is important for users' financial statements, so they can actually evaluate the type and level of risk financial instruments or the risk related to risk information in the companies. And there's been an increased transparency and is one of the principles of corporate governance. And this is one of the key elements in improving efficiency, economic growth, investor confidence. Therefore, it is very important and it has a relationship between corporate governance with the corporate management behavior or with how the company disclose their risk disclosure. So in our research, we have looked to the percentage of independent commissioners with corporate risk disclosure. You can see here, independent commissioner is actually represent the interest of shareholders, and it can obtain sufficient and adequate information. Therefore, the percentage of independent commissioners is a measure of quality of the regulatory intervention. And so here the first hypothesis is related to the percentage of independent commissioner has a positive effect towards corporate risk disclosure. The second hypothesis is related to the audit committee meeting towards the corporate risk disclosure. So in here, the percentage or the frequency of the meetings, it has an impact on how the decision for the company to disclose their risk disclosure. And the third hypothesis, we look on the institutional ownership towards the corporate risk disclosure. At this point, the institutional ownership encourage more effective and efficient monitoring. So it is a monitoring for the company. Therefore, hopefully that the management will be doing their performance based on the shareholders' interest. So therefore, the more institutional ownership, the more disclosure that they will disclose from the management, especially related to the risk disclosure. And then the fourth hypothesis related to the board size. So here the board commissioner is also one of the core corporate governance, and it gives effective monitoring as well. At this point is we look at the number of the person that is on the board. So we call it as the board size. It has a positive effect because the more the monitoring or the highest monitoring, it will actually impact on the higher the disclosure. And then we look at the organizational culture. First is the clan culture. So clan culture is actually a family-owned organization. It's a type of culture that more family or low level of formalities, and it has a lot of tolerance on the structural procedures. So therefore, it's not much control. Therefore, we hypothesize that with the clan culture, it has a negative effect towards the corporate risk disclosure. So tend to be more low in disclosing their risk disclosure. And the adhocracy culture, this is a culture, organization culture that has more risk taking and maximizing creativity. So this with this culture, adhocracy culture, it has a low level of risk disclosure, and it's due because the risk to reduce the cost. Yeah, the more risk, the more cost. So at this point, the adhocracy culture has a significant negative effect also. So low level of disclosure risk. And the market culture, so this is a culture that actually more focusing on how the market will be looked at. Yeah, so more on market perception. The interest will be from the market, therefore it is more gives more pressure for the management to disclose more related to the risk disclosure. So we hypothesize that the market culture has a significant positive effect towards the corporate risk disclosure. And then the hierarchy culture, the hierarchy is more on focus on internal and corporate control. So there is a control, a strict rules and procedures. Therefore, the hierarchy culture actually give more, the more hierarchy culture there is in the company, they will have high level of corporate risk disclosure. So here's the research model. So we look at 8 variables independent, the factors that is affecting the level of corporate risk disclosure. And this is the results. You can see here the independent commissioners has a significant effect, the institutional ownership, the board size, and the hierarchy culture. So you can see here that some of the hypothesis is accepted. So it's actually support our hypothesis. This first, the independent commissioners. So it has a big impact on the level of corporate risk disclosure. And then the audit committee meeting, it has no effect on the level of corporate risk disclosure. And the institutional ownership, it has an effect at this point that it is accepted, the hypothesis is accepted. Therefore, we know that the more ownership that's belong to the institutional, it has more control and it gives more level of the disclosure. And then the board size also, the hypothesis is accepted, meaning that there is a control. The more size of the board, there is a tight control and it impacted on the level of the disclosure. And then the clan culture is rejected, meaning that there is no effect on that. Whatever culture related to the family, it's not actually affecting the level of the corporate risk disclosure. And also with the adhocracy culture, it's also rejected. And the market culture also rejected, meaning that the culture is not strong enough to affect the level of the disclosure. However, for the hierarchy culture, it is supported, is accepted, and so the hypothesis here is supported by the data, showing that the more hierarchy culture, the more level of the corporate risk disclosure. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Linda Kusuma Situardana. I am the second author of this paper, and the first author is Mrs. Barbara Gunawan. The title of our paper is Determinants of Firm Value, Financial Performance as Motivating Variables. Let's moving into the next slide. We start from introduction. Currently, the development of the business and technology world is overgrowing and is followed by increasingly fierce competition. This very competitive business competition can lead the competition between firms to win the potential market. The competition can be in the form of competition for good or capital. Therefore, Firm management needs to think critically, efficiently, and effectively to excel in the competition. The firm strives to continue the growth, has good financial performance and firm value, and increases over time. Thus, rising long-term firm value is one of the firm's goals. According to Brigham and Houston, 26, firm value is essential because its primary goal is to maximize the shareholders' wealth and welfare by boosting or increase the firm value. On the other hand, good corporate governance, or KCG, implementation is the key to the firm's success in the obtaining long-term profits to compete well in the global business, according to Winda and Andono 2013. In addition, consistent implementation of KCG will strengthen the firm's competitive positions, manage resources, maximize firm value, and manage risk more efficiently and effectively, underpinning the stakeholders and shareholders' trust. Meanwhile, the problem of corporate governance arises because of the separation between the firm's ownership and control. The separation is based on agency theory, which, in this case, managers tend to increase their personal profits rather than firm goals. In addition to having good financial performance, the firm is also expected to have good governance. Also, it is hoped that the return on assets will be higher, which is a profitability ratio that describes the extent to which the ability of the asset owned by the firm can generate profits, according to Tandelin 2010. So we development the hypothesis based on agency theory and signaling theory. This is the hypothesis, the first hypothesis about the CSR and firm value. Corporate social responsibility, or CSR, is one of factors that can affect firm value. It is because CSR is considered the core of ethics in business, according to McBull and Zamer 2018. The CSR implementation is thought to increase the firm value, which can be grasped from the stock price and firm profits due to investors' invested share in the firm. Several research results regarding CSR and firm value have been unveiled. For example, Gunawan and Utami 2016, Wirakusuma 2017, Putri et al. 2018, and Sayubi 2019 revealed that CSR has had a positive effect on the firm value. However, studies conducted by Vijay and Linawati 2015, Notonegoro 2015, Suhartanti and Ashik 2015, and Mukhtaruddin et al. 2019 uncovered that CSR did not influence firm value. Based on this description, the following hypothesis was proposed. The first hypothesis is corporate social responsibility has a positive effect on the firm value. We move to the second hypothesis about institutional ownership and firm value. Institutional ownership is a share ownership possessed by other institutions such as investment firms, insurance firms, bank, and government. According to Ardiansyah 2014, this institutional ownership acts as a monitoring agent, which optimally supervises management behavior in carrying out its role in managing the firms. Studies carried out by Suprasto 2016, Wulandari 2018, and Harjadi et al. 2018 show that institutional ownership positively affected firm value. Nevertheless, in a research conducted by Hartono and Suwarno 2016, institutional ownership did not affect the firm value. In addition, the increased shareholders' welfare, as reflected in increased stock price, indicates that firm value has increased. Based on this description, the following hypothesis was offered. The second hypothesis is institutional ownership has a positive effect on firm value. We move to here the third hypothesis about the managerial ownership and firm value. The manager will work optimally to increase the firm profitability, according to Haruman 1028. An increase in firm profits can attract investors to invest and raise stock prices, thereby enhance the firm value. Suhartanti and Asik 2015, Purnawati et al. 2017, Satria et al. 2017, Pulansari 2017, Suprasto 2016, Wulandari 2018, and Dermawan Putra 2018 stated that managerial ownership had a positive effect on a firm value. Meanwhile, Hartoyo and Suwarno 2016 exposed that managerial ownership did not affect firm value. Based on this description, the hypotheses were formulated. The third hypothesis is managerial ownership has positive effect on firm value. Let's go to the next slide about the hypothesis 4 or fourth hypothesis about the remuneration committee and firm value. According to Ayu and Adi 2013, the remuneration committee must be able to provide an objective assessment of the competency possessed by potential job holder, so that the amount of remuneration determined is in accordance with the contribution that have been provided to the firm. It is expected to increase the effectiveness in the firm decision making, which will indirectly have an implementation for improving firm performance and firm value, according to Ayu and Adi 2013. With the existence of the remuneration committee, it can create more optimal monitoring and management because all those who carry out monitoring and management have been selected under the predetermined criteria. Based on this description, the following hypothesis was put forward. The first hypothesis is remuneration committee has a positive effect on firm value. We go to the fifth hypothesis about interaction of financial performance, CSR, and firm value. With CSR disclosures, it can provide a positive signal for investors to invest in the firm or in the company. This investment is beneficial for the firm to develop the firm and have high value. Firm performance is also present to strengthen the CSR disclosures effect on the firm value. This financial performance can be interpreted as the achievement accomplished by the firm is a particular period reflecting the firm's ability and soundness level in managing and allocating its resources, according to Kiranayanti and Erawati 2016. Several studies have been regarding CSR with the financial performance. Hermawan 2014 and Putri 2015 state that the CSR disclosure had a positive effect on financial performance. But conversely, Rosiana et al. 2013, Fauzi and Suransi 2016, and Wahyuni 2018 uncovered that CSR had no impact on the return of assets or financial performance. Based on the description, the following hypothesis was stated: financial performance strengthens the influence of CSR on firm value. We go to the next part. There is a methodology. The studies objects are manufacturing firm in the consumer goods sector listed on the Indonesian Stock Exchange from 2016 to 2019. The data research used was secondary data in the form of annual financial report obtained from the Indonesia Stock Exchange through website www.idx.com. The study employed the purposive sampling technique with established criteria, among others, were manufacturing firm in the consumer goods sector listed on the Indonesian Stock Exchange, which published annual report from 2016 until 2019. Consecutively, firm that disclose information related to research variables, firm that earn profit, and the data collected from the analysis result were then tested utilizing SPSS 21 software. Okay, we directly move to the result. In the table 1, the GSR disclosure variable obtained significant value 0.134, and this is a negative direction. It suggested that the corporate social responsibility disclosure not affect firm value. It does not align with the first hypothesis, stating that the corporate social responsibility disclosure index positively affect firm value while concluding that the first hypothesis were rejected. And then we move to the the discussion of the first hypothesis. Investors also consider that CSR can cause cost to the firm, which is a form of waste of the firm resources, according to Mukhtaruddin et al. 2019. For the reason, an increase in spending on CSR must be followed by an increase in financial ratios. Conversely, an increase in corporate spending on CSR, which is not followed by changes in the firm financial ratios such as profitability, leverage, firm size, growth, and different ratios, causes investors to measure that increasing spending on CSR is a waste of firm resources, leading to decreased firm value. Yeah. According to Pramana and Mustanda 2016. It's why the first hypothesis is rejected. We move to the second hypothesis. The table 1 displays that institutional ownership variable obtain a significant value. So the produce a copious value but a negative value, which was in a negative direction. It indicated that corporate governance as proxy by institutional ownership had a negative effect on firm value as the dependent variable. It is not consistent with second hypothesis, arguing that institutional ownership positively affect firm value. This second hypothesis also was rejected. Let's moving to the discussion. This negative effect of institutional ownership in firm value could be caused by the presence of institutional investors with majority share of ownerships, who are more inclined to take side and cooperate with management to prioritize their personal interests over the minority shareholders' interests. According to Rahmat 2014, it is a negative signal for outside parties because the institutional investor aligns strategy with management, which tend to take firm policies, is not optimal. As a result, this action can be detrimental to the firm's operation. Investors are no longer interested in investing. The firm's share price decreases. The volume of stock trading decreases. The firm value decreases, and in this case, the active monitoring active turns into a passive and opportunistic one when the share ownership of institutional investor gets bigger, according to Subiantoro 2007. Okay, we move to the next hypothesis. In the table 1, the managerial ownership variable show the significant value. Managerial ownership, yes. And the coefficient value is the have positive direction. It implies that the corporate governance variable proxied by managerial ownership positively affected firm value, so that it is in line with the third hypothesis that managerial ownership has a positive effect on firm value. So the third hypothesis was accepted. Let's moving on the discussion of third hypothesis. The existence of managerial ownership will also minimize the fraud level in the firm. Thus, managerial ownership will unite the managers and shareholders in the rest. It will then have a positive impact on a rising firm value. If the firm value increases, the value of wealth owned by manager will also increase. According to Purnamawati et al. 2017. We go to the third hypothesis. Table 1 exhibits that the remuneration committee variable had a significant value of 0.05 and the coefficient value with a positive direction. So it is significant that the QCK variable proxy by the remuneration committee did not influence the firm value. Hence, it does not support the fourth hypothesis, proposing that the remuneration committee positively affect firm value. Consequently, the fourth hypothesis was rejected. Let's move on to discussion of fourth hypothesis. In this case, the existence of a remuneration committee can trigger greater costs that must be incurred by the firm and can reduce firm profits. According to Murwaningsari et al. 2009, the cost that the firm must pay to determine the amount of remuneration committee member fees are pretty high, where the remuneration committee member must have expertise in the field of human resources, which is expected to assess the board of directors and the board of commissioners to comply with the basic key principles like accountability, transparency, independence, responsibility, and fairness, so that they can act professionally and objectively. Therefore, the higher cost will tend to reduce the firm value. Okay, we move to the last hypothesis. So this is a table 2 about the interaction test. In the interaction test in table 2, the multiplication with the moderating variable revealed that significant value is more than this bigger more 0.05. So, and the coefficient value of this interaction is positive direction. It indicated that GSR did not affect the firm value moderated by the financial performance. We use ROA, return on assets. It is inconsistent with the fifth hypothesis, suggesting the financial performance can strengthen the relationship between GSR and the firm value. How about the discussion? GSR disclosure made by firms can reduce firm value when a firm's financial performance is low. When the firm's financial performance is low, which indicates the firm's prospects are not good, investor will respond negatively and the firm value will lower because the firm is deemed worse in the investor's eyes, according to Amelia 2007. If the firm's ability to generate profits decreases, the share price will decrease as well. Thus, the lower this ratio, the worse the firm's positions. It means the smaller the firm's ability to cover the investment used. It can allow firms not to finance investment from funds originating from internal sources available in the retained earnings, so that the information contained in ROA will be a negative value for investor and can reduce the firm value, according to Fauzi and Suransi 2016. So the conclusion, the study concluded that the GSRs did not affect the firm value. And the second, corporate governance as a proxy for institutional ownership had a negative effect on the firm value. And the third, The corporate governance as a proxy for the managerial ownership had a positive effect on the firm value. And the third, corporate governance as proxied by the remuneration committee had no effect in the firm value. And the last, financial performance could not strengthen the influence of corporate social responsibility. Okay, thank you. I think that's all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Which ranks 25,000 to 35,000 rupiah for Owabong Water Park, 15,000 to 20,000 rupiah for Sanggaluri Reptile Park, and 20,000 to 25,000 rupiah for Purbasari Riverworks. And the second findings, we can see the regression result. In the data, we can see that there are 3 independent variables influence willingness to pay. These are travel costs, visitor income, and visitor perceptions. You can see that visitor income is the most influential variables on willingness to pay. Conclusion. This research focused on economic tourism, which analyzed the economic development of 3 famous tourist destinations in Purbalingga Regency. These are Owabong Water Park, Sanggaluri Reptile Park, and Purbasari Riverworks. The objectives of this research are to measure willingness to pay and to analyze its determinant factors of those tourist destinations. We can see the research findings. The first, willingness to pay of each destination is still at recommended price or ticket, which ranks 25,000 to 35,000 rupiah for Owabong Water Park, 15,000 to 20,000 rupiah for Sanggaluri Reptile Parks, and 20,000 until 25,000 rupiah for Purbasari Riverworks. And the second finding, the determinant factors of willingness to pay of those 3 destinations are travel costs, visitor income, and visitor perceptions. Okay, it's all. Thank you.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before I go to the question and answer, I want to ensure that Mr. Agus Arifin here. Are you with us?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Agus. Okay, we have one question here from Mr. Rami. Please, Pak Rami.
Thank you, Pak Dimas. Thank you, Pak Agus, for your presentation. I would like to know the heterogeneity of the sample in terms of origin of the visitor. Like, do they live around Purbalingga, or do they live in other provinces as well? I think it's important if you use primary data and summarize about your sample characteristics, and also have you control for individual attributes of the sample, such as age, gender, work status, and so on. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rami. Okay,
thank you, Pak Rami.
Okay, I will try to answer. Thank you. The heterogeneity of the data. Okay, because of the pandemic, we do this research from November 20 until until April 21. It expands for 3 months because of the pandemic. So we are difficult to have 100 respondents. So maybe this is the restriction of our research. Difficult to find the respondents. Okay, Mr. Romi. So we just meet or we just encourage the visitor there, because it's rarely visitor in the pandemic season. So we are not differencing about the heterogeneity. We just collect data from the visitors there. Okay, and then the second questions about the control. Okay, in the full paper, we also display about the age of the visitor, also the main factor that is income from visitor, that and the age, the visitor, and also the sex. Yeah, and the conclusion that about the income from the visitor, there are the range about 1 million until 3 million rupiah a month. Said agreement for raising the ticket by 20%. Okay. 1 million rupiah until 3 million rupiah average for the income from the visitors. Set agreement for the pricing the ticket by 20%. I think that's the answer.
Thank you very much. Further question, do you think that raising the ticket during the pandemic is a wise policy that you can offer to such object attractions?
Okay, it is a dilemma especially for the Purbalingga government. Yeah, in one side, it's important to raise the tourism because Owabong is the best or the most attractive here. But the other side, that it's many restriction. I think it's wise. It's okay to rise 15 to 20%, average with 5,000 rupiah, maybe 5,000 rupiah. And this research is like a project, yeah, the pre-research, yeah. How about the opinion from the visitor if the ticket will rise, yeah, 20%? I think that's Mr. Romi.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Romi and Mr. Agus for interactive discussions. Okay, we go to the next presenter, the 10th presenter on these sessions. I call upon Madam or Mrs. Nafarina Jayasegar from University Malaysia Sarawak or UNIMAS. She will be presenting the title on four-way linkages on trade openness, income inequality, environmental degradation, and economic growth in Malaysia. Okay, Madam Nafa Nita, time is yours.
Rahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A very good day. My name is Navanita, and the title of my paper is The Four-Way Linkages of Trade Openness, Income Inequality, Environmental Degradation, and Economic Growth in Malaysia. The manufacturing sector has grown substantially over the past few years, contributing to an increased Malaysia's GDP as of the year 2019, but reduced by 0.5% in the first quarter of 2021. According to Malaysia's trade statistics, international trade is one of the main contributors to Malaysia's prosperity in terms of economic growth, with countries like Singapore, China, US, and Japan being Malaysia's major export and import allies. Malaysia has exhibited a keen commitment to develop regional and bilateral trade links through the agreements done. Malaysia's trade strategy has been to aim for a more liberalized and fairer global trading environment whilst maintaining multilateral trading structures. Malaysia's economic growth has had important effects on the distribution of income and on poverty. So while the poverty rate has declined, the distribution of wealth still shows a pattern that is not healthy. Official estimates indicate the poverty rate in Malaysia has been gradually decreasing, but the wealth distribution reflects the pattern of fluctuation. In terms of environmental degradation, the impact of emission and of greenhouse gases on the quality of life has grown over the recent years. One of the major causes behind this phenomenon is the expansion of economic growth, which results in the degradation of the environment. As of the problem statement, understanding the rise of GDP might have a major impact on the economy and has been very important for policymakers. Trade transparency can play an important role in an economy as the productivity and competitive advantage. Income inequality and the role it plays in economic development have lately gained a great deal of coverage. One of the biggest threats to developing nations is environmental pollution, and most of the research agrees that the association between these set variables and economic growth is significant. Trade openness, which causes businesses to prosper, impacts the environmental and quality of life. So when nations expand trade, the population of the country is positive and poor, and the wage difference or greater income inequality of this country is growing on one hand. As of the theory of ICoSI, CO2 emissions is said to be positive and then negative above the threshold with the amount of income or trade openness. So with the negative association between trade openness and CO2 emissions, the carbon emissions will likely reduce as the country is more open to trade. The growth plan of Malaysia is a very different path to that pursued by a variety of other developing markets, including those where more recent trade liberalization has shown that income inequality is growing together with the degrading of the environment. So since the aim of becoming an industrial country as well as the associated rapid economic expansion, there has been a surge in industrial pollution and the deterioration of urbanized areas. The general objective of the study is to investigate the following linkages between trade openness, income inequality, environmental degradation, and economic growth in Malaysia. And there are three specific objectives, which is to assess the link between trade openness and economic growth in Malaysia. The second one would be to examine the relationship between trade openness, income inequality, and economic growth in Malaysia. And finally is to investigate the linkages between trade openness, income inequality, environmental degradation, and economic growth in Malaysia. Various statistical techniques were used in order to achieve the objectives of this study, which is time series analysis, ordinary least squares method, unit root test, the Johansson and Jusselius co-integration test, vector error correction model, Granger causality test, and diagnostic test. So, as of the results, to begin with, the unit root test consisting of augmented Dickey-Fuller test and Philip-Brown test were carried out, and it is shown that only one of the variables, which is carbon dioxide emissions, was stationary at level and intercept, while the other variables were not stationary. So these four variables were tested at first difference and intercept, where it is shown that all four variables of the study are stationary at first difference and intercept. And since all of these four variables are stationary at the same level, which is at first difference and intercept, co-integration tests can be carried out. So as for the Johansson and Jusselius test, both the trace and max eigenvalue test led to the same conclusion, which is the presence of two co-integrating vectors. Rejecting the null hypothesis of no co-integration implies that the four-variable model do not drift apart and share at least one common stochastic trend in the long run. So since the model is co-integrated, BECM and Granger causality tests can be pursued. So as for the BECM test carried out, the normalized equation shows that two variables, which is trade openness and carbon dioxide emissions, has a positive impact, whereas income inequality has a negative impact towards the GDP in the long run. As for the ECT result, shows that there are two variables which fulfill the three criteria, which is trade openness and carbon dioxide emissions. This implies that trade openness and carbon dioxide emissions bears the brunt of short-run adjustment to bring about long-run equilibrium. This shows that these two variables are strongly endogenous, which acts as initial receptors of any exogenous shocks that disturb the equilibrium system. To analyze on the short-run relationship, Granger causality tests prove that the existence of 7 short-run relationships between these 4 variable model. There are 5 unidirectional causality and 1 bidirectional causality. So from the ECT and Granger causality test, it is proven that this 4 variable model has the existence of short and long-run relationships. As for the diagnostic test carried out, the normality test showed that the error term of the model is normally distributed, whereas the serial correlation test proved that the model has no autocorrelation. Then the heteroscedasticity arch test concluded that the error term of the 4 variable model is homoscedastic. The Ramsey reset test proved that the model is correctly specified, which means that the null hypothesis is accepted. And finally, the Kusum and Kusum of squares test showed that the coefficient is stable, since the plot of Kusum and Kusum of squares falls within the range of the 5% level of significance, which proves that the model is stable. So, in conclusion, from the test above, it can be proven that there are short and long-run relationships between these variables. So it can be said that the objectives of this study is achieved. Malaysia actively participates in foreign trade, which is beneficial to a country's income. Malaysia is a middle-income nation, and according to the findings, environmental degradation and trade openness have a positive, significant influence on economic growth, but income inequality has a negative impact on economic development in the long run, as suggested in the study. So even though carbon dioxide emissions have a positive impact on the economic growth, the income inequality has a negative impact, which means there is a need to reduce environmental degradation, since there are extensive research on the leading to global warming and climate change. It has been established that trade openness leads to environmental degradation through CO2 emissions, which in turn promotes income inequality. Policymakers should emphasize that economically effective solution does not entail reversing trade liberalization, but rather regulatory tools and regulations that assist companies in internalizing the cost of the environmental activities. The creation of energy saving strategies is anticipated to contribute to reduced CO2 emissions, which would reduce the income inequality while maintaining the GDP growth and trade openness. And the study findings offer Malaysian and other decision makers important policy insight in a number of ways. So in order to achieve sustainable development, Malaysia's policymakers will need to implement a balanced plan that stimulates growth, closing the gap of income, and sustaining international trade without compromising the environment. Thank you.
Mentioned COVID, you mentioned online teaching, and that in Indonesia, for example, it has been really hard with learners not having perhaps the necessary skills and the independence to sustain their learning throughout the pandemic when they were no longer in a classroom with the help of a teacher face-to-face. Well, here's my question to you. How different do you think that was in New Zealand, or in America, or in the United Kingdom? My point is that ability to learn by yourself in one context changes very rapidly when the context itself changes. So when you take learners from a familiar classroom environment and move them to an online classroom, it doesn't matter so much whether you're Indonesian or German or what have you. Suddenly, you don't have those skills because you've never learned how to do that by yourself. So it's not so much a cultural difference. It's more a difference of what have you been encouraged and supported to develop in terms of your learning skills. Right?
Okay. 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 Thank you, Hayo. Okay. Would you like to give a second question to the audience, Hayo? The second reflective question. What is the second question?
How do you encourage, prepare, support, and involve your learners in learning in a wide range of learning spaces? So if you have any experiences, anything that you've tried maybe over the last 18 months that's worked for you, now is the time to share it with everyone else, because we'd love to hear from you.
Okay, okay, audience, that is a reflective question. Okay, how, in what ways could you encourage learners in varieties of learning spaces, okay, that you have experienced? Okay, please, would you like to respond? Anyone want to respond to this question? In what ways could you encourage learners using the varieties of learning space? Would you like to share your experience, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, please. Okay. Yes, yes, please. Who just raised her or his hand?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please.
Right. I don't know whether I would like to answer your question, but I'd like to say this. I think with my years of teaching, I've been teaching for the last 30 years, and what I can say is that whatever situation, whether it's in terms of developing autonomy or whether you are managing a virtual classroom, the important thing is to create the thirst in students, the thirst for knowledge. And I think that as teachers, we all need to have a bag of tricks all the time. You must pay attention to the learners, not so much to get the learners to pay attention to you. You need to pay attention to the learners. And you need to listen and be in tune with the students so that you know exactly when they're bored, and if they're bored, what you need to do. That's when you take out your cards and you put it on the table and say, what can I use in this situation? I think that's what teaching is all about, the engagement. That's whether you're doing it in any learning space, the most important thing is you need to be there learning with your students. Thank you.
Love it. Yeah, very good. I wish you had been my teacher when I was learning my languages when I was in school. Because you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It's about listening to learners and observing them. And I think, just to take it back to the topic of the learning spaces, and this is one of the positive things that we have experienced over the last 18 months. We have had for a long time, but many of us are now more aware of the fact that we have a lot of tricks, as you call it, a big bag of tricks in the tools, the websites, the applications, the software, the learning management systems, the portfolios, all these kinds of tools, all of which can expand our repertoire. They can add to our toolkit with ways of better listening, as you call it, to our learners, better observing who is doing what. You know, you can see now on a learning management system who logs in, how often your learners are online, how long they stay online for, how much they progress when they try to complete tasks online, how many of your learners are chatting in the chat window during your Zoom classes, and how many stay quiet. Things that before or that without the technology are very difficult and often maybe even impossible to measure or observe. But now you have the tools. As long as you have the willingness, like you obviously do, as long as we as teachers have the willingness to be open and listen to our learners, we now have a lot more ways to hear what they have to say. So thank you for that passionate contribution.
Okay, thank you, Miss Dr. Suchitra Sankaran. Okay. Okay, I think we ran out of time. Time is up. Professor Hayo Reinders. This is very fruitful discussion and also very great presentation so that we can enhance our knowledge and enrich our insight, especially in terms of creating spaces for learning, because this is, I think, becoming more necessary for us, especially in the online environment, to capitalize on, to benefit the existence of technological infrastructure provided by the era of 4.0. Yeah, actually, the technology is there. Yeah, so it's up to us as teachers to make optimum use of technology that is available, and I think we have to give a big applause to Professor Hayo Reinders, yeah, for a very good and wonderful presentations.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Prof.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations 2021 is about to start. For participants, please kindly activate and adjust your video camera in proper position and keep your audio inactive during the meeting, or turn off or mute the microphone of your device. Thank you.
To handle the opening ceremony of the 5th ICoSI 2021, we welcome Tita Briliana and Andi Agus Salim.
The Honorable Chairman of Board of Trustees Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Agung Danarto MAG, with all the member of Board of Trustees of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM,
Vice Rector for Academic Affairs Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Sekamta, ST MT IPM, University Secretary, Insinyur Nafi Ananda Utama, MS, Chairperson of the Committee of the 5th ICoSI 2021, Dr. Yeni Rosilawati, SIP SE MM, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, all praises belongs to Allah the Almighty for His grace and mercies. In the middle of the pandemic, we still be able to be here together with a very good health and condition.
May salawat and salam always be presented to our Prophet Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the lightness, from the bad character to the good one, as we hold today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony of the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2021.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our agendas for today will be opening, recitation of the Holy Quran, singing Indonesian anthem, Sang Surya, and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta anthem, opening remarks, keynote speech, and closing.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's open our meeting today by reciting Basmalah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Recitation of the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Mu'minun verses 1 until 10. Mr. Nur Sofyan, SICOM, MICOM, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Qad aflahal mu'minuna alladzina hum fi salatihim khashi'un. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ عَنِ اللَّغْوِ مُعْرِضُونَ وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ لِلزَّكَاةِ فَاعِلُونَ وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ لِفُرُوجِهِمْ حَافِظُونَ إِلَّا عَلَى أَزْوَاجِهِمْ إِلَّا عَلَى أَزْوَاجِهِمْ أَوْ مَا مَلَكَتْ أَيْمَانُهُمْ فَإِنَّهُمْ غَيْرُ مَلُومِينَ فَمَنِ ابْتَغَى وَرَاءَ ذَلِكَ فَأُولَئِكَ هُمُ الْعَادُونَ وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ لِأَمَانَاتِهِمْ وَعَهْدِهِمْ رَاعُونَ وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ عَلَى صَلَوَاتِهِمْ يُحَافِظُونَ أُولَئِكَ هُمُ الْوَارِثُونَ الذين يرثون الفردوس هم فيها خالدون الذين يرثون الفردوس هم فيها خالدون صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Allah Almighty speaks the truth.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for National Anthem of Indonesia, followed with Sang Surya and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta Anthem. Indonesia Raya, created by W.R. Supratman.
Sang Surya, created by Kiai Haji Jarnawi Hadi Kusumo.
Sang Surya
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta anthem created by Agus Kurnia Wibowo.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, wadah kaum muda bertakwa, berbakti untuk nusa dan bangsa dan berjiwa satria. Wujudkan sarjana muslim berakhlak mulia, tak percaya pada diri sendiri, berguna bagi masyarakat dan negara, dan sivitas akademika. Kami Universitas Muhammadiyah dan selalu setia mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa demi negara kita, Republik Indonesia. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, wadah kaum muda bertakwa, berbakti untuk nusa dan bangsa dan berjiwa satria. Wujudkan sarjana muslim berakhlak mulia, tak percaya pada diri sendiri, berguna bagi masyarakat dan negara, dan sivitas akademika. Kami Universitas Muhammadiyah dan selalu setia mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa demi negara kita, Republik Indonesia.
All participants are pleased to have a seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, move on to the next agenda. Remarks from the chairperson of the 5th ICoSI 2021. Please welcome Dr. Yeni Rosilawati, SIP, SEMM.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. The Honorable Board of Trustees of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the Vice Rectors, the distinguished speakers, the honorable guests, and all the respectable participants of the 5th ICoSI 2021. First of all, let us praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessings, we are able to gather here in this forum and attend this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the conference of the 5th ICoSI 2021. I'm delighted to see so many guests here. I'm especially honored to welcome our honorable guests and eminent speakers, most particularly the keynote speakers and chairs. Respected participants, the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, or ICoSI 2021, brings the theme Maximizing Opportunities and Research for Better Life, that serve as a forum to facilitate scholars, policymakers, practitioners, and other interested parties from Indonesia and abroad to present their novel ideas, promote cutting-edge research, and to expand collaboration network. Further, we have experts from across the fields who will be with us for the next 2 days, sharing their thoughts, knowledge, and opinion with the rest of us. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to expand in Indonesia and in the world, this conference is being completely conducted on digital platform in line with the social distance norms due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In this month, we also celebrate the free spirit of Indonesia, and may this Independence Month bring you peace, joy, and love. Amid today's disruptive world, we do hope that this independence moment will bring the spirit to change, the spirit to make changes, and the spirit to innovate for building an advanced Indonesia and better world. Esteemed guests, we are proud to announce that in the previous years, this conference was consist only 2 focal conferences. But this year, we have 11 focal conferences from various disciplines, ranging from the social sciences, religious studies, humanities and law, health and nursing studies, technology and engineering fields, and also economics, business, and accounting area. This transdisciplinary framework allows for the weaving for the new knowledge, and at the same time allow researchers to move beyond known boundaries, as the society's problems are far too complex and cannot be solved only within the domain of one discipline. Further, it is great honor I will take this opportunity to share with you that this year, ICoSI committee received more than 1,300 abstracts from 15 different countries, including Australia, China, India, Iraq, Malaysia, Paraguay, Philippines, Qatar, Russia, Spain, Taiwan, Thailand, Japan, Germany, and Pakistan. We have 25 co-hosts across the globe and receive 1,128 presenters. I would like to express my sincere appreciation and highest respect to the Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Gunawan Budianto, who gave endorsement and ensured the maximal support from all the faculty members of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to make this event a big success. In addition, my gratitude goes to all the support teams and licensed officers who have provided their valuable support, generous help, and advice. In total, we have 350 team members from all Civitas Academica of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. I'm sure that you will have fruitful and rewarding exchanges in the next few days. Let me conclude my speech by encouraging the delegates to participate with an increasing number in all activities and discussions through digital platform for the next 2 days. I wish you every success with this conference. I'm looking forward to learning about the outcome. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next is opening remarks from Rector Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and officially open the 5th ICoSI 2021. We welcome Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP, IPM.
the Honorable, the Head of Board of Trustee, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Vice Rectors, and faculty members, the Honorable, the Head of Committee of Field ICoSI 2021, distinguished keynote speakers, the paper presenters of each conference, all of participants of ICoSI 2021, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to express my happiness and welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the young and global university Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic that is still happening in several regions of the world, the development of ideas and academic thinking, research, and technology development should not be reduced. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, new research and discoveries are expected to provide the right solution for improving the quality of life. In the past 10 years, UMY has recognized a wide range of academic activities, learning process, research, scholarly publication, and community development projects. In the past of 15 years, we have successfully organized the International Conference, Cancer International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, or ICoSI, as a forum within which scholars and researchers can share their knowledge and research findings. I am delighted that today UMY presents the 2021 ICoSI in the topic maximizing opportunities and research for a better life. The fifth ICoSI gathered thousands of participants from different countries. With 11 focals and more than 1,000 papers, we are very proud that the two-day conference has been able to invite respected scholars who have contributed to the body of knowledge in different academic fields, as well as to facilitate young researchers, senior lecturers, and even experienced policymakers to share perspective, key issues, and research findings. ICoSI highlighted the importance of scientific innovation to sustain the life of the human race, preserve humanity, and strengthen our civilization through the power of knowledge, science, and wisdom. We believe that the future of our culture and civilization must be sustained, and sustained not only by superior scientific discoveries, but also by human principles that are affected by the new global order caused by the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I personally, and on behalf of UMY, as a host of the 2021 ICoSI, welcome all participants. We do our best endeavors to organize the conference and expect that everyone can reach their goals in communicating the paper in the most excellent academic forum. We are delighted to serve as the host for almost 900 participants in this two-day event. We thank you for your great participation. Our main goal is only one thing, only to try to provide a wonderful and great experience for all participants, not only in scientific environments, but also in a more cultural and social ambience for all. And by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare that the 5th International Conference of Sustainable Innovation 2021 can be started. Nasrul minallah wa fatkun qarib wa basyiril mu'minin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Rector Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, please stay ahead for officially open the 5th ICoSI 2021. And we kindly invite the Honorable Dr. Agung Danarto MAG and Dr. Yeni Rosilawati SIP SAMM to come forward to officially open the 5th ICoSI 2021.
Dr. Agung Danarto MAG as the Chairman of Board of Trustees Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, you are pleased to press the button to officially open the 5th ICoSI 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's count down together in 3,
2,
1.
Once again, please give round of applause for the opening of the 5th ICoSI 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the 5th ICoSI 2021 is officially open. For the honorable guests, you all please remain on the stage. We are going to have a photo session. So, we kindly invite to join the photo session Profesor Dr. Insinyur Sukamta, ST MT IPM, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Vice Rector for Student Affairs, Alumni and AIK, Profesor Hilman Latif, MA PhD, and Insinyur Nafi Ananda Utama, MS, University Secretary. In 3, 2, 1. Again. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. All the honorable guests, you all may have a seat.
Thank you. And for the second photo session, we would like to invite Mr. Zuhud Rozaki, PhD, as co-chair of the 5th ICoSI 2021, and Dr. Randa Sukiman, MA, as treasurer of Board of Trustees, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and then Dr. Randa Sahari, as secretary of Board of Trustees of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Syamsul Anwar, MA, as a member of Board of Trustees Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and Professor Dr. Munzirin Yusuf, MSI, as a member of Board of Trustees Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Okay, let's take a picture in 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Well, thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Are pleased to have a seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, moving right along, the next agenda will be keynote speech that will be guided by the moderator. Our moderator for today is Dr. Iman Permana, PhD.
Dr. Iman Permana, PhD, lecturer at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Dr. Iman Permana obtained his PhD from University of Salford, Manchester, the UK in 2015. Currently, while being a teacher at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Iman Permana is an active medical doctor at the University Clinic and as well as becoming the consultant of COVID-19 task force in the university. He obtained certificate of competence in prime family medicine specialist from the Collegium of Indonesian Family Medicine. Moreover, he is currently the head of Halalan and Thayyiban Center of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. It is a department specifically working on educating the society about halal or Muslim standard food through research.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we welcome Dr. Iman Permana, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon for everyone, honorable speakers and guests, and also the participant of the 5th ICoSI 2021. For the last 2 years, the world is in turmoil. We have been witnessing the emergence of a pandemic that never been imagined before, which has pushed us to the verge of every human life. What is considered to be the main aspect that initially has been involved with, that is health, now has spread and affect to any aspect of social, politics, economics, education, etc. And along with the struggle to reveal the true nature of this phenomenon and how to deal with it, people also striving in continuing the daily life, surviving ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, with the theme of maximizing opportunities and research for a better life, the 5th ICoSI 2021 are now inviting 4 honorable speakers that will enlighten us of what has been done in their own expertise. We have Dr. Amar Abdul Aziz. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Amar. Dr. Amar from Australia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. I hope you're in great shape. We'll have also Professor Sukamta from UMY, Indonesia. Assalamualaikum, Professor Sukamta. And good afternoon for Professor Narenchiti from Australia. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon, greetings.
And Dr. Yuko Harayama. Konnichiwa, Dr. Yuko.
Konnichiwa.
I hope all of you are in great shapes in this event. So you can share with us your thought and research. Yeah. So, honorable guests and participants, each of the speakers will have 20 minutes of presentation, and after completion of all speakers, there will be discussion session for also 20 minutes. Okay. So every one of you who have any questions, you should provide in the chat room in the YouTube, because this session will also live in YouTube. Yeah. So should anyone have any question, you should provide in just write in YouTube in the room chat. Okay. For the first speakers, we will have Dr. Amar Abdul Aziz. I will read his brief CV. In fact, actually his CV is very interesting. He's a lecturer and researcher, but also entrepreneur. He has over 8 years of industrial experience as an agropreneur in Malaysia, and was extensively involved in research and development collaboration with the Malaysian Ministry of Agriculture and the Malaysian Agricultural Research and Development Institute. His primary research interest lies in the identifying and developing sustainable agribusiness models in developing countries where activities are largely conducted by smallholders with relatively low level of education, small size of planted area, and so on. Well, without further ado, I will let Dr. Amar present his work for 20 minutes. Please, Dr. Amar.
I'll start with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon or good evening to some of us. I would like to thank you to the university. I hope you can see my slides at the moment. If everything is all right, if it's not, please let me know. Yang dihormati Bapak Rektor Dr. Gunawan Budianto, Head of Committee Dr. Yani Rasilawati, Moderator Dr. Iman, my distinguished guests. I'm a little bit nervous that I have to go first before them today, and other respected participants. I'll be talking to you today about rethinking sustainability and innovation, which is, I think, central to sustainability and innovation in agribusiness for a better life. And I have a catchy title there, Facing the Crying Tree Syndrome. Most of you would probably be wondering, what does this mean? And I will tell you, I will share this with you shortly. So, but before I start, what I like to do is I like to clear some concepts. And the three concepts that I like to talk about is, of course, agribusiness, sustainability, and innovation. I'll start off with agribusiness. A question I quite often ask my students when I start introducing them to agribusiness. Hands would go up and they would say, agribusiness, agriculture plus business. Or, for those of you, this is a term that was coined in 1957, a very long time ago. And some will say it's sum of production and distribution across the value chain. But what I'd like to invite, fellow researchers today as well, and academics here, agribusiness is not just about value chains and production, but it's also a way of thinking, about agriculture and business. And why I say this is because coming from a developing country like Malaysia, there's this push towards getting farmers to understand, to look at their business or to look at agriculture as a business. So I think that's an important thing. And one of the ways of looking at agribusiness, whether you use different methods, value chain analysis, or systems dynamic, understanding agribusiness from the perspective of a farmer is very important. The other concept that's important to this talk today, which is the principles of sustainability. I'm sure we've heard of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, triple bottom line, 3 Ps, planet, people, and profit. And of course, recently, FAO has come up with 5 key principles, which I think is very relevant to our topic today, that has a relation to food and agriculture. And if you look at the 5 key principles across the slides here, you will see that each of the principle somehow ties in to community well-being, to a better life, particularly for growers. And
Dr. Amar, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
You haven't put the slides into the full screen? Is it?
Yes, I have. Are you?
Oh, you have. All right.
Is it full screen now?
Full screen. Okay, thank you very much. So it's my.
No, is it full screen now, or if I? Because I've just swapped it. Is it
Yes,
full screen?
Yes, it is full screen. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have I moved my slides?
Slide. It's not in slideshow mode, I think.
I'm
Because-
ready.
Yeah. I'm still seeing the first slide of your
Okay,
presentation.
just give me a second. I'll do that again. I'll share my screen. Give me 1 second. Are you able to see now?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much.
Is it changing?
Yes, this is the second slide. Yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you.
my apologies. That's technology for you. So this is agribusiness. So this is what I was talking about earlier, about agribusiness, and it's a way of thinking. And I like to encourage new academics who are getting into agribusiness to think of agribusiness as a way of thinking about agriculture and business. And I spoke about the 5 key principles. As you can see across my slides, you'll see increasing productivity, but they all have relevance to the better well-being of producers, or farmers and communities. And of course, agricultural innovation, it's a process which I like to think is a process towards sustainable development of agriculture, improving competitiveness, resilience. And of course, within innovation itself, it has to be sustainable. Now, with these 3 concepts, with agribusiness, the push towards sustainability and innovation driving sustainability in agribusiness, or sustainable innovation driving sustainability in agribusiness, what we'd like to see at the end of the day is a happy farmer, someone who'd smile. Before I start my presentation, I would like to take all of us on a journey. And this is a story that I quite often share with my students. And it's because the relation of this is because of the perception. My father tells me that there's 3 sides to a story. I think there's a lot more sides to a story, and we will talk about perception, particularly this word middleman. If the participants, if you're sitting with somebody else, you could look around or talk to your fellow colleagues sitting next to you and ask him, what do you think of middlemen? And you'll get different perceptions. So this story, you see a father and a son with a camel going to a city. As they pass through the city, they hear chatters from the people around the city and says, oh, look at this family. They've got a camel, yet they walk. The father hears this. And as soon as they pass the city, he says, son, I think you both of you get on the camel, and I'll pull the camel along. They get to another city, and they hear yet another chatter. Oh, look at that. Look at those sons. How dare they let their father walk while they sit on the camel? And the father says, oh, this will change this time. I'll sit on the camel, and you pull the camel. They get to another city, and they hear another chatter that says, oh, look at those boys. Oh, look at that father. He rides a camel, and the son is walking, pulling the camel. And when they get down, they say, look, they've got a camel and nobody sits. So there's no way of making everybody happy. There will always be different perceptions towards middlemen. So what I'd like to point out today is that my talk is not about giving solutions, although I will talk a little bit about solutions, but it's more for an invitation for us to think, to rethink sustainability and innovation in agriculture, although I will be talking about a crying tree. And maybe a call to action for academics and researchers alike, particularly the young researchers, I like to consider myself still young, working towards improving sustainable development and innovation in agriculture. So most of you would have probably seen the abstract. I'd like to talk about rubber, something that started a very long time ago with 70,000 seeds. And 1,900 of those seeds that was grown in UK was sent to Sri Lanka. I think it was 13,000 to Singapore, and then 9,000 to Malaysia. And with those small little seeds, sparked the rubber production in Southeast Asia. In the 1930s, Southeast Asia was responsible for 98% of the total rubber production. Today, it's worth 40 billion. In 6 years, or maybe 6 to 10 years, it's expected to be around 68 billion. That's how much it's worth. And still, after many years, Southeast Asia is still responsible for 90% of the global rubber production. But what's more interesting is that 90% of the global rubber production are grown by smallholders. So smallholders are very important. Today, COVID, COVID has impinged on our ability to fly. Some are able to still fly. But let me tell you this, without rubber, none of us can fly, because it's an important component in a tire, in an aeroplane tire. So why rubber? What has it got to do with sustainability and innovation? Well, I want to take you to this article that I read a couple months ago while I was reading about, so I've got a couple of researchers with me, PhD students, and one that I like to make mention. Adit, if you're listening, thank you for helping with the slides. I read this article. It was an article in 1979. It says, feudal system supplies tire makers. What surprised me the most was, I was reading this article that was written in 1979. Here we are in 2021, but yet the story was still the same. In 1979, the average Indonesian smallholder farmer was making about $250 a year. Please correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding this year, they're making anywhere from $450 to $500 a year, which is double after 42 years. And I want to now take us back to, and when you talk about agribusiness, you can't run away from value chains, supply chains. If you look at the supply chain, if you look on your left, you can see the plantation and how it moves along the processing area to the distribution. Take a look at the red box on the right. You see that innovation, there's no better example of innovation in agriculture, if this is not one of the best example, where innovation has led to 40 to 50,000 industrial products in rubber. It's important, as I said earlier, you can't fly without rubber. It's important for earthquake, tires that we travel. It's important for traveling, particularly now where you've got to order your food online and food has got to travel to you, it uses rubber. And all of this are produced by 90% of smallholder farmers, which I've mentioned earlier, and approximately is about 6 million plantation. Now, when we look at the innovation that has happened on both sides of, we've got one on the right and one on the left there, take note that with innovation in distribution, you've got 40 to 50,000. But with innovation in smallholder plantations, the expected yield in 1970s, it was expected to be around 9,000 kilograms per hectare. A recent publication in Nature Plant estimated it about between 7,000 to 12,000, so we're not far off from 9,000, an average of 9,000. But Malaysia is producing just under 2,000 smallholders farmers. Indonesia probably just under 1,000. And that's since the 1950s. So there's a whole range of things that has happened, but we're still not where we should be in terms of plantations. And these are for the 90% smallholder farmers that produces a very important global commodity. Here we see, remember the story I mentioned, smallholder farmers, 1979, $250, 2021, push forward, $500. But yet we see glove makers, tire makers, and here, there's an article right there. The world's largest glove maker makes 1,646%. This is just the quarterly increase in profit. But where is the money for the growers? So, based on what I've just mentioned, the talk that I've just given, if you look at the prices, you would have think, wow, glove makers are making a lot of money. There was a little bit of an increase. Just give me a second so that I can move this around. There was a little bit of an increase in July 2020. But look at the increase. It's not even comparable to the one that happened between July 2016 and 2017, the peak. Let's not even talk about the peak in 2011. So here we are. We've got on one end, lots of innovation going on, lots of profits. But on the other end, there are some innovations, but growers are still toiling in poverty. So in all of this, I was attracted to this thing that was sent to me by my mentor, my supervisor. He said, Amar, you could have a look at this. There was a report in CNBC. CNBC, and not too far along, this is July 2021, there's a rubber apocalypse that's going to happen. And you would think with rubber apocalypse, you get higher rubber prices, you get a lot of higher things. And I'd like to summarize this. I encourage you to have a look at the report. But what I'd like to point out was two things. One was that here we have an issue. So the message was, here we have an issue. We've got to look at other ways to produce rubber. Dandelion, for example, a destructive way of looking or extracting rubber. There was no mention of, well, there could have been a little bit of mention. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, I would have to say. So because I was a grower, as a moderator had said, and I've got a different view of middlemen sometimes. But the focus was looking at alternative supplies, or how do we get our own rubber? It wasn't about how do we help the smallholder farmers. And the other thing was the push of sustainable rubber. We've heard this sustainable, argument in palm oil, how sustainable palm oil will receive better premium. That is still up in the air. The jury is still out on that one. And there's this push towards sustainable rubber. Rubber has to be sustainable for production to use. So hang on to those thoughts. And as I go along, I'd like to point, I'll come back to that point. So as part of my research, I'm a junior researcher. I've just started. I've lived my life mostly as an agripreneur. Just started into being into an academic. Rubber, I've got a little bit of passion because my family has been involved in rubber for many years, particularly my father. I wanted to understand more about rubber. I wanted to understand more about the social economic impact, sustainability of rubber from a smallholder perspective. And I realized, and when I started, and we presented, so we sat down with my PhD student, we said, this is what we're going to look. The response that I got was, socio-economic has been studied to death. Why are we looking at socio-economic? And I was taken aback, and I thought, wow, hold on a minute. What does the literature tell us then? Because this was coming from rubber institutions. I don't have to mention which one. But lo and behold, when you look at the graph on the left, it's from all the journal articles. We find that there has been an increase in socio-economic, which is the one in the green. So look at the graph on the left. If you look at the green bars, those are socio-economic studies. There has been an increase, but I don't think there has been enough. So we thought, okay, let's have a look at the Journal of Rubber Research, the journal for rubber, right? Or rubber research. And when we looked from 1963 to 2017, there has been research into socio-economic, and we included institutional factors as well into the study, but the studies were limited. So here it tells me that we've had a lot of innovation. There's this push for sustainability, but there's not been a lot of research in terms of how, there's been a lot of push from the government to help improve smallholder farmers, but the research doesn't show so. Now, one of the things that we did, I'd just like to point out to one of the works that one of my PhD students did. So a lot of my work through my PhD students who've done a terrific job. And this is, it looks very complicated, but just focus on the color. On the left, it's red. It's the global system. In the middle, you see blue color, which is the national system. This is a model of Malaysia, rubber production in Malaysia. And on the right are the farmers. And the focus of our research was on the farmers. We wanted to see how can we improve the livelihood of farmers? Because, one of the things is the price. Price has been depressed. What are the things that we can do? Now, I'm not going to go into detail of the different interventions at the global level, national level, or the farmers level. But what we found that was consistent across all levels was that there needed to be collaboration between partners. There needed to be involvement of stakeholders. Now I'm going to, I think what to ensure success, there just needs to be, there has to be successful collaboration or very strong collaboration between rubber research institutes, industry partners, the ones on the right that are making money, and then also the smallholders. And I think what is important, one of the lessons that we've learned is that this participatory approach of involving smallholder farmers, although we always say that smallholder farmers are always involved in what we do, I think we need to improve on that. We need to involve them in decision making, in policy making, and also in research. And another point that I'd like to raise, when we spoke about natural rubber, and we're coming back to the article that I spoke about in 1979, those two things that I highlighted. One was the income of the smallholder farmers, which was 250, and now it's 500, it's only 50% or 100% increase, where you see 1,000% increase in just a quarter in 2021 for producers. There's this push for sustainable development, right? For national rubber. There's this push for smallholder farmers need to adhere to this to ensure that it's sustainable so that tire growers can buy sustainable rubber. Fellow researchers, here's my question. Remember, I'm just inviting you to think about a position. It's just an invitation for you to think. If there is a sustainable natural rubber initiative that moves on, what about synthetic rubber? Where's the sustainable synthetic rubber development? Can they have a sustainable synthetic rubber movement? Remembering that synthetic rubber comes from oil. So these are the questions that I'd like to pose. And fellow participants, distinguished speakers, I think what we have particularly with sustainable development and innovation in agriculture, so in this particular case in rubber, it's not about equity, it's about equality. We are missing equitable, we're missing equitable innovation and sustainable development across the rubber value chain for this particular case. Here's an example. In 2016, rubber was hit with the rubber leaf disease. I've been working with a PhD student, no funding. My question is, where are the fundings? There have been agencies that have been coming, but none has rushed and said, this is a problem that smallholders are facing. They're earning, peanuts. We used to get, 2 kilos, 1 kilo of rubber karet in Indonesia. You get 2 or 3 kilos of rice. Now it's 2 kilos or 3 kilos of rubber to get 1 kilos of rice. Not exact, but just to give you an idea. Where are the fundings to help the smallholder farmers in ensuring sustainable or development and innovation in rubber? So, fellow participants, I leave you with this picture. I guess in equitable, sustainable development and innovation is the elephant in the room that we need to address. And I highly encourage, so like I said earlier, to think. And there's a lot of research questions here that you can answer. With that, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Amar, for a very, very interesting presentation. And now we are moving on to the next presentation from Professor Sukamta. I will read his brief curriculum vitae. So Professor Sukamta will present his work on air sodium chloride and glucose two-phase flow pressure gradient in horizontal capillary channels, computational fluid dynamics. Professor Sukamta is a lecturer in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, while being mandated as the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs since 2017. His interest in mechanical engineering research and has more than 10 patents, including several project management book, steam characteristic axial flow pump book, and then also jet pump mixed flow pump and many others. So without further ado, I will let Professor Sukamta to start his presentation. Please, Professor Sukamta.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector and all Vice Rectors, Head of Board Trustee or PPH, and all members, all keynote speakers, and all participants. Thank God for all of the gifts, especially the opportunity and help we can meet online or virtually on the 5th ICoSI UMY 2021 in this day. Thank you for the time given to us. It is an honor for us to present our topic entitled Sodium Chloride and Glucose Two-Phase Flow Pressure Gradient in Horizontal Capillary Channel Computational Fluids Dynamics in this event. This is our research, and especially in my field in mechanical engineering. My name is Sukamta, supported by the teams Rama Putranto Anwar, Sudarja, and Sri Sundari. All of them are from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And once again, Muhammad Samsira, he is from Universitas Diana Badra Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Okay, we will start from the simple question. What's a two-phase flow? Two-phase flow is the most basic type of a multi-component or phase flow consisting of only two components of phases, such as liquid gas, liquid solid, and solid gas. A multi-phase flow is a fluid flow that has multiple components of phases and flows in one channel at the same time, such as a liquid, solid, gas, liquid, liquid, solid, liquid, solid, solid, liquid, solid, solid, or solid, solid gas. So the lesson is that in the real life, we can walk and work with many people who have different skills, dispositions, temperaments, habits, but we can still achieve the same goal. Ladies and gentlemen, characteristic of multi-phase flow in mini channel or micro channel fluids have unique properties. Namely, surface tension is so dominant that Newton's law for fluids does not apply. This is a result of the small diameter of the channel. The flow pattern obtained is also not dependent on the direction of the flow or channel orientation independent. This is due to the enormous influence of surface tension. Fukano and Kawasaki, 1993. The lesson is that in the narrow situations, the magnitude of mass of force is not dominant, but cohesiveness, harmony, compactness, solidity is much more important. Okay, the next slide. So where is the applications of the two-phase flow? One, development and application of fluid flow in engineering. The development of technology in today's industry has led to small and compact technology product. Many technologies utilize micro technology to make the system more efficient. With increased efficiency, production costs will be lower, so that the selling price of the product will be more competitive. The design and operation of such system require the characteristic of two-phase flow in capillary pipes, including flow patterns, and also pressure drop. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see in the picture, compact heat exchanger. That is a mini compact heat exchanger. The thing that must be anticipated related to the application of two-phase flow on this compact heat exchanger as not to let slug flow patterns occur in the mini channel. Why? Because the slug flow can trigger water hammer due to rapid condensation and cause significant pressure change, and that can cause fatal damage. Zhao and P also describe flow applications on small channel, like cooling of multi-chip high-density modules on supercomputers, X-ray equipment, and other high-power diagnostic equipment, high-flux heat exchanger in aerospace system, cryogenic cooling system on satellite, and so on. The next slide. The second application in biomedical engineering, computational fluid dynamics, or CFD, we call CFD, is a widely adopted methodology of computer-based simulation to solve complex problems in many modern engineering fields and the biomedical field. CFD is becoming a key component in developing updated design and optimization through computational simulation, resulting in a lower operating cost with enhanced efficiency. Even though biomedical application is pertaining to the complexity of human anatomy and human body fluid behavior, you can see the picture. The recent CFD is in biomedical applications is more accessible and practicable due to the availability of high performance hardware and software with H1 in computer science. Many simulation and clinical results have been used to study the analysis in biomedical applications, particularly in blood flow and also nasal airflow. The study of blood flow, analysis includes the circulation of blood on ventricle functions, coronary artery, and also heart valve. Okay, the next slide. So now, why do we should research this? Ladies and gentlemen, this industry has produced a demand for workers with specialized knowledge in instrumentation and also medical equipment, data processing, and medical image, and also health information system development. Medical practitioners will benefit from biomedical system assistance with medical operations, data collecting, analysis, diagnosis, and treatment. Indonesia has an excellent opportunities actually to become a world leader in using tropical resources and treating tropical disease. Human resources, or HRM, who master and develop novel biomedical equipment and methodologies, nano and molecular technologies, and early detection technologies are trained in biomedical engineering. So in the future, we need an expert in the clinical field in healthcare activities, or we call clinical engineer. And also we need a designer in the industry, biomedical design engineer, and also we need a researcher in the academic world, or research scientist. As a result, research opportunities in biomedical engineering are wide open, and this nation, Indonesia, expect to build a new method, new approach, and new instruments by employing the numerous resources available in Indonesia to contribute the most to the Indonesian nation's future progress. Ladies and gentlemen, the next slide. So the focus of our topic Please, operator, help me to play the video. Our focus topic is computational fluid dynamics of pressure gradient of air sodium chloride and glucose to phase flow and horizontal capillary channel. Is a part of biomedical engineering research. It is crucial to predict the characteristic of two-phase flow phenomena, including pressure drop parameters, void fraction, flow pattern type, and also viscosity, and etc. to create a suitable product design and not to max trial and error. There has been much research on two-phase flow on many channels, but not many have simulated two-phase flow cases in many pipes. It is also essential to validate experimental results. Ladies and gentlemen, so the objective of our research, the next slide, please, the operator help me to play the video. There are 4 video. We can see from the picture, ladies and gentlemen, pressure drop, flow pattern, fluid fraction, and other parameters in fluid flow through a channel of a specific size can be predicted using computational fluid dynamics, or we call CFD. This study aimed to get precision simulation findings of 2D or 3D pressure gradients to confirm the experimental data. Okay, so we use the methodology like this. The next slide, slide 8. The material used is the fluid geometry in the pipe, drawn into 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions using the SolidWorks 2020 software as in a figure, including the mechanical properties of the working fluid. The test section in this simulation is a pipe section with a diameter of 1.6 millimeters with a length of 20 millimeters. Creating fluid geometry can be done using computer-aided design, or we call CAD or CAD software, such as Autodesk Inventor, AutoCAD, and also SolidWorks. So import it into ANSYS Fluent to take the next step. In the study, fluid geometry was created using SolidWorks 2020 software. After the fluid geometry is finished, the next step is to make a mesh that divides the plane or volume of fluid geometry into small parts. Mesh making was done using pointwise or V 18.3 R1 software, and the smaller the mesh size, the more accurate the simulation result will be. The mesh shapes used in this research are quadrilateral mesh for 2D geometry and hexahedral mesh for 3D geometry. The result of the mesh used in the simulation can be seen in a figure. Ladies and gentlemen, the quality of the mesh is determined by the skewness equiangular value less than 0.7. The quality of the resulting mesh can be seen in a figure. The number of cells in the mesh created in 163 elements for 2D geometry and 496,000 elements for 3D geometries. After making the mesh, a field is defined to determine the location of the boundary conditions. The definition of the field in this study include a gas inlet, liquid inlet, outlet, and wall. Next, the processing state is carried out. The data required in this research are visual data of pressure gradients in flow, simulation, and pressure result data. Visual data is simulated data in the form of image and is color coded to indicate a specific value. The data is presented using image software to see the simulation result obtained, and the image processed in image software are then processed into video format to provide a more precise visualization in the event that occur in the simulation. And the data is then processed using Microsoft Excel to see the resulting data on the pressure and also pressure gradients. So we can see the results on the next slide, on the 11th slide. The flow pattern obtained during the simulation are the plug pattern at GG 0.08 meter per second and also 0.80 meter per second, and the slug annular pattern and GG 3.3 and 2, GG from T3.3 to 8.3 meters per second. The pattern taken in the simulation is the first pattern that appears. Therefore, the resulting pattern may be different from the pattern from the experimental result. The form of flow pattern can be seen in the figure. Okay. After the counter of the volume fraction were obtained, pressure drop analysis was performed. The pressure drop observed in the simulation is obtained from the counter of static pressure and total pressure. The counter of static pressure is observed in the simulation to explain the pressure in the test section. In addition, the static pressure contour also provide an overview of the pressure change that occur at the variation of each GG concerning the flow pattern that happened. The result of the static pressure contour can be seen in the figure. The pressure flowing in the test section continues to increase as the GG or gas superficial value increase. After a static pressure contour is obtained, a total pressure contour is created. The total pressure is the result of static pressure and dynamic pressure. The total pressure contour in the simulation illustrates the effects of the pattern on the pressure drop in the test section. The pressure spike can be seen in the total pressure contour around the areas that form the flow pattern. The pressure spike that occur affect the amount of pressure that flows and affect the amount of pressure measures at both ends of the test. The total pressure contour can be seen in the figure. After the total pressure contour pressure is obtained, the two ends of the test section are processed into the pressure difference and pressure gradients. First, the pressure gradient is obtained from the difference in the average total pressure or end of the simulation test section. The average is obtained because the pressure along the vertical line of the y-axis of the test section is not the same. Then the data obtained on each variation is processed into the pressure gradient. The resulting pressure gradient increase consistently. Ladies and gentlemen, the pressure gradient data from each variation and then used to create the figure, to create the graph, so in the figure. From that figure, ladies and gentlemen, it can be interpreted that the increase in the pressure gradient from each variation always increase. Slide number 12. A decrease in the pressure gradient at GG 0.8 meter per second, but the decline was not significant. This is possibly due to the influence of the pattern on the variation of GG 0.8, which increases the total pressure value at the end of the simulation test section. The 3D simulation was carried out. The 3D simulation was carried out to explain the difference in the simulation result from the 2D simulation related to the pressure gradients. The difference between 2D and 3D simulation is that flow event on the third axis are ignored in the 2D simulation. Geometry in 2D simulation also does not provide the assumption that the cross-section of the tool is circular. 3D simulation was carried out at a variation of GG 0.08 meter per second, and the 2D simulation was completed with a simulation time of 1.25 seconds, while the 3D simulation was met with a simulation time of 2.65 seconds. So the difference in the simulation time occurred because the formation of slug, the formation of flow, occur much faster in the 2D simulation.
Sorry, Professor Sukamta.
Okay.
Your time is 2 minutes.
There is 2 slides again. And the counter of the 2D and 3D flow pattern are compared to see the pattern form when the pressure gradient data is taken. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, from the figure, we can see that the flow pattern counter obtained from the 3D simulation are more defined into plug flow type than 2D simulation. The 2D and 3D simulated total pressure counters were compared to see the pressure change along the test section, like the figure, seen the figure, and the pressure gradient counter of the 2D and 3D simulation have a similar trend of pressure change, but the amount of pressure flowing has a significant difference. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can directly to the conclusion. The gradients, values of pressure gradients in 2D and 3D simulation tend to increase as GT increase. The beginning fluctuation of the pressure gradients is linear, but it changes exponentially from the middle position to the end, and the finding of the 2D and 3D simulation variance of GG 0.08 shown that 2D simulation may accurately simulate physical processes such as pattern generation and phase interaction. However, the 2D and 3D simulations performed had vastly different result when looking at the pressure gradient values due to various physical elements considered in the 3D simulation but overlooked in the 2D simulation. Thank you very much, Mr. Iman. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Sukamta, for the presentation. It is evidence of it's a good evidence of how the enhancement of engineering technology will benefit to the healthcare delivery. Is that right, Professor Sukamta?
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Then the next presenter, the next speaker will be Professor Naranciti. He will deliver a topic of innovation in intercultural relations, maximizing opportunities and research for a better life. I will read his brief CV. Professor Naranciti.
Yes.
Is
hello.
Professor? Yes. Good afternoon, Professor. I will read your CV just briefly. Professor Narchiti is Professor of International Communication in the Department of Media, Communication, Creative Arts, Languages and Literature at Macquarie University's Faculty of Arts. He was awarded the Order of Australia for services to education. He is also the inaugural director of the Soft Power Analysis and Resource Center, and was previously the inaugural Associate Dean of the Faculty of Arts. So without further ado, Professor Naren, please start the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, Universitas Muhammadiyah Trustee, Dr. H. Aguing Donato, and the the Rector, Dr. Gunawan Budiato, and the Vice Rector, ICoSI 21 Chair, Dr. Yeni Ruslawat, fellow keynote speakers, Professor Sukanta, Dr. Amar, and Dr. Yuko. I would also like to recognize the head of the Islamic Communication and Broadcasting Department at Universitas Muhammadiyah, Dr. Twediana Hapsari, who many years ago was my brilliant PhD student, so I'd like to recognize that. And friends all who are watching the live stream and who are in the conference hall as well. Speaking of innovation in research and training, in a world where mobility has been crippled by a pandemic, I want to draw attention to a few key words. These can be placed in two categories. The first category is related to efficiency in dealing with the constraining factors of today. I've got some Indonesian words on the side. I hope I've got them right. The terms virtuosity, resilience, and sustainability come to the forefront. The second category has a humanistic dimension. The terms virtue, friendship, and hospitality come to mind. I'll first speak on sustainable innovation in research and training more generally. Following this, I will talk about a new research topic that I'm exploring during the COVID pandemic. This is attraction-based unintended influence. So back to the first part of my talk, to efficiency and humanistic dimensions. We can also look at two other organizing ideas at the bottom of the slide, culture and technology, that are pertinent to innovation in research and training, particularly in the area I'm interested in, which is intercultural relations. And certainly mobility and the lack of mobility affects intercultural relations in many ways. Research in the arts, humanities, and social sciences has historically required technology to facilitate research and mobility. We have rapidly expanded our internet-facilitated mobility options during the COVID period. Both research and teaching platforms have expanded during the pandemic and are likely to expand further. This response has shown evidence of various degrees and complexions and complexities of resilience in different cultures. And that's an important word. Innovation in research and teaching has always been held in high esteem in academia. Now, in the social sciences, it's prized not only because of any virtuosity associated with merely being the first to do something, or because of the brilliance demonstrated in one's work. Rather, it is valued because innovation can lead to solutions two problems facing society, as the previous two speakers clearly stated. In this way, such efforts are humanistic and therefore constituted by virtue. Virtue is attractive, and I have to speak about attraction. I am a soft power scholar, after all. There are some fundamental virtues that are common to all civilizations, cultures, and religions. Now, virtuosity is different to virtue. Virtuosity refers to brilliance in performance or crafting. All those beautiful Indonesian batiks demonstrate the virtuosity of the craftsman. In the humanities, virtuosity in crafting cultural products is applauded. The field of communication straddles both humanities and social science. Of course, if one marries virtue and virtuosity, one has a powerful combination, as both virtue and virtuosity are attractive and have soft power, or the power to influence through attraction. Necessity is the mother of invention. The COVID-19 pandemic causes disruptions to mobility that have impacts on research and teaching. New necessities have arisen and need to be addressed. Disruptions require innovations to overcome issues of mobility. The question of sustainability arises in the fraught pandemic context. New apps allow us to meet, converse, plan, research, engage with students, and teach. The fact that we are not meeting physically does not remove some of the factors that have complicated mobility in the past. Intercultural issues can complicate relations, not only in physical spaces, but also on the internet. An important area of communication research centers around intercultural relations, an area particularly affected by the pandemic's disruption. It is one of my research focuses. Constraints on mobility within and between countries have an impact on intercultural relations. It has become necessary to research on and experiment with digital mobility in the pursuit of intercultural relations. There are increased opportunities for research in this area. In this context, 4 of the concepts mentioned earlier may be considered: virtue and virtuosity, friendship and hospitality. These can be values that favorably impact intercultural relations between cultural groups. These concepts are being discussed and developed by colleagues and me in innovative research. Now, it's easier to show friendship and hospitality when one's in someone's home or meeting somewhere. When it comes to the internet and web locations, one has to be a lot more creative, and I think the organizers of this conference have gone a long way to doing that. As foreshadowed, I would like to showcase some of my recent work on unintended attraction-based influence. This is not soft power. Soft power, like hard power, is intended, and I'll explain that. This is because when we use Harold Laswell and Abraham Kaplan's definition of power, power is a special case of influence where influence is intended. So if influence is not intended, it cannot be called power if one uses Laswell and Kaplan's definition. 5 fields of disciplines were compounded between Harold Laswell and Abraham Kaplan. 4 were Laswell's fields, and Kaplan's field was philosophy. The 4 fields altogether were communication studies, jurisprudence, philosophy, policy studies, psychology. 5 fields when you add Kaplan's field to it. Viewed through this their compound disciplinary lens, soft power would be attraction-based intended influence. Attraction-based intended influence. For Laswell and Kaplan, intended influence is power. When one applies this lens to Joseph Nye's three power modes, that is coercion, inducement, and attraction, coercion and inducement being part of hard power and attraction being soft power, they're split into 6 modes. 3 are intended forms of power. 3 are unintended and therefore cannot be classified as power using Laswell and Kaplan's definition. So I call them bracketed power. I put power within brackets to problematize it, as is often done in the social sciences with problematic concepts. Attraction-based unintended influence does not fit comfortably in the power category of Laswell and Kaplan. Hence, my calling it soft bracketed power. Attraction-based unintended influence is, after all, a mouthful, even if the bracketing of power offers its own level of discomfort. Hard power can be unintended too. Unintended coercion-based influence or unintended inducement-based influence, those are the two forms of hard power are coercion-based and inducement-based. And so if they're unintended, they're unintended coercion-based and unintended inducement-based, and they wouldn't be power. Would be hard bracketed power when viewed through the compound lens of Laswell and Kaplan. 2 examples of fungibility between hard bracketed power and soft bracketed power and soft power across time are offered below. The first relates to Egyptian monuments such as pyramids and obelisks to the present. The second links longitudinal hard power of monuments in woke eyes, woke, the current term which is very much favored in American and Australian and British society and perhaps in other parts of the world as well. The second links longitudinal hard power of monuments in woke eyes in the 2020s. So those are the obelisks and a pyramid. Ideas for George Washington's memorial monument in DC, the one on the left, started with a statue, grew to a pantheon crowned by an obelisk, and finally settled on today's very, very large obelisk in the Washington Mall, the Washington Monument. To ancient Egyptians, obelisks were petrified rays of the deified sun. The sun god, Ra's rays of light were symbolized by the pyramid. Pharaohs projected power across time through monuments like pyramids, petrified hard power. Before the Battle of the Pyramids on July 21st, 1798, where he was victorious, Napoleon Bonaparte bivouacked by the Pyramid of Cheops at Giza. That's the one in the middle. He was attracted by petrified hard power. Here, acting as soft bracketed power. So you can see over time what was hard power, because the for the pharaohs it was a way of demonstrating their power, but over time it could have different kinds of attraction. So here it's acting as soft bracketed power, casting a long shadow over the distant battlefield and even naming it. So the battle that Napoleon fought the next day was called the Battle of the Pyramids. Later, the Luxor obelisk which you see on the extreme right, was gifted to Bonaparte by Muhammad Ali Pasha and was installed in the middle of the Place de la Concorde. Now this place or plaza was a human abattoir during the French Revolution. It was then known as the Place de Revolution. And here the national razor, or the guillotine, of hard power was wielded by people disgruntled by the French monarchy. Prior to the revolution and during the brief restoration of the monarchy, it was a symbol of monarchical power, the Place Louis XV. The French Revolution gave us the terrors and the rights of man, universal values invested with lasting soft power. Today, the Luxor obelisk and the Place de la Concorde represent petrified power, unintended influence, hard and soft. It's an unintended attraction-based influence effect insofar as guillotine-wielding revolutionaries may not have intended it to be a place of attraction. It was meant to be a place of coercion. When Paris today draws the Place de la Concorde into tourism promotion strategies, longitudinal unintended attraction-based influence is unbracketed, converted into a soft power resource because it becomes intentional. Recent demonstrators in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere in the United States tore down monuments, some monuments, because the monuments honored slave owners. A wave of dismantling was prompted after the killing of George Floyd. The deplorable enactment of this hard power being witnessed on television all over the world. President Biden relates how when he knelt before George Floyd's daughter to pick up something she had dropped, she said, "Daddy changed the world," and indeed he did. The cruel hard power inflicted on Floyd had intended coercion-based effects on protesters and communities across the world. Protesters' sentiments had unintended attraction-based influence effects across the world. When follow-up protests were organized, unintended attraction-based influence was converted to soft power. There were calls for dismantling monuments, those considered offensive across the West. The voices of dispossessed African Americans have often been invested in unintended attraction-based influence across race and time. Among examples are African American forms of music, such as spirituals, jazz, rap. When these become hugely popular, industry commercializes and capitalizes on them. Unintended attraction-based influence, like soft power, is in the eye of the beholder. What's attractive to one may not be so to another. Imperial nations vied with each other to install obelisks from Egypt in their capitals. The enormous obelisk at the center of the Washington Mall outdoes them all, its largest, crafted with intent to symbolize strength and values of the first modern Republican state. It has soft power, unintended attraction-based influence, hard power, and intended coercion-based effects, depending on the eye of the beholder. I first addressed unintended attraction-based influence in 2 chapters of the Routledge Handbook of Soft Power, the lead chapter and the conclusion chapter in this book. The lead chapter is entitled Soft Power, Civic Virtue, and World Politics. Since then, I've further developed this concept. It will receive comprehensive treatment in a chapter by me in the 2nd edition of the Routledge Handbook of Soft Power, which should be coming out in 2022. The concept will be used in a field research project that is currently being conducted to find out what influences from within and outside Australia have been seen as attractive by migrants during the COVID-19 pandemic. There's a particular interest in finding messaging from within Australia and overseas, whether from governments, media, other organizations, one's own diaspora, or or other diasporas that is viewed as attractive and unintended or intended. There will be a looking out for commentary on hospitality and friendship that may have had no connection with any larger interest, so it would be unintended. The field of communication is generally about intended influence. The terms persuasion, strategic communication, public relations, rhetoric are all invested in intent. Indeed, Nye's soft power is also conceived by him as a resource that, if converted by agents of states, can have soft power outcomes with respect to like-minded or responsive audiences. What's interesting is, to me, what's interesting to me are the collateral effects, whether positive or negative, the unintended effects, which are often lost to research. In a world where we are highly dependent on the internet, platforms, apps, and social media for mobility, research into unintended influence has heightened importance to bolster social resilience in many ways. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the really marvelous opening of your conference as well. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Prof. Naren Chiti, for your presentation. Now we move on to the last speaker, which is Dr. Yuko Harayama Sensei. How are you, Professor? How are you, Dr. Yuko? All right, Dr. Yuko will present the topic of Society 5.0 as a guiding tool. Actually, it's a question. Is that right, Dr. Yuko? Which is quite interesting and intriguing. I will read her CV. Dr. Yuko Harayama received her PhD in education science and also economics, both from the University of Geneva. Dr. Harayama is an executive director, charge of international affairs at RIKEN. RIKEN is Japan's largest comprehensive research institute. It is a private organization. So her research interests include technology policies, innovation system, cluster policy, and higher education system. Okay, without further ado, I will let Professor Yuko, Dr. Yuko to present. Please.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. It's my honor and a pleasure to be with you today and to talk about maximizing opportunities and research for a better life. It's my redirections. And I'm trying to link with a concept of Society 5.0. So this is my presentation, and very happy to have interaction with you about these issues. So just having, looking back the last decade, it could be qualified or really changing status of science, technology, and innovations. Take the case of open science. It's become a more expanding practice, and making research result and underlying data openly available, and also fostering the practice of preprints. And science became more open, and even the participation of citizens in science productions. Also, the idea of science commons became a natural concept. And also, we saw the science becoming more inclusive in the way that you are not isolated in your own disciplines, but we saw more and more dialogue across disciplines, and this beyond the sectors and the national borders, international collaboration included. And also, we see the emergence of more challenge-driven scientific innovation policy and tentative to really mobilize scientific to address global and societal changes, and we can consider sustainable development goals as a key target of promoting scientific innovation policy. Also, the phenomena of data, data-driven science in place, and we see the digital transformation not only in economic sectors, but anywhere, impacting the way to do science. And also we saw the critical role of data infrastructures. And also as a consequences, we see the power of human backed by the power of sciences, like AI, brain science, genome editing technologies. We became more and more increasing capacity to influence the nature and also ourselves. So we have to ask ourselves where we can go and how we can better use all this power. And now today, we are living with COVID-19. So what's happened on the ground due to COVID-19? It's not only affecting the health of human beings, life of human being, but also imposing a new rule of the game into our societies. Just take a case of constraints on the mobility, and you have to have new rules of handling person-to-person relationship due to the social distances. And also, we see most of the social institutions have been impacted. And as a consequences, we see sometimes inequality and the social divide increased. In the positive side, we became more intensive user of data infrastructures, including like today, we are able to really open the conferences online. So we see that digital transformation accelerated. And as I said, open science also accelerated. And sometimes we see the more power of using data to be used in the surveillance, in the contact tracing, for example. So it's drive the way we are interacting, and also we are living to act different. Sometimes virtual, substituting, and it's still partially, thankfully, a physical relation. And at the same time, so we have to think and rediscover what's the sense of community and solidarity due to, as I explained, the increased inequality and social divided. And as a consequences, we have been pushed to assess what's the essential, because we have to make some kind of priority in your life. So having said that, we see the emergence of key elements in this perspective, the gaining role of scientific innovations. And also we have been really recognizing the key elements in our life of to be prepared. So preparedness became a key element of our everyday life. And also what we are doing today in reaction to the COVID-19, we will be impacting our future generation. So we have to take action, responsible action for the future generation. So to understand today's what's happening due to the COVID-19 and how to mobilize our power for the tomorrow, what I will try to do is really presenting Society 5.0 to put kind of setting a framework. And this is a concept of proposal from Japan before the COVID-19. So I just give you the background of Society 5.0, just to have a short historical framework. In Japanese policy framework, we decided in 1995 to put science technology as a driver of our social actions, including economic growth. So we have launched what we call Science Technology Basic Plan, really rooted in Science Technology Basic Law, promulgated in 1995. And since 1996, we are operating with a 5-year planning to promote science technologies. So when I was working for the Japanese government at the cabinet office, I was charged by the Prime Minister Abe to prepare the 5th Science Technology Basic Plan in 2015. So to really prepare this 5th Science Technology Basic Plan, we have been discussing to really capture where we are at this moment. So the observation was that we have been living in a time of accelerated changes, in particular due to the digital transformations. And in this changing environment, it was also impossible to foresee clearly the future, what will be. So unforeseeable future. And we have been surrounded by many global and societal challenges. To name a few, the climate change, and also remember 2015 was really the period the science sustainable development goals has been under preparations. So having said that, we have to find a new grade of scientific innovation policy. Therefore, we changed our strategy, because usually we try to formulate a roadmap for new technology to be developed during 5 years. So we shift from the technology-driven approach into more putting at the center the society. What will be the society in the future? But what we need is really putting at the center human being. So the shift from technology-driven into human-centered to direct our policy formulations. Of course, we'll be taking advantage of all the full power of scientific innovation. So society should be backed by scientific innovations, and including AI, big data, IoT or robotics, and others. But we are not just thinking about developing technology, but what we can do is really having a common understanding, common shared direction for the future society. That means we need to share certain values that could be a driver of our future society. So the value of openness, sustainability, and inclusiveness have been put on the table to be a key component of our future society. And future society will not be only driven by the bureaucrats or engineer or scientists, but should be designed by anyone together. So the idea was really everybody should be on the board, and in particular, given that Japan is entering in the aging society. We call it Society 5.0. Society, you understand why we are putting society at the heart, but remaining 5.0, to really put this number, we have been revisiting the meaning of development on the longer view, taking account of our advancement in terms of civilization. So we started at the beginning, from the beginning of human being. That's mean hunting and gathering society. We call it 1.0. And remember, we human beings have been depending fully on the mercy of the nature. And for that, we have been able to find a way to survive in symbiosis with the nature. But later on, not only satisfied to be depending on the nature, human being with a curiosity and to be active actions, we have been able to work on the nature. And then we see the arrival of agrarian society. So we call it 2.0. And with this new way of living, controlling in some sense, taking advantage of the nature for us, we have been able to have organizing human society, the beginning of human organization. And later on, with the arrival of industrial society, humans have been able to master the power, not only using the natural power and human forces. We have been able to create ourselves. And then we see the emergence of mass production. So new way of organizing life, but centered by the industry approaches. So 3.0. And now today we are living under information society. And what we observe is really increased value of intangible and network and driven by the power of information and the data. So where we go, the next step, we call it Society 5.0. That means the society that we designing together and taking advantage of scientific innovation, as I mentioned, and moving in the direction of sharing the value of openness, sustainability, inclusiveness. So the future, the forthcoming society that we'll be constructing together, backed by scientific innovation, is what we call Society 5.0. So goal being to advance science, technology, innovation, of course, but also to achieve economic growth as well as ensuring well-being. So we consider digital transformation as an enabler, but not the objective I see. And we have to really continue to address societal challenges, and in particular in the context of aging society, but also by pushing data transformation, we may have new programs and the new issues we have to tackle to address the new problems induced by data transformation. And also not only thinking about ourselves, but we have to contribute to the global prosperity. So that means we should be aligning to really move into the direction to achieve sustainable development goals. And also for that, we need to discuss together on how to handle governance framework and digital transformation. So that's the presentation. In other words, in short, we wish to live in the future society, regardless of age, gender, location, language, or other limitations, for fulfilling and comfortable lifestyle where everybody can receive high quality resources. So in short, to better shape our future and to ensure better life. Having presenting Society 5.0, I would like to come back to the impact induced by COVID-19, as I explained before in the slide before. And we can see that all these constraints and accelerated digital transformation, we see the need to put human at the center. And also, as I mentioned, we need to rediscover the sense of community and solidarity. In particular, under COVID-19, the thinking of everybody on board could be one guiding principle. And also, as I said, key elements have been the advancement of scientific innovations. So backed by STI will be essential. And to take responsible action for the future generation, it's really to have shared value of openness, sustainability, inclusiveness. So to summarize, my question, is Society 5.0 still valid under COVID-19? I would say yes, because human center is essential more than ever before, and take advantage of science, the power of scientific innovation is again more than ever before. In particular, to understand COVID-19 and also to develop vaccine, therapeutic, and diagnostic tools, and to understand the impact of COVID-19 on our society and human being. And also to develop and experiment means to adapt to the new normal. And the key, again, is value of openness, sustainability, and inclusiveness, and key against inequality and exclusion is to take everybody on board. So what's next? I would say we have to build new mindset in a way to unlock our potential, to challenge the existing norms, to explore synergy and cultivate empathies. And we need to take action together. So I would say co-action, collaboration, co-creation, collaboration among stakeholders and technology and society. And goal being, we would say, SDI for SDGs. So for that, we need to have a shared narrative. And it's really not just time to wait and see, but a time to act. So altogether, we can take socially responsible action. And this should be beyond corporate social responsibility. And sharing all these value, including diversity. And we need to really identify who should do what. And it should be based on the multi-stakeholder approaches and reconciling social and corporate benefits. And for that, I would say Society 5.0 could be used to frame action. Thank you so much for your listening, and happy to discuss together on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yuko Harayama, for your presentation. It is very, very interesting presentation, actually, especially because it is very related to the context of COVID-19. Yeah. And then thank you again. Thank you very much for Dr. Amar, Professor Sukamta, Professor Naren, and Dr. Yuko for your great presentation. It is very unfortunate that you are all cannot hear our big applause here, but this actually what it is related to the last presentation from Dr. Yuko. Now from the session for discussion, for the next 30 minutes we will have discussion, and then we already have 5 questions. The first 2, it is for Dr. Amar. Yeah, I think Dr. Amar already read the question from the YouTube room chat. First from Apri Andani. I just read it quickly. It has been years the prices of rubber dropped. Since then, it's hard for farmers to go back their best level of welfare. In Indonesia, there are migration problem of family members of rubber farmers, and also most of farmers have to change their main commodity for their livelihood from rubber to rice. And the consequences is the rubber plants are abandoned. I would like to ask your opinion about this situation, and what is your suggestion to overcome these problems? The next one I think is quite related to the next question will be related. All right. From Heri Ahmadi, also it's about the majority of rubber plantation in Indonesia are smallholder plantation. In the challenging pandemic era and in terms of sustainability, what do you think the future of this type of plantation? Please, Dr. Amar.
Thank you very much, April and Andy, for the question. If I may, I think I'd like to start with, well, rubber is a smallholder. So in any country that you go, the average is about 80 to 90%. Doesn't matter if it's Thailand or Malaysia or Indonesia, all smallholders. So generally, global rubber production is produced by smallholder farmers. I think this is an interesting question, like I mentioned in the chat to April and Henry. They're related. And before I answer that question, is one of the things that is interesting is that, and this relates back to the research that we've done, which is basically looking at those dynamics between the different components in the chain. So here, there's a question of farmers moving out of rubber. And I guess the question is, why are they moving out of rubber? Because most likely they're not earning enough money from rubber. They might be earning a lot more money from rice. I'll take Malaysia, for example. A lot of land which was used for rubber has been planted with palm oil. So what has happened in Malaysia is rubber is being planted in areas that are not very productive, which was not the case many, many years ago when they switched to palm oil. So with that question, I think that's a good thing from a smallholder perspective. If they can find, if they can find an alternative, which any smallholder, if I was a farmer and I was growing rubber and I was being paid $1 and I could earn $2 going to work in the city, and then that's what I probably would do. And I guess it's something we can't stop. It's a good thing for the smallholder farmers. And coming back to the second question is, so, the smallholders, how sustainable is it? And I guess this is the question that we're trying to solve. What we need to realize is that rubber is an important commodity. It's one, because without rubber, we can't fly. Literally can't fly. We all will stay home. I won't be able to go and visit you in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. You won't be able to come to Australia. So we have a question here is, how do we make this sustainable? And like I mentioned in my talk, making it equitable in terms of, sustainable, making rubber production sustainable has to come from the perspective of smallholders, because 90% of them are the growers. I guess this is a question, I don't have a solution. The solution that I gave earlier was very broad. I know, I said collaboration is very important. And it is still important because this is a question that the chain, the value chain actors or the actors across the chain, whether if it's in production, processing, distribution, will have to discuss to see how do we keep smallholder farmers from growing? Because it's good. If you ask me, is it good for smallholders to leave their trees? Well, if they can make money, that's a good thing. Because if you, so, I'm sorry, I'm taking a little bit of a time, but in 2006, maybe, when I got into farming, so I am a farmer, so when I grew up when I was a farmer, people were cutting down rubber trees because the price of rubber trees or the tree were much more expensive than rubber. And what led to that was that after a while, there was not a lot of rubber and rubber prices went up. So I think it's a good thing for smallholders if they can find something to do, because the world needs to understand that rubber is important. And if we don't take care of our smallholders, we'll all be staying in our country and we'll be flying anywhere anytime soon. Thank you. Now, I hope that answers your questions, April and Henry.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amar. Myself, I didn't realize how much important is rubber for our daily life, basically that is the basic requirement in, what do you call it, chain. You just mentioned it earlier. So it is
in the value chain?
Yeah, it's very...
Oh, in airplane.
Yeah. So this is very important, basic requirement in the supply chain. I said.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Amar.
Thank you.
Yeah. We move on to the next question. It is to Dr. Yuko from Surya Dewi Rustariuni. Is the Society 5.0 increase unemployment and poverty for a country whose people do not have readiness? Dr. Yuko, maybe you...
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. I didn't touch to the really the abstract and the concept, but not application on the ground, how to really we can see. So probably you may have a question about how to implement Society 5.0. It is an approach not only top-down, but more giving incentive to people to take initiative and then working together. It is really from top-down to bottom-up. And in terms of unemployment, we see that we have existing established companies and providing employment. And usually we tend to really talk about existing labor market. So the intention is really to be creative, innovative in the way to really find, not only stick to the past and existing labor market structures, but to really extend in the way to capture new job will be created thanks to digital transformations or thanks to the new combination of services. And in the way to really increase in terms of quality and quantity, the full set of labor market, which have been stick to the traditional way of the structure of industry structures. It's opening the door. So it should be difficult to have a transition phase because you have established companies staying in the keeping the traditional way of producing. But really we have to encourage even existing and established companies, but also creating space for newcomers. So that will be something that we have to work together in the way to bring new dynamics in the labor market as well as in the sectors, and also in the way to really produce and make added value in terms of services and so on, so including agricultural sectors.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Yuko. So, it is very nice if Bu Surya can respond to your answer. But is it true that what's so-called unreadiness to the movement, to the improvement to the Society 5.0, it's also related to the how one country is supported themselves with the increasing of technology? What do you think of that?
As I explained in my presentation, by the past, we have tendency to create new technology and then to see what happened and how we can translate in terms of product or services. The proposal by introducing Society 5.0 is not starting from the technological path, but starting from society as an initial kick. And then we have to think about how we can better shape the society and including economic sectors in an inclusive way, in the way that it's not only purely 100% for-profit sectors, but we have to combine with social entrepreneur and social sectors. So the view is really redesigning in some sense to move together and find a new way of creating values.
Okay, so the basic thing that it has to be moved from the bottom to up to top. Is that right, Dr. Yuko?
And also, I would say we need to. It's almost impossible to foresee from the beginning if your business will be successful or not. So we have to allow experimentations of new ideas. tentatively, and then if it's okay, you can scale up. But you have to test new ideas. Without, otherwise, you can never change. You can never introduce something new to be creative.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yuko, for your great answer. And then the last question will be for Professor Naren. Let's see the notes here. There's a question for Professor Naren. In the pandemic era, many students are studying online. With this online method, I think they cannot learn well about intercultural science, to understand other people's culture. How do you think to address this issue? Thank you very much. Professor Naren, are you still with us?
Okay, sorry.
Oh yeah, all right. Okay.
I think if you take two concepts, the ones that I mentioned, which are sort of fundamental, and that is friendship and hospitability. Okay, all societies have social theories, social practices of friendship and hospitality. We have to let those values invade technology in a way which makes people comfortable. You do that, I think, by developing sort of codes of conduct, which maybe rituals and so on, which make people comfortable. I mean, I think you try to do that with your opening ceremony, I guess. But see, one of the reasons why this doesn't quite work is because when you begin to do things like professionalize hospitality and friendship, it loses heart, and you have to be able to convey heart. And students will look for heart as well. Otherwise, they feel alienated. So it's the lecturer or professor who is able to, in some way, appeal in the sense of heart and emotion, and so that sort of connection rather than pure intellect, that matters as well. That makes the student comfortable, and we have to begin to research and learn how to, in addition to having the professional ways of doing things, to allow heart to carry through technology.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Professor. Yeah, I think this era of pandemic of COVID-19 has just moved us. I think it's not only moved, but forced us to leap ahead. Yeah, I think your answer is quite related to what Dr. Yuko has explained about Society 5.0. And I hope your answer will answer also the question from the participants. And I think that's it for the session this afternoon. The answer is close our session today. Again, I thank you all for the great speech. And then we are looking forward maybe next time to collaborate, as you mentioned before. Thank you again. Thank you very much for your presentation, all. Prof. Kanta, Dr. Amar, Dr. Yuko, and Professor Naren. I will give the time to the MC. Thank you very much again from me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Professor Yuko, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iman Permana, PhD, for guiding the wonderful and amazing keynote speech from the keynote speakers.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the opening ceremony of the 5th ICoSI 2021. Let's close our meeting today by reciting Hamdalah together.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. As a reminder, tomorrow we still have another agenda. There are parallel sessions start from 7 a.m. and closing ceremony at 3 p.m. Thank you very much.
Billahi fi sabilillah, fastabiqul khairat.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.